Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Off for him.
What?
Winter is coming.
becomes holy.
Jesus, I say that.
What?
Oh, never occurred to you. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work, yeah.
How people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing. This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I see that you know your judo well. China? China. I have to have my China. Immediately, if not sooner.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Break now.
What now?
Oh, girl, baby girl. Don't even play.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Welcome to the resistance.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Don't worry about it, little Margot. Gentlemen.
Precision of language. Please.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Give me a joke.
Climate and everything are the same word.
No hot right now.
It's hot.
Are you not entertained?
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
He looks good. He looks good. And he looks hard.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Cacao?
And the box is full of Pepe!
Well, look at us. Once again, floating between Earth and space. It's been an entire day since we've seen each other last, and so much has happened. So I suppose we better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, as these space flights are often dangerous and filled with galactic perils. Great to see you all here today on this Moonday. First day of the work week. Do some shout outs here. Aaron W. first, Sue Fairy Dust B second, and Moanoa third. Charlie Janmira close fourth. I also see May Wormy, Simric, Mozart, Lieutenant Aldo Rain, Look Bovine, Selena Mary, Bob Carmody, Mugoggles, PB, Tamara Chance, Mila Reason, BCat, Morbid Oslo, and Nightbot, as also Michael Reich. I think that's everyone. If I missed you, I am sorry. Well, enough of that. Now let's get on to the other stuff that we've got to do here. That being the news. But we're going to start it off kind of light today. I have a feeling it's going to be a rough week, but at least we've got each other to get through it. Let's start off with the Oscars. A huge event watched by at least 1 billion people. Let's start here from the Associated Press from yesterday. Watch candid moments from the Oscars 2025. Yellow velvet suit? My God, man. All right, we're going to stay on the Oscars. Talk about some of the winners of the Academy Awards. Well, there you go. There is some of your footage of the Oscars winners. Glitz, glam, fanfare.
The story of a New York...
Music. The limelight. All of it.
The story of a New York sex worker who gets a chance at a new life when she marries a wealthy Russian client on rather a whim. And now Honora has won 5 Academy Awards, including the coveted Best Picture Oscar. The movie's 24-year-old star, Mikey Madison, named Best Actress. The film also winning Best Director for Sean Baker. The other big winner was Adrian Brody. He claimed his second Oscar, winning Best Actor for his role as a Jewish immigrant. And rest of the emotional speeches there. Well, let's cross to Los Angeles. We're going to talk to our correspondent, Wasim Kaur.
Okay. We're going to wrap it up talking about perhaps the most important award given out during this. And no, it's not best set design. It's for best documentary. Let's go to Democracy Now! To talk about the film, which won that award.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. And the Oscars were held Sunday evening. History was made in the Best Documentary category.
And the Oscar goes to No Other Land.
The Palestinian-Israeli film No Other Land won for Best Documentary. The film follows the struggles of Palestinians in the occupied West Bank community of Masafer Yatta to stay on their land amidst violent attacks by Israeli settlers aimed at expelling them. The film was made by a team of Palestinian-Israeli filmmakers, including the Palestinian journalist Bassel Adra, who lives in Masafer Yatta, and the Israeli journalist Yuval Abraham. They both spoke at the ceremony, beginning with Bassel Adra, who became the first Palestinian filmmaker to win an Oscar.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Israeli filmmaker Yuval Abraham and Palestinian filmmaker Bassel Adra, co-directors of No Other Land, which just won the Oscar for Best Documentary. Visit democracynow.org to see our interviews with both of them. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org.
All right. Well, there's a little discussion of that documentary. We'll probably go back to that later when we're talking Israel and Gaza. In the Earth news half, let's move on, though, now. Talk about more of what's been going on in the United States. That would be the attack on learning and the attack on free speech. I know, crazy. But you wouldn't want kids to learn
The Education Department and Moms for Liberty are launching an anti-DEI website to report race or sex-based discrimination in public K-12 schools. This follows Trump's executive order to cut federal funding for schools that continue.
I'm sorry, I gotta hear that again. Well, the way he phrases it is very strange.
The Education Department and Moms for Liberty are launching an anti-DEI website to report race or sex-based discrimination in public K-12 schools.
It's amazing. Department of Education and Moms for Liberty working together to end discrimination in school. I guess it's just a certain kind of discrimination, like talking about things that might make white people uncomfortable, or, you know, the inclusion of people who are not white. I don't even know what that means coming from these people. What the fuck does that even mean? The Moms for Liberty people? They are they are involved in our government? So sorry, DEI is repressing white people across the nation. It's very sad.
This follows Trump's executive order to cut federal funding for schools that continue DEI practices. National correspondent Janae Bowens has a closer look at the new program.
You can now go to enddei.ed.gov to report race or sex-based discrimination in public schools.
What does that mean? Should we do genuine reports of discrimination, or is this just a way for Karens across the United States to tell the Department of Education that her white child was forced to sit next to a black student, or to hear about slavery and the effects it's had on our nation? Or, you know, any of the like, or are we supposed to be using this for genuine acts of discrimination? Right? What? Is it, like, are people going to get awards for discriminating? Like, I'm a little confused what's actually going to happen here. Yeah, write down the email. That's a good point. Everybody write down that email. What was the email again? No, actually, you can just go to the website. What does it say? Something.gov? nDEI.ed.gov. Go there. Let them know about real discrimination, please. Not, white fright.
Department of Education and Moms for Liberty are behind the new portal.
It's a step in the right direction to restoring parental rights in education, to restoring the parents being in charge of what the children are being taught.
Homeschool your kid.
Parents, educators, and students can submit the name of a school or school district and detail.
Parents, if you want to determine what your kids learn in school, either become an educator and get hired at your child's school, I guess, and then I guess force the kids around. I don't even know. That's actually a bad idea. I actually recommend this, okay? If you have a problem with your kids learning something that you don't like, you have options. You can quit your job, and 5 days a week, you can teach your child whatever the fuck you want. So long as they pass all of the important tests, right? If you have a problem with quitting your job, pay for private school. All right? Get the money. Put it in the hands of a private education institution and send your kid there. How's that sound? You have options. You have choice, okay? But you're going to have to keep paying your taxes for everyone else to continue going to school, okay? So sorry about that. But if you want to make that choice, you're going to have to make sacrifices. Not everyone else, all right? That's the thing about all this school choice shit and talking about, how we need to defund public schools and just give charter schools a bunch of money. No. That's a choice, okay? Don't make everybody else come on board with your insane ideas, okay? You go segregate yourself somewhere else if you want to teach your kid to be fucking racist or to just sort of ignore reality and facts or science.
It's science.
Go somewhere else. Leave us alone, please. Thank you.
Practices they deem concerning.
Our children have been exposed to all of this divisive content, all of this critical theory.
Yeah, if you think that learning about history is an attack on your rights as a parent, then take your kids out of school. I don't see why everyone else has to live according to your desires.
This toxic curriculum,
so
and
toxic.
Parents have had to endure that, have had to watch our children be exposed to it without our consent or knowledge, and that stops now.
This website comes after President Trump signed an executive order that will block federal funding for schools that don't end DEI practices. The Department of Education also sent a letter on February 14th to schools nationwide, directing them to stop using racial preferences and things like admissions, financial aid, and hiring, or face investigation and loss of federal funding.
There's a 501 fire right now in Washington, D.C.
Randy Weingarten and the American Federation of Teachers are suing the Education Department over this order. And a group of Democrats is calling on the administration to rescind threats of defunding schools with DEI programs. DEI advocates, such as author Dante King, believe the administration is putting forth these orders to help white Americans over minorities.
It is rooted in the delusional thought process
that these people are somehow superior to other people and that they should be in charge.
Now, many legal experts are questioning the Constitution.
I mean, it's beyond that. It's about catering to white children, specifically. Like, literally, just for in a certain group of white children, right? It's the white children of white parents who have a problem with just teaching history, teaching children about reality.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, I know you don't, Mark Wayne. But this is this is insane. This is insane that this is the road we're heading down, right? Department of Education working with Moms for Liberty to root out anti-white discrimination. Like talking about CRT, which is not something that happens, but the discussion of history might have some sort of, uncomfortable things in there. But talking about it is arguably better than not talking about it. Those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. But maybe I think that's what they want. They do want to repeat it. If we can just go backwards to like Jim Crow, maybe even to pre-Civil War, before the ninth. Oh God, my brain just broke. Yeah, but I think that's pretty much what Moms for Liberty wants. Go back to segregated societies, whites-only drinking fountains. Let's talk about that lawsuit. Actually, this is a different lawsuit. I would take it back. This is the ACLU. Sorry. This is the ACLU is apparently suing Huntington Beach for censoring its library of content. I wonder what kind of content Huntington Beach is censoring.
Well, new at 4, the battle over books in Huntington Beach is heating up once again. Several groups have filed a lawsuit accusing city leaders of censoring certain books and restricting who can read them. NBC4's Hetty Chang has been following this issue and spoke with one of the parents challenging the city.
So this is where I keep all of the children's books.
Erin Spivey is a librarian of 15 years, so it may come as no surprise her Huntington Beach home is well stocked with books.
In my children's section, I have books that, like here, it's about a queer history, memoir, and satire.
Spivey is also a mother of 3 who is part of a lawsuit filed Wednesday against Huntington Beach city leaders. The suit alleges the city violates the Freedom to Read Act in what it calls a censorship scheme at Huntington Beach libraries. Last year, librarians began moving books that the city considered to be sexually inappropriate from the children's section to the adult section.
The bottom line for me is we let children, we let families, we let the librarians all do their jobs. And to have the freedom to read, it is a part of what makes our country and our state great.
The lawsuit alleges some of the books moved included stories about potty training and the human body.
Oh,
the ACLU
how dare
and
they.
LGBTQ plus group Alianza
We must remove all biological textbooks from schools. In fact, why don't we just get rid of schools in general? Books, learning, what's the point of it? Why do we need to know how things work? Why should kids have inquisitive minds that soak up information and at a rate faster than adults, I would point out. Why should we introduce them to important information about how their own bodies work? That's too much.
That's too much.
Just end schools. We'll just teach them in churches. It'll be fine.
Latinx are also part of the suit.
As an organization, we truly believe that public libraries should be spaces that empower young people to explore and to understand themselves. And so restricting access to books on gender identity, sexual orientation, and even reproductive health violates our fundamental right.
Huntington Beach Mayor Pat Burns firing back at the lawsuit's press release and claims, saying in part, contrary to what is referenced within the statement, the city has maintained stance that no books have been banned or removed from the library. The safety, wellness, and protection of our community, children, and library.
Yes, we must protect the children from learning at school. Fucking hell, dude. This shit makes me really upset because I take learning seriously, okay? I don't know if you've ever noticed, but I like knowing things about stuff. I was one of those kids that had an inquisitive mind. I was always in the library reading things. And I find it utterly horrifying that any parent would want to limit what their child and other children, especially, being able to read, right? It's honestly less concerning for a parent to want to limit what their own child can read in their own home. But if you want to stop children from being able to read things in schools and in libraries, well, you should just stop your kid from going to schools and libraries, you fucking weirdo.
Don't be creepy.
Now, tomorrow we will be watching something, hopefully live, if I can manage it. Although it may not circumvent, but sort of overshadow news on the twos. But tomorrow I am planning on watching with all of you live the Trump speech that he will be giving is sort of a quasi State of the Union, not actually the State of the Union because he just got the job. But yeah, Donald Trump will be in Congress giving a speech. Let's go here to Reuters to see what we might expect.
U.S. President Donald Trump will address a joint session of Congress Tuesday for the first time in his new term. Jeffrey Engel, the David Gergen director of the SMU Center for Presidential History, expects him to display a strong sense of confidence.
His tone, I think, is going to be triumphal. His tone is going to be, one might even say, imperial. President Trump has been saying consistently that he won a landslide election and a mandate from the American people. And the truth matter is, historically speaking, it actually was a very, very close election.
The address comes after Trump has signed a slew of executive orders in his first weeks after taking office, including several focused on slashing the size of the federal government, a project spearheaded by his largest campaign donor, Elon Musk, and his Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. The effort has served as another source of division among politicians and everyday Americans. One his upcoming speech won't be able to overcome, says the director of the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia, Larry Sabato.
You can be sure that half of the public will probably love whatever he says, and half of the public will absolutely hate whatever he says.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more than that, because his approval ratings have dropped below 50% in a very short period of time. And so it's not going to be, it's probably going to be like 60-40, maybe even more than that, because he's losing a lot of support from his base with all of the things he's doing right now, even though weirdos are still cheering.
I don't think a speech can ever change that. Feelings run too strongly about Donald Trump.
While there will likely be various viewpoints about what he says, John Malcolm, who oversees work on the Constitution and the law at the Heritage Foundation, doesn't think there will be any debate about how he says it.
I expect that he will be respectful but pointed.
I love this. All right. Let's move on. We'll look forward to that triumphal tone speech tomorrow evening. Heritage Foundation, Cambridge Center for Politics, all very certain about how this is going to play out. I, for one, am a little less certain. Let's talk more about things that are happening in local governments. This one, though, is certainly tied to what Donald Trump has been doing lately. Here's King 5 Seattle from an hour ago, as apparently the Trump administration, who just hired a new HUD director, apparently planning to remove some of the difficult responsibilities of the HUD director by closing HUD offices in Seattle. Makes sense. That's smart. That way, that's efficient. See, as long as you don't have an office to preside over, you don't have to spend the money presiding. That's how that works.
The King 5 investigators exposed the Trump administration is drawing up plans to close the federal housing and urban development offices all throughout the Pacific Northwest, which means hundreds of workers are now slated to lose their jobs. King 5's Kristen Goodwillie is in the newsroom with this exclusive story. Kristen.
Greg, within the last hour, federal sources have confirmed for us that DOGE is making plans to slash HUD programs and offices in the Northwest, impacting 150 people who work in the Seattle office. We are located in HUD's Region 10, made up of Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and Alaska. We have learned it's the only regional office in the country slated to close, although an office is scheduled to stay open in Alaska. Now, at this point, we are
It's strange that HUD is being allowed to stay open in Alaska, but then they're getting rid of it in the Northwest. I wonder, did Idaho vote for Trump? I wonder. Do they need houses in? Probably not. They probably just sleep in potato fields in Idaho, right? There's no need for houses in that state. Right? Right?
I don't want reality.
No. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Probably is houses. I'm just being stupid.
An office is scheduled to stay open in Alaska. Now, at this point, we are told that employees have not officially been fired, but that is the plan. HUD is tasked with helping people find affordable housing, investigating complaints of housing discrimination, and making sure people know their rights. One source told us, "I am extremely disappointed. We are not doing our due diligence for the American people. Our responsibility is to support the American people that sometimes can't help themselves. We're just making it harder for people to access services they need, like housing." Now, I reached out to Senator Patty Murray's office, and they tell me they are trying to verify these claims and that other congressmen are getting similar media inquiries. In the newsroom, I'm Kristen Goodwillie. Back to you.
Okay. There you go. Destroying education, destroying housing resources for people. Is that what they wanted when they voted for Trump? Is that really what they wanted? I keep asking myself when I hear things like this. I'm like, yeah, is that what the people want? They want their housing insecure relatives and friends to be forced to move in with them. live on their couch. Is that the great plan? The great cultural revolution?
I have to have my China.
Okay. Yeah, let's go here now. This is Jim McGovern. Senator? No, I think he's in the House, right? God damn it. Jim McGovern. What is he, Massachusetts? God damn it. Why can't I just remember all these? I just need I just need one of those Neuralink chips. That'll fix it. Yeah, okay, he's a representative from Massachusetts. I was right. I don't need a chip. I'm right. Okay, great. Jim McGovern. Earlier, I think this was on Friday. We didn't watch it over the weekend somehow. This is Jim McGovern urging his GOP colleagues to help the middle class. Some people that the Republicans are constantly talking about. Gotta save the middle class.
Have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there another amendment or discussion?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 77 offered by myself, which extends tax cuts only for people making under $400,000 per year. You know, when they talk about their awful tax scam enacted during the last Trump presidency, my Republican colleagues like to leave out the fact that the richest people in this country, millionaires and billionaires, got 288 times more of the benefit than regular working class people, like teachers and firefighters. Let me repeat that. The richest in this country are getting 288 times more tax cuts than the average worker. That is wrong. Mm-hmm. This amendment is very simple. It extends tax cuts only for people making under $400,000 per year. It's a chance for my Republican colleagues to put their money where their mouth is. If you want to have a tax system that puts middle-class families ahead of billionaires, you should support this amendment. The yes vote on this amendment extends only the tax cuts for middle and working-class families. A no vote continues our unfair tax system that rewards billionaires over regular people.
Is there further discussion on Mr. McGovern's amendment?
I think Mr. Neguse. Yeah.
Mr. Neguse?
Yes, I thank the chairwoman. I certainly support the ranking member's amendment, which I think is thoughtful and clarifies for the public what this debate really is all about. I was remiss in missing some of the debate earlier on this bill, and so I thought I might just offer a colloquy if my colleague from the good state of Texas is willing to engage me. But our good friend and former Rules Committee member, Mr. Massey, I think offered perhaps the most salient indictment of the Republican budget resolution thus far, when he released a statement earlier today on X saying, quote, "If the Republican budget passes, the deficit gets worse, not better." And I just wonder if there's, perhaps this is already debated at great length. Okay, I missed the fun.
It wasn't debated at great length.
It wasn't debated? Well, at this point, we have an opportunity, if Mr. Roy or Mr. Norman care to opine on that. But having great respect for Mr. Massey and enjoying my service with him on this committee, I would be remiss if I didn't give the two of you an opportunity to explain your change of heart and why you've become pro-deficit.
Yeah, it's a great question. Why are you pro-deficit now?
Inconsistent with
Mr.
Massey.
So much inconsistency. It's all very true.
Happy to yield to the gentleman.
It's incredibly true.
Say, we debated this earlier.
Oh, yeah, did you?
And had a significant amount of conversation about it.
Mr.
Mr. Massey is not here to make his point.
Oh, God.
He'll be able to make that on the floor, should he wish. And as it's not surprising, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Massey and a lot of agreement in many respects with Mr. Massey on a lot of different issues, including concerns about what we do with respect to spending and
That's
tax
great,
policy.
Chip.
If
So much
Mr.
conversation
Massey were
had.
here, we would have engaged in a colloquy between the two of us and with
Ooh,
you
yeah,
about these issues.
Colloquy.
We explained earlier when Mr. Arrington was here about my belief that assumption of 2.5% growth pegged between historic 3.2 and CBO 1.8, which is basically the middle spot of there. That plus the spending cuts, which I understand there's some disagreement on spending reductions on the other side of the aisle. Those two things combined, I believe, gets it to deficit neutrality. Would I like to go further?
Did you hear what he just... he spent a bunch of time just now. Said, like, I don't know. There's at least a couple paragraphs worth of fucking information. All to to say, actually, yeah, we don't really care about the deficit. We're just going to get it to neutral. Chip Roy, everybody. Genius. Genius. Did a lot of math just now. A lot of fancy economic work there to get Republicans to not cutting the budget, just keeping it where it is, even though they're constantly complaining about that goddamn deficit. It's very strange. I could have sworn Republicans hated the deficit. They just wanted to destroy it. Whoa, why does the sound so fucked up? Whoa. Huh? Why can't what the hell? What in the actual hell is going on here? Huh? Okay, that's very strange. Something is going on. I don't know why these sounds are so fucked up.
Give me a joke.
Yeah, these are fine. This group is fucked. Oh, I see why it's on BP mode. There we go. So yeah, Chip Roy spending a bunch of time to explain that actually, you know what, the Republicans are just kidding about caring about the deficit. Actually, they're fine with it being as it is, continuing to have ballooning interest payments. Even though we've heard many people like Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell, whoever, all come out. Even Chip Roy, I think, has sometimes come out and complained about the deficit, all the deficit spending, and. He's like, actually, we're fine with it just continuing at the rate it's going. Just neutral, Just keep paying it down like we have been. Even though we're constantly fear-mongering about what that means. Thanks, Chip.
Absolutely. But this is a effort to move the ball forward. And I would note that
move the ball.
We worked hard, including Mr. Norman.
Yeah, you guys worked really hard to make sure that you could get those tax cuts for the richest people in American society. All at the expense of the poor and of that deficit that you care so very much about. Because if you weren't doing the tax cuts, hey, maybe some of these cuts would actually eat into that god dang deficit you care so much about. But no, priorities. Got to get the rich people more money.
Follow the rich white man.
To include a tie between the tax policy and the spending policy, which was an important provision for us in the Budget Committee.
So important.
So that there would be requirements of spending restraint and that any tax restraint would be tied to that spending restraint, which was a fairly significant change. I yield back.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman's response. I would just simply say, as you said, and you're right to note, Mr. Massey is not here. He no longer serves on this committee. And I think we know the reason why. If he were here, he'd be speaking truth to power with respect to his views on this particular bill, as he made clear to the American public by virtue of his post. no doubt that this bill increases the deficit. He knows it. The American people know it. He's no longer on this committee to say so, but I look forward to the debate on the floor tomorrow when I suspect he'll make that argument. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
All right, Virginia.
On the amendment.
Madam Chair, I would just,
Yes,
I would
Ms.
just like to point out that this amendment asks the Republicans and Democrats on the committee, who do you stand with? And I definitely stand with our working families and not the millionaires and the billionaires, not the person who is earning $4 million an hour who will gain from this. So I speak in favor of the amendment and hope all of our colleagues will stand with working and middle-class families.
Hold on, I just want to hear what Virginia had to say here, because she gets, she's upset. Everybody's bringing up all these uncomfortable realities, and she's here to correct us. Please.
Well, I want to move this debate along as quickly as I can.
Yeah, move it along, Virginia.
I think we've heard this in different places today. But I want to get into the record.
Oh, yeah, get into the record.
Facts.
Ooh, facts. I can't wait.
Not lies.
Oh, thank God. I'm so excited.
Not distortion.
Virginia A. Fox not going to lie to us. Whew.
The
I was worried for a
2017
second.
Trump tax cuts lowered tax rates for all Americans.
Uh-huh.
In fact, the lowest earning individuals gained the most benefit.
No,
the bottom
that's a lie.
20% of earners,
That's a lie.
those with incomes up to $26,000 saw their federal.
Oh, Virginia, trying to use those Heritage Foundation talking points. Yeah, maybe on a percentage basis. On a percentage basis, the lowest income Americans technically did better. If you don't look at how many dollars they received, but on average, low income Americans got back about $150 on average, maybe $175 depending on who you ask. Whereas the top 1% of earners got, I think it was $64,000 a year on their tax cuts. So while as a percentage of their income, that may have been less, I think it's clear what people can do with either $175 or $64,000. Okay? The percentage basis is a completely meaningless fucking discussion when it comes to this, but that's what Virginia's here to remind us of. It's actually, on a percentage basis, the poor actually did better than the rich. We should have given higher tax breaks to the rich, because they were getting beat up by those darn tax breaks. Those poor peons, what are the parasites? The parasite class, as Elon has deemed us all to be. If you're not a billionaire, you're a fucking parasite. Okay. Now there's been more movement on this situation. We'll get back to the budget in a little bit, because I think Mike has had some bad conversations recently with a number of House reps. That would be my guess. But if you missed it, yesterday, I figured I'd leave this one in here. You know, I tend to leave like one or two stories from the previous day in case people miss them. So let's go here. Talk about how tough things have been. Actually, maybe we should... I should have put this here. This is actually a better place to put it. No, I take it back. We'll watch this in a second. We will do that. Yeah, we'll do that in this order. That makes more sense. Oh, speaking of content being either skipped or moved around, I should make sure that we get all the content today, get the goal started. Cha-ching! Five super chats, as is the expected number. 3 hours of time to meet that goal. Okay, goal started. Initiated. Okay. Goal has started. Let's get on to talking about some health-related stuff. We'll start with human health, and then we move to bird health. That's right, sour hour. Sarah Layla knows. All right. If you missed this story, this one felt very much like the sort of story we need to watch at least twice so that everybody gets to see it. Because this is a problem. Okay, I know that we've talked about how horrifying it is that RFK is the new HHS director. And he has basically, ever since coming into into power here, has been using his power to dismantle the U.S.'s efforts at keeping America healthy. That's right, Maha, indeed.
The FDA has canceled a critical meeting of flu vaccine experts, making this the second vaccine policy meeting to be canceled since Robert F. Kennedy Jr. took over as Secretary of Health and Human Services. The annual gathering is key. Federal health officials must decide in advance which strains to target in the next vaccine, since
science.
production takes months. It comes
it's
amid
true.
one of the worst flu seasons in 15 years, with more than 19,000 deaths, according to the CDC, nearly 100 of them children. We're joined now by Dr. Paul Offit, one of the FDA committee advisors and director of the Vaccine Education Center at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. It's good to see you, Dr. Offit. So why was this meeting in particular so critical, and why did the FDA cancel it? What justification did they give?
Well, it's critical because it takes about 6 months to make this vaccine. So every March we meet, and we meet with representatives from the World Health Organization, the Department of Defense, the CDC, and we look at a map of the world, and we look at how these viruses are moving across that map as a way to predict what strains are likely to come into this country. We then pick strains we think are most likely to cause this coming year's influenza epidemic. And then the manufacturers, the vaccine manufacturers, then use that information to make the vaccine for what is a 6-month production cycle, March to September. So it's a critical meeting, and it just got canceled.
And what justification, if any, was given?
There was no justification. We don't know who did it. We don't know why it was done. We were told later that the FDA will essentially take this in-house. They're going to make the decision themselves, presumably based on the same information, but we don't know that. What's good about this meeting is it's open to the public, it's transparent, and you can hear how we discuss what should or shouldn't be in.
I thought we were promised record-breaking transparency from this goddamn administration. The Trump regime was supposed to usher in incredible transparency, absolute free speech, more lower prices, the gas pump and at the grocery store and at and everything. He was going to fix the economy. Biden had destroyed it. But now we're getting record non-transparency through either DOGE or all the other people, like getting AP kicked out of the goddamn White House, or like any of these other fucking things. It's like none of it seems to be going according to plan. Day one, the war in Russia and the genocide in Gaza was going to end. And if anything, all of that's just gotten worse, it seems like.
I don't want reality.
Vaccine. Now, I think more importantly, we often do sort of a post-mortem for the previous year. Did we get it right the previous year? If we didn't get it exactly right, why didn't we? And how can that inform this year's selections? And I think that sort of open, transparent process is critical, I think, for the public to know what we're doing and how we do it.
This was not the first meeting of its kind to be canceled. What do you think is happening here?
I'm worried. You have the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices, which advises the CDC, which also had a meeting canceled. And you worry that, if you look at Project 2025 and the way they comment on the CDC is that they think the CDC should no longer be a recommending body about vaccines, to sort of eliminate expertise, just let the doctors and patients figure it out on their own. They don't need it.
Why would you not want the foremost organization on diseases to not be issuing its opinions or advice on vaccines. This is one of the dumbest fucking things, dude. This is what we get. This is what we get. RFK. He may have said in his Senate confirmation hearing that he was going to respect the science, and everything he has done so far is just cancel very important meetings on vaccines that need to be put into the alterations, the changes, the future vaccines, all of it needs to be decided now at these meetings at the end of flu season, at the end of winter, so that during the spring and the summer, the doctors, the scientists, the pharmaceutical manufacturers can work together to create new vaccines for next year that will be more effective than the ones that allowed 19,000 people to die. Although I would argue that probably a lot of those people weren't vaccinated. I don't know for sure. I don't have the data on it, but these vaccines are incredibly important to keeping America safe, and yet RFK just canceled 2 meetings that were intended to deal with just that. Even though he said he wasn't gonna be anti-vax when he came in. Okay, it's fine. We don't need reality or transparency or truth or freedom. None of those things. It's America. Oh God, we have 40 likes, and I ignored Mo and Noam's message earlier about 30. I was gonna do it at the end of that video. God dang it. Okay, this is a good spot. Let's do it now, before we get to talking about some other stuff. Nope, already got that one. Okay. 6, 3, 18, 10. Okay. Let us now go and talk about a different health situation that also relates into the economy right now, and more specifically, egg prices. Let's go to CBS News to talk about that. How are egg shortages being resolved?
Rising egg prices have Americans scrambling.
Oh.
Where are the eggs?
People are buying them like,
Oh, CBS. With the horrible puns. Oh my God. People scrambling? Jesus. CBS with the comedy. We got to hear that twice.
Rising egg prices have Americans scrambling.
That's insane. Like, where are the eggs? People are buying them like, crazy. It's like they're running out of them all the time.
I've never seen them so high. Very expensive.
3 eggs for $2.99. That's better than $12 for 1 cup.
We're at $120 a box. I think even $5 more. I'm gonna have to go up on my prices.
As you see right there, Americans have a lot to say these days when it comes to the price of eggs, and it's really become more than just how much the staples add to your grocery bill. The phrase is now a kind of shorthand for how people feel about the economy. And take a look at this. According to our CBS News price tracker, the average price of a dozen eggs is about $5. You see it right there, $4.95. Which is up from $2.52 just last year.
Yeah, that's 100%.
Experts will tell you that's an increase of 96%.
If you want to be super
nearly
specific,
double since
96%.
last year, and this, of course, is due in part to an egg shortage caused by an outbreak of the bird flu. That has killed millions of chickens. But you might be surprised by how your tax dollars are being used by companies to restore the lost flocks. Katie Weiss has this story.
At Southern Farms in Madison, Alabama, 900 feathered ladies are enjoying a sunny afternoon following a morning of laying these hot commodities.
About 750 eggs a day right now, all collected by hand.
And collecting more business, says owner Keith Southern.
Can't lay enough eggs every day to fill the demand. It's unreal.
Southern just signed with another restaurant, doubling his production to 11,000 eggs a week. The road to a booming business hasn't been easy.
Last year, we actually got hit with a type of mycoplasma in the laying hens. Very similar symptoms to the avian flu, so just cull the flock and start over.
But Southard didn't qualify for the U.S. Department of Agriculture's public funding program to reimburse his losses and buy this new flock.
But here in central Mississippi, the veterinarian for the third largest poultry producer in the nation tells me they did receive taxpayer reimbursements after they were forced to put down chicken flocks in 3 different facilities.
We've been successful there in preventing the spread, which I think is the ultimate goal.
Mark Burleson with Wayne Sanderson Farms says since 2023, they've had to kill about 300,000 chickens due to the bird flu.
So I don't know if you picked up on what's going on here. Taxpayer dollars have been used to reimburse farmers for killing their chickens due to bird flu. So your money's going to pay for chickens you didn't eat. Hope you're enjoying that. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is doing nothing to fix the price of these eggs. Ones that are probably not even on your supermarket shelves right now. It's very strange. Now, of course, Americans depend on eggs for breakfasts. Not all Americans, but many. But you know who else gets a lot of eggs from us? Canada. That's right. A lot of eggs go across the border to Canada, where prices have also been skyrocketing, and Canadians are under threat, not just from lack of eggs, but from the tariffs, the tariff war that we are now engaged in with each other, sparked by Donald Trump, as well as the currency crisis happening as Canada's currency is now near a record low against the US dollar, forcing prices up for all American goods there. Times are tough. Wait, hold on. What is this? What does this mean? Am I slouching? Do I need a space? What does this mean, Tamara? I don't know what this means. Am I slouching? No. Does it look like I'm slouching? Just like right here, are you saying right here I look like I'm slouching? Like my posture is not good enough for you? You're concerned? It's a pretty comfy chair. I mean, for a space station. All right, let's go to talking about Canada, where people's retirement plans are being pushed back. Global News is about to try and answer the question, is 70 the new 65? It doesn't sound great.
This is not where Diane Clark expected to spend her 75th birthday. As much as she enjoys playing cards with friends, Diane had a different idea of what her retirement would look like.
We don't travel anymore. We don't buy as good of food as we used to buy, basically. And we stick around home a lot.
The 2008 financial crisis, coupled with post-COVID-19 pandemic inflation, limited retirement lifestyles. This week, CIBC released a survey that found 2/3 of Canadians say the increased cost of living is hampering retirement plans. Financial planners calling for soon-to-be retirees to get their ducks in a row.
Look at an actual budget, and part of that budget should include, of course, retirement savings and making sure that we're taking advantage of all the different registered plans.
The survey also found 7 in 10 expect to have a phased retirement, with the expectation of working after 65.
They're absolutely terrified about outliving their savings and becoming a burden on their family.
It has organizations like CARP, the Canadian Association of Retired Persons, calling for changes to legislation of RRSPs. Ottawa has a mandatory withdrawal at age 71, which CARP says forces some seniors who are still working to receive income that would benefit them later in life. The National Institute on Aging also found 90% of Canadians start receiving their Canada Pension Plan at or before they turn 65. But experts say if you can, delaying the start of that benefit is a far better option.
And if you wait from age 60 to age 70, you'll more than double this pension, which is guaranteed for life, It's inflation indexed, and it's basically, it's a great deal when you do the math.
Seniors like Diane.
It's a great deal. Get out there to work, seniors. Come on.
Come on!
Jeez. I suppose if you're healthy and you do want to work, fine. You know, keep working. But I don't think anybody should be forced to work into their 70s just to make sure that they don't go broke in old age. It's pretty horrifying, if you ask me. Maybe all of our countries should stop enriching the wealthiest and perhaps start, doing things a little different. Make it happen, Cap'n. Donald James X with the first super chat. Counting that as a halfie. That's a halfie super chat. Getting us started, though. Breaking the ice. At least cracking that ice. Getting us started. Alright, let's keep talking about Canada. Let's get to talking about the relationship between our two countries. First, let's talk about the trade war. History's dumbest trade war. Global news, once again, from yesterday. Trump hikes lumber tariffs over fentanyl, despite less than 1% crossing from Canada.
I don't want reality.
U.S. President Donald Trump has ordered his Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, to investigate lumber exports to the U.S. over possible threats to national security. Saturday, Trump signed an executive memorandum outlining the United States policy to ensure a, quote, reliable, secure, and resilient domestic supply of wood materials and counter what Trump is calling, quote, unfair subsidies and foreign government support for foreign timber and lumber.
We don't need them to give us lumber.
However, Canada is by far the biggest exporter of wood materials to the U.S., accounting for nearly half of all America's lumber imports. What? Trump's executive action comes just days before tariffs are set to take effect on non-energy imports from Canada, but it's unclear if they will be at the full 25% rate.
There are going to be tariffs on Tuesday on Mexico and Canada. Exactly what they are, we're going to leave that for the president and his team to negotiate.
Lutnick will have about 9 months to report back to Trump on whether lumber imports actually pose a national security threat and give recommendations for mitigating potential threats, which could include more tariffs. Trump has not said what kind of threat lumber imports could have on national security, but has repeatedly blamed imports from Canada, Mexico, and China for the...
Yeah, because there is no good explanation for how trees from Canada are somehow affecting our national security in any way, good or bad. It just is a thing. It's a goddamn trading relationship that makes perfect sense because Canada's right there and they have a bunch of trees. Drugs are still pouring into our capital country from Mexico and Canada at very high and unacceptable levels. A large percentage of those capital drugs, much of them in the form of fentanyl, are made in and supplied by China.
China.
More than 100,000 people died last year due to the distribution of these dangerous, highly addictive, all caps poisons. Millions of people have died over the last 2 decades. The families of the victims are devastated, and in many instances, virtually destroyed. We cannot allow this scourge to continue to harm the USA. And therefore, until it stops. Wow, the grammar in this is fascinating. Or is seriously limited. The proposed all caps tariffs, scheduled to go into effect on March 4th, will indeed go into effect as scheduled. China will likewise be charged an additional 10% tariff on that date. The April 2nd, capital reciprocal capital tariff date will remain in full force and effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter. All caps. God bless America.
Jesus ain't say that.
Okie dokie. Let's talk about what Canada's been trying to do to appease Donald Trump. But, you know, it's hard to appease a man with just unrealistic desires based on falsehoods. But Canada's trying nonetheless.
Saint-Antoine-Abbé, Quebec, 10 kilometers from the US-Canada border. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police is staging a media opportunity to show off its new Black Hawk helicopter. The aim is to show that surveillance of the border with the US has been stepped up, but mostly to send a message to Donald Trump, who has accused Canada of allowing illegal immigrants and fentanyl to flow across the border on a massive scale. But even US government figures don't back up the president's claims. Less than 1% of all illegal migrants and fentanyl intercepted in the US came from Canada.
We have several drones, we have several patrol vehicles, obviously normal vehicles, but also quad bikes, snowmobiles and amphibious vehicles. We also have a whole range of equipment at the border, cameras, sensors and other detection capabilities. Let's face it, 9,000 kilometers of border is a huge area, but this helicopter is basically in addition to the many tools we already have. We also want to send a message to the Americans that we're taking this very seriously, but again, let's be realistic and look at the situation, and the situation is absolutely under control at the moment.
I don't want reality.
In an attempt to reassure its neighbor and
I love Canada trying to appeal to Donald Trump's sense of reality.
Give me a joke.
Donald Trump doesn't care that only 1% of fentanyl comes across the border, and that more drugs and guns come across the border from the United States to Canada than they do in the reverse direction.
With looming trade sanctions, Ottawa is spending 1.3 billion Canadian dollars on border security over the next 6 years.
We're coming up to a typical border crossing. You see the US and then you see Canada here.
Jason Orr has been working this border for over a decade. In recent years, he's seen mafia organizations develop illegal immigration operations.
This is a typical illegal crossing point. At the weekend, 3 people cross the border here.
Flooded with migrants.
People arrive by
everywhere.
car. They get out, they cross, then there's another car sometimes waiting for them on this side. It happens very quickly.
So many.
Temperatures here drop to minus 30 degrees Celsius at night. Sometimes whole families try to cross fields to reach the United States or enter Canada. Regularly abandoned along the way by their smugglers, many freeze to death before reaching their destination. Through a combination of tighter immigration checks and a new asylum application system, interceptions of illegal immigrants from Canada have fallen since October 2024, according to the US Border Agency. In addition to the fight against illegal immigration, the White House wants to curb the arrival of fentanyl from Canada. This synthetic drug is now responsible for 86% of overdose deaths, according to Health Canada.
What would you like to test today? It's supposed to be Coke. You can put your bag.
Okay. There we go. Canada doing everything it possibly can to appeal to the United States to convince Donald Trump that his sense of reality is a little fucked up. I'm a little skeptical about how effective that will be. I feel like Donald Trump has some other desire. Honestly, I think we all know what it is, actually. I think this has got nothing to do with drugs or immigration. This has everything to do with Donald Trump genuinely wanting Canada to be the 51st state, the 21st. Jesus Christ. I mean, I think he really thought that he was going to manage to get Canada to become part of America. Like, he has genuine, like, imperialist, like, desires, right? and goals. He wants to be America's Napoleon. He wants to usher in a 21st century, American colonialist era. And I think he has to have been told by at least one or two people that his numbers are wrong. He just wants to be able to genuinely call, even though Trudeau's out the door, he just wants to be able to call he wants to be able to call Justin Trudeau Governor Trudeau. I mean, not that he's going to stop. Actually, it's going to be Governor Ford now, right? Didn't Rob Ford just... How does that work? Anyway, let's talk about these tariffs, because Donald Trump reiterated his plan earlier today for these tariffs to take effect very shortly, within like 7 minutes, I think. Midnight Eastern Standard Time, I think, is when they're going to take effect. I could be wrong. It might be during the daytime, but the 4th. March 4th, like you keep saying. All caps, March 4th. It's happening, people. CBS Evening News from 2 hours ago.
President Trump is making it more expensive for Mexico and Canada to get their products through America's front door, and that could increase the cost of the packages left on your front porch.
At a time when 3 out of 4 Americans are telling CBS News their incomes are not keeping up with inflation. At a minute past midnight, a 25% tax takes effect on imports from America's closest and biggest trading partners.
The announcement had investors running for the exits. Nvidia, GM, and Amazon led a sell-off that saw the Dow plunge nearly 1.5%, the Nasdaq more than 2.5%, and the S&P 1.75%.
Weijia Zhang is at the White House. Weijia?
Well, President Trump says Canada and Mexico must face those tariffs because they have failed to stop the flow of fentanyl into the U.S. And for the same reason, he's bumping up the fee on Chinese imports. Tonight, economists warn this could spark a trade war that will cost consumers.
After following through on his threat.
The tariffs, they're all set. They go into effect tomorrow.
President Trump says there's a simple solution for countries that want to avoid tariffs.
What they have to do is build their car plants, frankly, and other things in the United States, in which case they have no tariffs.
To make his...
I'm sorry. Wait, was that in reference to Canada? Canada has to move all of their manufacturing to the United States and then they won't get tariffs? I thought this was about fentanyl and immigration. And Howard Lutnick, I don't know how this guy keeps, this guy is a terrible person, okay? Because I'm fairly certain he's smarter than Donald Trump by at least a couple of IQ points. But he's always smiling and clapping. He's the first guy to always clap whenever Donald Trump does the dumbest fucking shit. I do not understand this man. He genuinely confounds me. What is wrong with these people? Jesus Christ.
Today, Trump hosted the CEO of a Taiwanese semiconductor chip manufacturing company who pledged to invest $100 billion in new manufacturing plants in the U.S. And the president said Japanese automaker Honda has ditched its plan to open a new plant in Mexico, opting instead for Indiana to avoid tariffs. But auto prices are still likely to increase. One study found a large SUV with parts from Mexico could jump $9,000.
Trade wars are costly and nobody wins.
Josh Lipsky.
Make America more expensive again. $9,000 more for your SUVs. Wow. I wonder if that's what Donald Trump's voters voted for. They want to pay more, $10,000 per SUV? I thought they loved SUVs. Like big time. They're like, oh, these woke EVs. Need more Hummers on the road.
$9,000.
Trade wars are costly and nobody wins.
Josh Lipsky is a former State Department official.
Trump argues that we're going to slap all these extra fees on imports. So then everyone's just going to buy America, and that'll be great for American manufacturing, American companies. But doesn't that take time?
That doesn't happen overnight. It could take years. And in the meantime, there's huge cost of transition.
Yeah.
Another recent study estimates the new...
Yeah, we've been talking about that for a long time now. Ever since Donald Trump started talking about these goddamn tariffs. Like, you can't build factories overnight. I don't know if anybody knows this, but it actually takes a little while to build out like a car factory, right? Or a chips manufacturing facility, or whatever it might be, right? To build, you can't wish it into existence, okay? You have to hire workers, you have to source supplies, you have to go through zoning processes and other building permits and whatever else, right? All the things necessary to make a factory, right? I don't know how many people are familiar with the process, but those are some of the many processes that you have to go through. You know, and it's just very strange that Donald Trump he keeps suggesting that this is just going to happen overnight, and that so many of his voters are so fucking stupid that they don't know that this is all very wrong, and that it's going to make all of their shit way more expensive in the meantime. And once they get done building the factories, they're going to keep charging the same prices. They're not going to lower prices once they get those factories done. You know, I don't know if you know this, but it costs a lot of money to build a factory. So they've made some sort of economic calculation that by the time they're done building the factory, they're going to be able to charge you more than it would have cost to import it from, say, Mexico or China or Canada, right? Like, it's going to be like 15, 20% more than whatever your cost. Like, they're going to avoid the tariff, right? They're going to build in the USA, but then they're going to be using US labor, which is going to cost more, right? I don't know about the sourcing. There probably still going to be some tariffs around, so the sourcing of materials may still cost more. And the final product at the end will cost you more money still, okay?
Tariffs could cost the average U.S. family more than $1,200 a year.
I think people at home really just want to know, what does this mean for me? Do companies absorb the cost, or am I going to have to pay more?
You're going to have to pay more.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you're going to have to pay exactly what the tariff is, because there are all kinds of ways which some of this gets.
People have to stop thinking that companies are goddamn altruistic organizations, okay? Like, this fantastical thinking of like, well, maybe the companies will eat the costs? No, they will not. They're not fucking charitable organizations, okay? They don't have some sort of philanthropic desire to serve humanity. No. Their desire and fiduciary obligations are to serve the shareholder. So no, they won't be passing the cost on to shareholders. They'll just be raising prices for the consumer. Enjoy that, America. We got more on these goddamn tariffs. Because they're coming tomorrow. So we are going to drive this shit home tonight.
I'm really worried, but I'm 72 years old. I've been in this business 40 years, and I've seen a lot of change. I've not seen change like this.
Ambico Steel sells 70% of its products into the U.S. CEO Jack Shinder is working overtime to figure out how the company will manage the looming March 12th deadline for a 25% tariff on American steel and aluminum imports.
We are speaking daily with our lawyers and consultants and accountants to say, okay, figure me out the worst possible case scenario.
If tariffs are levied as threatened, his U.S. customers will pay 15 to 20% more for his product. What? And while the shadow of tariffs hangs over his business, it's not expanding.
If tariffs occur, I don't see growth happening at the same time.
We've already heard from a number of different industries that there are layoffs happening as we speak.
The Canadian Labour Congress estimates a blanket tariff on Canadian goods would result in 1.5 million Canadian jobs lost within the first year. Sooner. The economic impact would be a big knock on the economy.
People don't go out.
Yeah, what's the population of Canada? I always forget. What is it, like 100 million? $40 million. Oh my God. That would be a loss of 1.5 million workers in Canada would increase Canada's unemployment. But what is that? God damn it, I can't do the math. My brain is broken. 3.75%, almost 4%. I was really close on that 4% guess. Wow. Holy fuck. This is horrifying.
People don't buy that new house. People don't invest in their communities. People choose not to sign their kids up for swimming lessons. They can't take a vacation.
Households and businesses in paralysis.
Businesses are reluctant to make major bets on capital expansion and capital investment.
The threat of tariffs is dealing a preemptive blow before any real tariffs have even been levied, and less nimble companies may be collateral damage in a trade war.
And for those small to mid-sized businesses that maybe don't have something that uniquely embeds them in the supply chain, this type of a trade war could be devastating.
Okay. Seems like this trade war is just causing everybody problems. American consumers more in inflation. Same thing for Canada, honestly. And, you know, like, talking about losing jobs everywhere, honestly. And lack of investment is also happening in the United States right now. Even with all of this going on, it's really not spurring some massive, like, flight to the United States. So there's probably going to be some job losses here, too. Let's just hear what Foreign Minister of Canada, Mélanie Joly, had to say in response to Donald Trump's planned tariffs starting tomorrow. Here's the Associated Press from a few hours ago.
Let's be clear. If Trump is imposing tariffs, we're ready. We are ready with $155 billion worth of tariffs, and we're ready with the first tranche of tariffs, which is $30 billion, which is already known. The ministers of public safety and immigration met with Tom Homan, the border czar of Trump, on Friday. It was a positive meeting, and we have a very strong border plan. We've invested in it. It is working. We're doing it for ourselves. And of course, it is part of the ongoing conversations we're having with the Trump administration.
There you go, Mélanie Joly, reminding everyone that Canada has a bunch of tariffs ready for the United States to the tune of $30 billion worth of goods. Just preliminary tariffs that will take effect the second that our tariffs on them take effect. So, yeah. Seems like everybody's going to be experiencing higher prices immediately.
If not
sooner. Thankfully, some places in Canada... All right, no, this is the wrong way to go about that. That's much too optimistic. Let's talk about this. Because people in Canada are experiencing difficulties, some more than others. And in Jasper, interim housing neighborhoods are attempting to shore up situation in housing. Let's go here to CBC News from a day ago. A lot of Canadian news today.
Home, sweet home. More than 7 months after a wildfire destroyed 1/3 of Jasper, displaced residents are now getting to move into their new interim housing neighborhood.
Kind of excited because got a way to get the new start. It's furnished and everything's there. There's stoves and everything that we have to need.
This is what the units look like on the inside. You come in, couch, kitchen, desk, and there is a bedroom and
honestly, it looks pretty decent.
Here.
Could
there's
be
a
worse.
Barbecue too.
And a barbecue. Come on.
That's hot.
Let's go.
Some dogs.
Yeah, definitely. Some dogs.
These homes were trucked in
Love
primarily
some
from
dogs.
locations across Alberta
Indeed.
and BC. Crews have spent 2 weeks setting things up for people anxiously waiting to move in, many sight unseen.
We've seen pictures that people from Jasper have posted of where they are on the 2 different spots. We've seen the little video that's been sent out about the 360 video of the trailer. That's pretty much it.
Sue Cato, her family, and pets lost their home in the Jasper fire and have been staying with family in Ontario. They'll be moving into one of the interim trailers soon and are grateful, but are hoping it's as short-term a housing solution as possible.
For us, it's truly interim housing. We're staying there because we're waiting to rebuild. We've been there for 30 years. We've raised both our kids there. It's where our community is.
There's more demand for housing than supply. Over 600 households applied for a spot. Only 125 received an offer in this first wave, all based on 4 levels of priority. At the top, people doing work essential to the town or national park. But for now, most people whose homes burned have to wait.
Oh gosh, I'm in 4th place, which is pretty low in the list, right? You know, I have no bad feelings to anybody. It's like you got to do what you have to do, and it's not an easy decision for any of these, the guys who have to make this decision, and they have to follow a process.
4th place is not a spot Loni Kletel is used to being in. The longtime Jasperite competed for Canada in alpine skiing at the 1980 Olympics. In this situation, though, she says it's not a race to get into the housing and is practicing patience while living at a local inn after her house went up in flames.
Come on into my home. This is, I'll just turn a light on. This is where, I sit and my little computer I put right here and I do all my little writing and all this. And then this is a wonderful little space here.
I'm just gonna go forward and take whatever comes my way and make the best of what I have, because this is the way it is right now.
According to officials, plans are in the works to house more people soon.
We're continuing to work closely with the municipality on looking at other available plots of land within the town site that could be a possibility if we're able to secure more housing.
The goal was to get people into the homes quickly, so the neighborhoods are still rough around the edges, but will eventually be spruced up. When asked...
Yeah, honestly, though, I think that these are pretty great. Having this kind of access to these sorts of services, I guess you might call it, sort of thing that, many communities need, not just in Canada, but in the United States as well. I think it's a better alternative to things like, some of the church-run and other sorts of options people have in the United States. What was I doing next? I'm sorry, I got distracted just now. Where am I? Yes, we're leaving Canada to go back to talking about the United States a little bit. How are we doing on time? We're an hour and 40 minutes in. We got 20 minutes left in the half. We're one half super chat in so far. Got 2 hours left on the goal. Okay. Back to the United States. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the more recent things been going on, including that thing I made reference to earlier today regarding Mike Johnson and his struggle in regards to getting that funding bill passed. Let's first, though, go here. Bloomberg Technology from 5 days ago. Tesla faces protesters, vandals, and falling sales.
this was an incredible story that really looks at the correlation between where Tesla is seeing lackluster sales and where Musk has really been inserting himself in politics. What examples did you find?
Yeah, I think there's absolutely correlation here. The question, of course, will be, causation, and that will take us some time to sort through. I think, to your question, we're seeing, as you mentioned, protests. We're seeing polls in countries that have, quite a lot of EV demand where Musk is not doing well, and the Tesla brand also is not doing well. I think when people think Elon Musk, they think, Tesla before they think of virtually anything else.
Well,
and
first of all,
this is a case not necessarily of just politics for politics' sake. When you think about what Tesla is about and what their sort of values are, some of the parties that Musk is aligning himself with are very contrary to that. When you think about Trump's attacks on EVs, right? Sort of, oddly going after EV chargers at federal buildings for seemingly no reason other than to stick it in the eye of EVs. This is a case where he's kind of going against his own consumer base.
We're expecting him to join a cabinet meeting today, where we'll perhaps hear yet more of a political aligning at the moment between Trump and Elon. Craig, in your story that you helped edit, it says, "I don't know if there's ever been a greater destruction of brand equity." Now, where is this in particular happening? We've seen so many pictures of the protests. Where exactly is this occurring?
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing protests across the country, and we're also seeing, as was mentioned earlier, Jackie mentioned, vandalism. We've seen stores damaged all over the U.S., in some pockets over here in Europe. We've seen a stunt where activists projected footage of Musk at an inauguration event for President Trump onto the Tesla factory in Germany. And, we're seeing also on social media even, billboards here in London, attacking Musk and attacking Tesla. So, this is pretty widespread. I think it will take us some time to get a sense of just how much this is really hitting Tesla's sales, because I think there are other things at play here. Of course, the Model Y is in the midst of...
I love how Bloomberg is still trying to spin it for Elon. They're like, well, maybe it's just the Model Y is not a great idea. Or, something not the Nazi stuff.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, pretty sure it's that. And the DOGE stuff. The dodgy Dodgers. And it was mentioned earlier, but stocks have been struggling recently. As Donald Trump's engaged in all these trade wars across the planet, has been hurting stock prices. I think from the high from earlier in this year, things have retreated by almost 10% in some cases across the indexes. Even though a single day might be a couple percent, they add up over time. Tesla's been getting hit especially hard. Today they lost 7% in value, I think, was it? No, sorry. 3% in value today, but they are down whopping, what is it, 480 down? Oh my god. 40%? 40% in the last 3 months, since December. Which was, if I think about it, I think that was shortly after the first Nazi salutes. Yeah, Tesla's been getting absolutely hammered. Those shareholders must be really second guessing that that approval of that $50 billion pay package. Is what he's doing worth $50 billion a year now? Anybody? What do you think? Losing Tesla shareholders 40% of their stock value? Oh, geez. I would argue, like I did last year when it got approved, that actually he was never worth that much for his work at Tesla. And they should have taken that $50 billion and distributed it amongst the workers rather than just enriching their little billionaire buddy. But no. Other billionaires, the biggest shareholders of Tesla, including Elon himself, all voted for his own enrichment. Let's see this. Fox News. This is great. Because Fox News, they like to focus on all the important stuff. And they've always got a stock ticker going on in the corner. Not always, but many a times. Many a time, Fox News has these stock tickers going on so that during the day, so that the investors can see their portfolios doing things. And this stock ticker was a little awkward during Donald Trump's speech here when the market started plummeting as he was talking about these tariffs. Let's go here.
I'm a huge fan of Ronald Reagan, but he was bad on trade. Very bad on trade. He allowed a lot of people, a lot of businesses to be taken. So I say that with due respect because he was so great on other things, but he was bad on trade. We are setting records right now, records like nobody has ever seen before. When you have companies like this coming in and almost 40% of their company in one signature is going to be devoted to what he does, which is one of the most important businesses in the world. That's an unbelievable thing. When Apple now is going to start building all of their plants here.
Awkward. Alrighty. This is the last story. Actually, maybe not the last story of the half.
Turning out at Capitol Hill.
Take it back. We're only an hour and 48 in. I'm blasting through these today. Blasting through them. Just happened. Why are you doing this to me? God, I lost it. All right, yeah. So, you know how we've been watching all of those protests over the last week or so of people going out and protesting and going to town halls and yelling at their elected representatives, Republicans especially, getting the brunt of this anger? Well, things have suddenly shifted in the narrative. Let's go here to CBS New York from 3 hours ago. See what Speaker Mike Johnson is saying about the funding the stopgap CR. Fascinating shift. Let's see what's going on.
Turning out at Capitol Hill, House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's got a plan to avoid a potential government shutdown later on this month. He wants to pass, that is to say, Johnson, a short-term spending bill with no spending cuts. It is to keep the government running until September, which is the end of the fiscal year. But as with anything contemplated by Speaker Johnson, with his very narrow majority, it is not unclear at the moment if he has the sufficient votes. Torian Small joins us.
This is my favorite story of the day because it actually, I mean, it has genuine implications. Good ones, I would point out. Looks like we're getting a bipartisan spending bill after all. Hold on, we deserve emotional support. Well, the people have spoken. Sorry, let's get back to this.
From Capitol Hill, Torian, what can you tell us about the plan and the votes?
Yeah, Speaker Johnson is looking to push through a clean CR. He had success with that in the last session. And really the reasoning behind this is so that spending level could stay at the same level as it has been before. He's calling it a freeze on spending. The problem with that, though, is hard right Republicans, the more fiscal conservative hawks, are saying that we need to do deeper spending cuts sooner than later outside of this big budget resolution, or one big beautiful bill, as Donald Trump is calling it. The problem, though, if Johnson deviates from that, is he loses Democrats who have been faithful in pushing through and avoiding government shutdowns in the past through these stopgap measures, which is why we're seeing him saying, let's move through as quickly as possible because March 14th is here.
I love this. I love this. And I honestly, I hope no Republicans vote for this thing aside from Mike Johnson. Actually, I take that back. We need at least a couple of them. But this is fascinating. This is truly hilarious to me. This is, I mean, oh, it's so sweet and delicious. I can, I can taste, oh my God. I can taste the tears right now. It's so good. Because, of course, I'm sure that there were a number of Republicans who had to come to Mike Johnson and say, you know, Mike, I like you and all. You and your little legs have been doing a lot of work running around trying to get this horrifying cuts done to the American people so that we can give billionaires a bunch of money. And they give us all those funds for our election campaigns. But you know what? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get elected in the midterms. We might lose some seats, John, Mike, if we keep going against what the people want. Maybe we should, you know, just keep the government running and not do the cuts that Donald Trump wants so bad. Oh God, the Republican infighting is about to begin. People, get ready. Get ready. I am so excited. I don't know about you, but I am just thrilled. So good. Let's finish this story out.
Sooner than later.
So there's a couple of hot stoves here politically, Tori. Let me see if I understand them. The one hot stove for Speaker Johnson is if you do this clean CR that you just described, that's essentially advocating for the Biden spending levels of this fiscal year.
It absolutely
which,
does.
To your point, angers fiscal conservatives within his conference. If he puts DOGE, meaning Department of Government Efficiency, cuts in a CR, he loses the potential to get any Democratic votes. And if he's going on a bipartisan basis, he's got to put some...
Yeah, but like we just mentioned, I'm fairly certain he's losing Republican votes already. He didn't say anything about it. Nobody's actually come out and said, I'm not voting for it on the Republican side of the House. But that's because they don't want to be seen as going against Donald Trump and going against DOGE, which is, you know, I mean, I think DOGE is losing a ton of, I mean, we've talked about how quickly they're losing support, but Donald Trump still has support. And so they're trying to do this all in a diplomatic way, sort of behind closed doors. And my guess is that he has to have gotten at least 6 House Republicans to call him. Maybe less, but they have such a slim majority. It could be like 3 or 4. But that's all it would take is to completely scuttle this bill and wind up putting the entire government in jeopardy. And all they've done is pass the resolution so far to resolve to pass the bill. They've gotten nowhere even close. And since they passed that resolution, the people have come out dramatically in fashion against all of this. And I don't think it is a coincidence that he's suddenly talking about a clean spending bill, right? Like I think we can easily draw the line right now, even though we don't have all the facts and figures. I'm guessing at least a few purple district Republicans are like, dude, this shit is real toxic. And now suddenly we're back to Biden spending levels. Uh-oh. Oh, no. So sad.
Combination of Republicans and Democrats together.
Yeah, I think the scientific term is damned if you do, damned if you don't. And we've seen before, especially the breakdown because of this in the relationship between Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Speaker Mike Johnson. Those two essentially haven't talked in a while. I attended his press briefing, Jeffries that is, at the end of last week. And that's
I love this comment, Bob. We're setting new records, like the fastest time between inauguration and a full government shutdown. Where's my sound? There we go. It's beautiful. It's exactly what we're doing. Making America great again.
Specifically, is he at the table negotiating with Speaker Johnson because he's alleging that Jeffries is completely walking away, putting in non-starters to the CR conversation. Jeffries said that he has directed his ranking member on the Appropriations Committee to lead these conversations, would not say whether or not he's interacting with Johnson. But again, there's an appetite from quite a few Republicans to start making deeper cuts sooner than later. But the problem is 218 members make up the House Republican Conference. If 30, for example, which is the number in the House Freedom Caucus, decide to abandon that, and you can't get Democrats, that means that you are going to see a shutdown.
Torian Small.
Sounds like they better just pass that clean funding bill. Otherwise, that shit's gonna get a little weird. I wonder, you think a government shutdown would be more unpopular than having benefits cut? Oh, you're telling me that if the government shuts down, all benefits get cut? Oh, and nobody receives their paychecks or Social Security checks, Medicaid benefits, or, you know, government paychecks especially? It's fascinating. Wow. Republicans in a bind, trying to enact these horrifying cuts. Seems like that road is getting shut down. Alright, chat. Well, we've gotten through the first half of the stream, but it's time for an intergalactic intermission. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. We're still trying to get to 1,000 subs. That's right. We're getting very close. 800 and whatever. We're almost at 850. We're so close. One subscription will get us tangibly closer. So if you're enjoying the stream, do that. But also consider contributing if you're enjoying the stream a great deal, as we are completely funded by viewers like you and are dependent upon your donations. Since we don't get ad money, we're under 1,000 subs, so I couldn't even apply if I wanted to be in the AdSense program of ad dollars. So get in there. Show your support for the Galactic News Network. So many great ways to do so. Of course, YouTube right now, you could help us get to the goal of making sure that we get all of the important news of the day. Super chats, super stickers, and memberships will all count towards that goal. You could also contribute on Twitch, bits, subscriptions, on-screen celebrations, Cash App and PayPal if you just want to give me money so I don't go hungry up at the space station. And you don't want YouTube or Twitch to take a massive cut. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a patron on Patreon. That's right. Galactic patrons receive the most space benefits in the entire Milky Way galaxy. Just $3 a month. So, get in there. Get on our website. Show your galactic support. Don't forget, though, that we are requesting people not to sign up and pay through the Apple app. Android's fine, and the website's fine, but Apple's monopolistic powers have allowed them to do some real shady shit with our money. So get in there. Alright, chat, enjoy this short space break. Maybe grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. I was muted. God damn it. Anyway, we're back to the Galactic content. And, we're going to get into the discussion of the environment and some things like that. Environmental half actually starting in the second half today. Shocking, to say the least. But this next one is fascinating. What's this guy's name again? God damn it. I have to reload this now. There we are. So yeah, Clay Higgins, who I believe is a representative, I want to say from Louisiana? Yeah, Clay Higgins, representative from Louisiana. And I'm pretty sure recipient of Ozempic, because boy has his body mass index dramatically shifted in like a year and a half. Yeah, let's go here, see what Clay Higgins, representative of Louisiana, has to say about U.S. energy policy and what he believes to be the way to a cleaner, more stable environment. Interesting and fascinating. What is your way? Well, I need to know. What is the way to? We must know. We talk about the environment all the time. What makes it cleaner?
Lady yields. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for questioning. It's been clear through the course of modern history that economic prosperity is directly related to the availability of affordable, abundant, transportable energy product. And across the world.
I'm sorry, but that statement was completely unintelligible. I have to hear it again. What was that?
Prosperity is directly related to the availability of affordable, abundant, transportable energy product.
Abundance. Prosperity is the only way to do this. Okay.
And across the world, where economic prosperity moves forward, built upon a cornerstone of affordable, reliable, transportable, abundant energy product, then the environment is cleansed in an economically
This guy is so dumb. I almost need to hear that one again too. They're both just so goddamn stupid. What is this guy talking about? How does transporting energy around the world keep did he say it keeps the environment healthy?
Then the environment is cleansed.
Cleansed. I'm sorry. Cleansed. Cleanse the environment.
Community.
Gotta cleanse
it. The air gets cleaner. The water
gets cleaner. The water. When you cleanse the environment of non-economic activity, well, in that moment you will have a cleaner, cleansed environment. Okay, the water
gets cleaner, the land gets cleaner.
The land, yeah.
So if our goal is to have a cleaner, more stable environment for our planet, then we should embrace the supply of energy product.
I think we all know where he's going with this, but this is just fucking hilarious trying to watch this guy get through these sentences that are so ill-conceived. I can't imagine who wrote these. But these feel to me to be pre-planned statements. Somehow this got past I guess this guy his number two. Yeah, you let him come out with this speech, buddy. This is pathetic.
That most clearly reflects those key principles of as clean as possible, but abundant and affordable and transportable. So if energy product comes out of the gate as unaffordable and not abundant and unreliable, then it doesn't meet the criteria.
What is not abundant?
This is where
the sun isn't abundant. There's no wind. We've been having higher and higher winds. What is he talking about? What is this fucking? I mean, what is not a? There's no abundance of solar energy. What are you talking about, dude?
Our colleagues on both sides of the aisle have contention. None of us disagree with our responsibility to preserve our planet.
Our responsibility.
We have a mandate since the dawn of man.
The dawn of man.
Care for our
since the dawn of man.
Since
the dawn of man, we have not had abundant energy. This is just it is a blip on the goddamn timeline, you idiot. This is one of the most unscientific things you're going to hear on this stream. I know we hear a lot of them from people such as Clay here, but wow, this one's really fighting for number one dumbest things said on this stream. The dawn of man. Since the dawn of man, you don't understand now, okay? You see, at the dawn of time, man was given by God oil drilling machinery, and he would go on down into the Gulf of Mexico. Now, excuse me, I've spoken incorrectly. The Gulf of America. And he would, by the hand of God, take that oil from the ground and put it into his dirt bike. Back in the Fertile Crescent.
And we take this responsibility very seriously. But I would ask the young lady, Ms. Gunaskara,
do it.
Regarding the mission statement of the EPA. You're a former employee of the EPA, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe in a sentence, what's the mission statement of the EPA?
To protect public health and the environment.
Thank you very much. So to protect the public health and the environment.
I love this technique. Come out, say a bunch of very incorrect stuff, right? And then get an expert to say one thing that you think proves everything you just said to be correct. No, you just started with a fucking false premise, stupid. Just came with a false premise. You said that the transportation of energy improves and cleanses the environment and the water. That's what you said, okay? And then you asked this lady, what is the stated goal of the EPA? To protect the environment? Well, see, there we go. Answer my question. Now we just need to transport and make more abundant the energy.
Worldwide is an aspiration, but the mission statement of the Environmental Protection Agency is to protect the environment of the United States, correct? And we accept the role as the world's energy leader, both in consumption and production and in technology.
Some of those things
shared with the entire world.
Some of those things are not things we should be bragging about. We don't have the world's largest population, but we're using the most energy, and you're saying, look at us using the most energy. That's efficiency, baby. My God, this is the most ill-conceived public statement. Oh, it's amazing.
Regarding permitting, Mr. Harrigan, what would happen if permitting at the federal level was streamlined to allow for a more aggressive introduction of clean, affordable, reliable, transportable energy product in the United States and worldwide? What would happen in those communities?
So I just to make a point,
and I know my friends in the press know that I live in the numbers. More wind and solar was built under the Trump administration than the entire.
Yeah, the first Trump administration, people were realizing, private industries were starting to realize that they could actually get more bang for their buck by building out solar and wind, right? And there were still a bunch of Obama-era policies in place, subsidies and other things that were keeping those industries afloat as well in the interim, in the last 8 years, right? Or the 8, well, whatever, you get what I'm saying. But yeah, okay. Anyway, let's move on from that very, very stupid claim from Clay Higgins that the way to a cleaner, more stable environment is through abundant, reliable U.S. energy. And that we just need a drill, baby, drill. And that'll solve it. All these goddamn hippies are telling me we need to stop oil drilling. And I say, what are you stupid? That's de-cleansing the environment. The water needs the oil. That's how it thrives. It cleanses it. When that BP did that oil spill, that was a good thing. All right, let's move away from talking about what's been going on over in the House. I think it was the House Energy Reliability hearing, the Energy Oversight Committee. Why do we have two House committees with the word energy in it? Can we just have one? And why does the other one preside over Medicaid? Bob, that makes sense. It's a spiritual cleansing. I get it. I'm just stupid.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Now I understand. Let's move along from that nonsense to something of a scandal regarding the environment. Let's go here to Kayhan 2 News earlier today. Here's some breaking turtle news. A former Disney star is now under fire.
That's hot.
For touching Honu. Who is Honu? Let's find out.
An actress is apologizing after she posted a video showing her touching a sea turtle while in Hawaii. The Department of Land and Natural Resources says actress China Ann McLean told them she was not aware that she should not touch a turtle and that she never meant to disrespect the people of Hawaii. According to the state, McLean said the video was from 2 years ago, even though she posted it recently. It has since been taken down. The DLNR says touching a turtle is not against the law unless a turtle is harmed, but people are urged to avoid touching them and stay at least.
Yeah, because you don't want to acclimate native wild turtles to human contact. But actually, fun fact, Honu is not the name of a turtle, but the Hawaiian word for turtle. Well, specifically the sea turtle. Fun fact. Fun Hawaii fact. There you go. Enjoy that. But the local communities are criticizing this former Disney star for having touched the turtle. She apologized. And hopefully that will be it. And we will have learned a lesson as society to not pet the turtles. They're cute, but just let them do their thing. Okay, now let's go to the mainland. Let's talk about California. What's been going on in California? A whole lot. And with everything that's been going on in California, considering last year's fire season, for instance, and this year's coming up, we probably need people to look after the forests, wouldn't you say? Let's go here and look at a protest that has been erupting in California at different state parks over Donald Trump's cuts to U.S. National park staff, to the budgets of these agencies, and people are pissed.
What democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like!
These protesters at Yosemite fear for the future of America's national parks. Around 1,000 employees, 5% of the workforce, were laid off in February as part of a cost-cutting campaign by the Trump administration. Former staff say this was the wrong place to cut corners.
People who come to these national parks to work are not making a lot of money. And in fact, most of them are volunteering time beyond their work duties because they care so much about the work they do.
Wait.
So if you're trying to find efficiency in the...
Absolutely. That's exactly what I was about to say. My good man. That sounds incredibly efficient. We're getting, you know, like, we're getting serious bang for our buck with these national parks employees. We got national parks employees coming to work when they're not scheduled to work and when they're not getting paid just because they care about the parks. That's like 2 for 1. You give them a salary and then you get another salary's worth of work. I'm not saying we should expect that of them, but if that's the case, this is the opposite of efficiency. We're destroying efficiency by doing that. Come on.
Come on!
I don't want reality.
Government, these people who are bleeding for these parks are some of the most efficient government employees that exist.
Yosemite National Park is famous for its natural beauty. The 300,000-hectare nature reserve attracts around 4 million visitors every year. Staff help keep people out of danger and maintain facilities that are often difficult to reach.
They do absolutely incredible work about protecting the environment, keeping people safe, making the visitor experience what it is, and it's absolutely despicable that anybody questions their job performance or suggests that there's waste.
Yosemite is also vital for science and conservation. It's home to hundreds of animal species and more than 1,000 different plants.
These national parks are one of the treasures of our country, and they hold some species that are on the brink of extinction. And if we don't act now to save these things, they could disappear forever.
Show me what democracy looks like!
Several parks have already scaled back operations in response to the cuts. There's been pressure from some politicians and advocacy groups to reverse them. The Trump administration has promised to hire more seasonal workers to fill the gaps.
Is it more expensive to have to get HR people to hire new people every season than it is to just maintain having the same workers at the parks throughout the year? I wonder, because I'm thinking it probably is more expensive to do a shitload of interviews every single year. This is idiotic. It's very dumb. Not the protest. The protest is beautiful. Applause for that protest. But you just cannot believe that all of the best stuff is just being dismantled before our eyes. Even, just the entire government seems to be getting utterly obliterated. All the things that we need are seemingly breaking down as we watch it. Good God. Now, on the West Coast, there's been a bunch of earthquakes over the last 24 hours. Let's start in California, in Los Angeles, where a magnitude 3.9 hit the city on Oscars night.
A 3.9 magnitude earthquake struck in North Hollywood last night, just a few hours after the Academy Awards wrapped up. The quake hit around 10:15 local time as stars celebrated at Oscars after parties. Light shaking was felt across the LA area. There are no reports, though, of significant damage or injuries.
Okay, now let's go north to Seattle, to northern And to Western Washington.
All right, let's get it over to Ashley Ruiz, who's in for Rich.
Sorry, not Seattle. Orca Island. Orca Island and Western Washington, where a series of quakes have been felt over the last 24 hours there. Here's King 5 Seattle.
All right, let's get it over to Ashley Ruiz, who's in for Rich this morning, tracking an earthquake that just happened.
Yeah, I mean, just came in a couple of minutes ago. Magnitude 4.6 earthquake, initially preliminary 4.3, and then USGS said it was a 4.6 around 5:02 this morning, around 5.6 miles east of Orcas. And if you felt it, let us know, text us, and also let USGS know as well if you felt shaking, you had any damage.
Now, this came out 2 hours ago. King 5 Seattle, 4.5 magnitude earthquake wakes up residents around Western Washington.
We're getting reports of the quake being felt everywhere from the San Juan Islands all the way to King County. There are so far no significant reports of damage. However, the quake certainly did get a lot of people's attention.
1068. Thank you. Thanks for coming by.
The day started very early for the crew at Dad's Diner in Anacortes. Jamie Miller was getting ready for work when it hit.
My dog started freaking out, being a little spaz, and so then I started to realize that everything in my house was shaking. Yeah.
Jamie immediately ran for the cover of a door jamb, just like she learned in school years ago.
It was like muscle memory, getting under a desk or a door jamb.
My dog alerted me. I thought there was somebody at the front door, and then I thought that person was flying a jet airplane into their house.
Damage from the quake was minimal, but it was strong enough to move Davina Liberty's Orcas Island barn a few inches off its foundation.
Oh, damn.
Orcas was the epicenter for the quake. A smaller aftershock of 1.3 hit a few minutes later closer to Anacortes, sparking fears of a potential tsunami, but one never developed.
This is the epicenter right here where the star is.
Harold Tobin is Washington State's seismologist and director of the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network. The network is continuously monitoring earthquake activity. Tobin says today's earthquake and other recent activity are nothing to be alarmed about.
Right now,
while we might not need to be alarmed about these quakes, although it's possible the aftershocks do occur, there is something we should be alarmed about. Something we talked about over the weekend. That being that Donald Trump and DOGE, Elon Musk, what was it? There's so many different versions now of this, and I can't remember any of them. Trelon, or whatever, has decided to cut jobs at the agency that monitors and maintains seismology equipment and earthquakes. So now we will have broken and under-maintained seismological equipment, and therefore not as much data as we would have to prepare ourselves for quakes. And just lack of monitoring is probably not good in involving things like earthquakes. I feel like earthquakes are pretty bipartisan in who they affect. Could be wrong. But it does seem important. All right, before we go on to other environmental situations, I do want to remind you that we're still 4.5 super chats, super stickers away from getting our goal done, so that we ensure that we get all of the Galactic content tonight. Just gonna point that out. Well, we still have time to complete the goal. So we do have a shit ton of content left, but it's all environmental and world news. All right. Let's go here now to KTLA 5, back to California. Talk about a development in a situation we've been monitoring. Oh, that's right. Mono makes a good point. I will also accept Cash App and PayPal donations as parts of those goals. I still see the money, actually see it even faster, so
immediately, if not sooner.
Absolutely take those donations into account. I should also open it up to Twitch too, I feel like. I get Twitch and YouTube money just as fast, although I have problems on Twitch with actually getting enough money monthly to get the minimum payout. Maybe that would help. I don't know. Whatever. Stop talking about galactic messages. We have other things to talk about. Developing situation. Maybe the most American goddamn environmental situation ever. Bald eagle family.
Yeah, we always love going up to the nest. Big news from Big Bear. Yeah, we always love going up to the nest. Big news from Big Bear, where bald eagles Jackie and Shadow now getting ready to welcome yet another chick into the nest. Friends of Big Bear Valley posting this photo to Facebook showing one of their eggs now with a pip clearly visible. That means that the chick inside starting to peck the way out. Now, pipping, this can be a long process, and it could take a full day or more for that chick to fully emerge from its shell. Well, we want to give you a live look at the bald eagle nest. Look at this cold night up there. Eagles are bedding down for the night, and you can see one of the eagles there kind of buried up to its head in snow, but still keeping those eggs warm. That'll be until sunrise. Jackie and Shadow's previous chick, Spirit, was actually born 3 years ago tonight.
Well, there you go. All along the West Coast, a lot of news going on there, including the continuation of bald eagle species. Oh shit, we're here now. Ah, God. Alright, so, you know how last year we were talking about how the extreme weather seasons are growing longer and more extreme? Well, seems like that's proving true right now. Especially in the South. Stuff is getting weird. And this one is very strange to me because it's March 4th. Not exactly fire season yet. But in the Carolinas, there are just, I mean, there's a developing situation going there. Multiple, like 100 plus fires at this point. I don't know exactly how many now because it just keeps updating and changing, but the entire the region is being affected by these fires in a very strange time for there to be fires like this. All right, let's start here, I guess. Jesus Christ. I honestly am, like, blown away. The fires this large are happening in March.
Tonight, a state of emergency as wildfires rage across parts of South Carolina. The largest, more than 1,000 acres, burning out of control near the popular Myrtle Beach area. Many forced to flee. Hurry, baby! You can hear the panic from residents in the danger zone.
It's definitely nerve-wracking.
The flames fueled by dry conditions and strong winds. A rare red flag warning issued Saturday.
We saw this fire really flare up. We could even see flames from our studio here in Myrtle Beach, 5 miles away.
Now, an urgent effort to attack the flames from every angle. Choppers and planes seen making water drops throughout the day. Russell Hubright is with the state's Forestry Commission.
The problem here, really, that we're trying to handle as best we can is you have some woods that are very flammable.
Wildfires also spread out across hundreds of acres in North Carolina, including the Melrose Fire in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Thick smoke can be seen for miles, the flames slicing through this hillside. Officials are asking the public to stay vigilant with burn bans in place across both states. Back in South Carolina, residents on edge tonight, watching and
Hey, just wanted to say thank you. So I won't dox you, but somebody just sent a donation on Cash App. That's going to get us up to 1.5. So So we're 3.5 donations away. Awesome. Thank you very much. You know who you are.
For any signs of relief.
We were definitely pretty concerned it was going to blow this way, and then when it did, that's when it really got hectic and stressful.
Well, even in just the last couple of minutes, we've watched these flames multiply, and the concern for fire officials moving into the next couple of days is they are expecting the winds to pick back up, and they could carry embers and flames to new dry ground. Hallie?
Emily Aketa, thank you. Let's get right to WNBC meteorologist Matt Brickman. And Matt, there may be some good news later on this week for the crews battling these wildfires, right?
Yeah. But yeah, this is the problem right now, is this drought that shouldn't really be happening like through the winter, right? The fact is a bunch of precipitation happened for a very short period of time, but it was not prolonged in these areas. So there's not enough water, and there's a drought. Same thing that happened in California. Also outside of typical fire season. Usually doesn't start until spring starts, and we're not even close. Very frustrating.
Rain eventually, but it has been such a dry start to the year. Moderate to severe drought across the Carolinas. That dry vegetation, and then yesterday a front goes through with 30 to 40 mile an hour winds. That is the setup for dramatic wildfire spread, which is what we had a day ago. So we need rain. We're dry Sunday, dry Monday. Tuesday, system is shifting east, but triggering severe weather for parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. You could see tornadoes and damaging winds along with hail. By Wednesday, that system moves into the Carolinas, but it's a quick hitter. It's not going to solve those drought concerns, likely.
You know, with the LA fires, this, some of the other things that we've been seeing leads me to think that we're going to have a real fucked up season this year. We're starting to approach things, you know, tornado season starts soon. Oh, God. We're going to be inundated with environmental news this year, I think. These environmental apps are going to take up a lot of space. I think we're just going to have to do 24-hour streams. I'm going to have to just stop sleeping, I think. It's the only solution I can think of. I'm sorry. I'm just going to have to turn into a robot. I have to put my consciousness into like a computer. I think that'll be the best way to do it. Just AI myself. GNN must live in the Midwest. Why must I live in the Midwest? I've never lived in the Midwest. Space? Yes. I'm trying to think. No, never. I feel like I need to know why I must live in the Midwest. Like what's the reason that brings you to that conclusion? All right, we're going to keep talking about these fires. I'm just distracted by this discussion.
Right now, there is a state of emergency in the Carolinas. Dozens of wildfires burning across multiple states, leading to evacuations. Thanks for streaming with us. I'm Phil Lipoff. And firefighters are battling those fires that erupted across South and North Carolina. South Carolina's governor declaring a state of emergency amid red flag warnings with 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Oh, Simric thinks I mentioned tornado. That's actually what I thought it was going to be. So the reason I mentioned tornado season is because last year we covered it. We used to just do 3 halves a stream. But since I started doing goals to make sure that we get all the content out with the news hose on full blast lately, and because it's sort of a good way for me to be like, okay, this is how much money I'll make from YouTube every month. Like we've been doing way more halves, but used to do 3 halves. US news and Canada news, well, like American news. US, Canada, Mexico news. Then we would go to the second half. That would be environmental news. And the third half was Earth news. Now it's like 5 halves a stream, 4 or 5 halves a stream. But the point is, I'm trying to make is that we've always covered environmental issues, weather events, like extreme weather stuff. So last year's hurricane season, last year's tornado season, last year's fire season, we were covering it just as consistently as we possibly could, I think.
Threatening to fan flames. Let's bring in ABC's Johnny Fernandez. Johnny, what's the latest with these fires and the evacuations?
Oh, new support character.
Yeah, Phil. Well, the governor in South Carolina issued that state of emergency after over 4,000 acres burned, over 200 fires in South Carolina alone. So firefighters, they have been working around the clock to try to control these fires and also give some support to emergency service members there. So let's talk a little bit more about the fires. A major fire that they are looking at is the Carolina forest fire. That alone has burned over 1,200 acres just this weekend alone. Now, we know that crews over in Georgetown County, that's about 35 miles south of Myrtle Beach, they also worked to control a fire that burned about 800 acres just this weekend alone. So we know that crews there, they have been able to gain control in the Georgetown County fire, and most evacuations there have been lifted. So we know that warnings have been issued across the southeast, but this upcoming week, we know that warnings will be also issued in the southwest because of critical fire conditions there.
Hey, Johnny, South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster issuing a statewide burn ban, obviously. What can you tell us about that?
Okay, hold on. We're going to keep these going. Decipher, celebrating 2 months as a galactic individual. See none of the most, absent of absorption. Poetry. All right, let's go here now. This was from 14 hours ago as things continued to just snowball out of control. A state of emergency was declared as 175 wildfires burned across the Carolinas. Here's CNN from earlier on Monday.
So the scenes in South Carolina over the weekend, just what you see behind me, emergency responders, residents rushing to get out of the way of fast-burning fires that erupted there. One forest fire near Myrtle Beach has burned upwards of 1,600 acres, prompting some evacuations. And that is just one of the 175 fires that are now burning in that state. Several fires are also reported in North Carolina, threatening some of the areas still recovering from the disaster left behind from Hurricane Helene. CNN's Nick Valencia is in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for us this morning. Nick, what's the very latest there?
Before I let Nick get to what the latest is, I want to get to the latest on our goals right now. Decipher, thank you for the super chat. The amount of doubt has been let out. Or has it? A little poetic comedy. And I appreciate the super chat. That brings us up to 2.5, I think. Although I haven't checked my phone lately to see if anybody's donated on Patreon or PayPal or Cash App. I should start making Patreon memberships, although they are cheaper. Whatever. Yeah. Let's see. What was I saying? I should check that. Yeah. But that gets us to 2.5. We're only 2.5. $5 super chats, super stickers. We count 2 Galactic memberships as 1 super chat or super stickers. I think close. It's either we undershoot or we overshoot it. Yeah, we're getting very close, very, very close. Back to Nick. What do you got, Nick?
Yeah, good morning.
Whoop. Nope.
The flames have died down here in Horry County, which is a welcome blessing for the firefighters that are working on getting those hundreds of fires contained. This is the big one, though, the one that's burning behind me this morning in the Carolina forest. The humidity, though, in the air has really helped improve conditions, but over the weekend it was just absolutely disastrous. You could see the haze still blanketing this part of the state. Well, even miles away, 10 miles away, there along the beach in Myrtle Beach, raining ash down, fueled by those whipping winds, about 30, 35 mile per hour winds that was just just really fueling disastrous conditions. We want to bring in South Carolina Forestry Commission, Russell Hubright. Tell us about what's going on this morning. What are you guys dealing with?
Good morning, Nick. So as you mentioned, haze and smoke is a real problem right now. Two aspects. One of just our firefighters driving around through the area, using their bulldozers, trying to figure out where they are. The second is aircraft. So they can't really do any water drops this morning because they can't see. You know, it's a blanket of fog.
You were telling me about 175 fires. I mean, explain that to us. How is that possible?
Right. So Saturday in particular was a big day. Yeah, over 150 fires across the state. Now, most of those fires we were able to contain at under 100 acres, and that's fairly common. So we will have 3,000 or 4,000 fires during a whole year, but the vast majority of those are small. This one is an outlier.
And those rural fire departments really get on those smaller fires.
It started small and is now ballooned to over 4,000 acres already. Jesus Christ. And the Carolinas are definitely smaller than all of California. This could get really out of hand really quickly. By the way, Simric, thank you for the super chat. Here you go. This should tip you over. I don't know if it tips us over the goal, but it certainly tips me over in excitement. I know that much. Give that a heart. There we go. Much appreciated. I think it gets us to 3.5. Right? Let me count. 1, 2. Got 3 over there. We got DJX gave us a half of 1. Gets us to 3.5. We're still only 1.5 away. We're getting incredibly close to ensuring we get all of the Galactic content tonight.
And those rural fire departments really get on those smaller fires. Talk to us about the threat here. Structures have been threatened. Residents have been evacuated. What's the status right now?
So, as you mentioned, numerous structures threatened, a lot of homes evacuated. Those evacuations have been lifted, which is great this morning. So folks are back in. There's a great presence of the fire service just in case it needed in those neighborhoods. So looking a lot better this morning.
Yeah, visibility is still a major issue. Russell, we'll let you get back to it. We know you have hundreds of personnel working on these fires. They're going to be doing that all day long. Thankfully, though, those flames have died down, and they're hoping that these improved conditions will help them get a handle on these fires and not get them out.
Oh my God, impeccable living. I just saw it on Cash App getting us over. That goal, I'm ending it. That's it. Goal ended with over an hour left to go. We did it. Great job, everyone. Fantastic show of support from all of you, making sure that the Galactic News Network will not only continue to survive, but will do all of the content tonight. God damn it. It's happening. Thank you to all of you. All right, let's keep going. There's been more news on this since CNN first announced that state of emergency there. Let's go on here to CBS. Keep talking about these wildfires, which are not under control yet, from what I can tell. This was also from about 14 hours ago.
All right, closer to home now, fire crews in North and South Carolina are working to contain the remaining wildfires that are burning across different parts of the states. This video shows one of the biggest fires that burned yesterday near the coastal city of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. The South Carolina Forestry Commission. There are only 3 wildfires remaining after 163 incidents were initially reported. I want to bring in CBS News national correspondent Dave Malkoff, who joins me from Carolina Forest, South Carolina. So, Dave, earlier this morning on CBS Mornings, your live shot was completely smoke-filled. I can still see it smoldering behind you. What are you seeing now on the ground, and what's to come?
This is basically the same neighborhood, Vlad. You can see how the wind pushes the smoke away, but the smoke is rising here in the woods behind these neighborhoods. You may hear the South Carolina Forestry Commission going round and round in a Cessna doing their surveillance of this area, but you may think this is deep in the woods. Let me show you what's actually happening here. Look at all these fence lines all the way down here turned into liquid taffy and all just put down on the ground here, Vlad. This is Bob Mattis.
For a second, I could not tell what the fuck I'm looking at. But these homes were on the verge of being utterly... just, oh my god. Wow. Close enough to do that to a fence? I mean, that plastic's pretty thick that they make these fences out of. For it to just melt like butter? Holy fuck.
Bob Maddox's house, and watch, if you follow the blackened grass there, you can see exactly how close that got to Bob Maddox's house. So many firefighters from all over this region were here all throughout the weekend, putting a stop to these flames right at the very last second. So if we think about that there are no lives lost here, there are no structures lost here, that's because of the massive effort of these firefighters, because think of how close it came to losing Bob Maddox's house here.
Unbelievable. Dave Malkoff reporting for us. Dave, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Phone died.
All right, let's get to some weather now. Let's bring in CBS News Philadelphia meteorologist.
All right. That was CBS from 14 hours ago. Let's now go to Global News from 11 hours ago. As we get closer and closer to the most recent updates I have on this. A couple more on this here. All right.
South of the border, raging wildfires in the Carolinas are threatening homes and prompting evacuations. Crews are battling blazes amid dry conditions and gusty winds.
We're seeing some stuff that really we hadn't seen in a while, and it's been pretty rough back there. It's been kind of hard to get to them because you can't really get to them with these bigger trucks, and we're having to drag a lot of hose a long ways into the woods, through people's backyards and over fences, and then going 150 foot into.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right, with wildfires, okay? Eventually they make their way up to property, but they can't get into the fire and do preventative measures without access to water. And you need a fire hydrant to get access to water. And that's why we need, I don't know, federal agencies and other sorts of like state agencies, wildfire fighting efforts. And that's also why, even though Donald Trump recently was talking about how, oh, we shouldn't have one state going to another state to help out with fires. That's why we need other states, right? If you are deficient in wildfire fighting technology and resources, hopefully the state next door does, or the one after that, right? Or the one after that, and they can send planes. Yeah, no, I know, Mitty. Carolina's in March. That's right. On fire. 175 different blazes all at once.
Woods to actually put out the fire. Stay safe first of all, and then we want to help others and try to protect others' property and make sure no one's injured. And keep everybody safe in the neighborhoods. Some of the residents came out and they thanked us and offered us drinks and food, and if we needed anything to let them know they would get it for us. As hard as they're working in there now, they're doing a great job at keeping it contained and getting it put out.
I'm praying this will get under control before it gets too much more out of control.
I have seen several neighbors putting out fires in their individual grass yards.
I didn't realize how bad the fire was. You just hear like a tornado going off in the middle of the trees.
Yeah, but you should have used your eyes. Maybe you've taken the sunglasses off because it's not that bright out right now, actually. And you would have noticed that the entire sky is obscured by smoke, stupid. You know, they say that if you can see the smoke, you should be planning to get the fuck out. That's the general accepted plan on wildfires.
It's been surreal. I mean, they keep popping up, these little things do, and you don't know if they're going to come and get to your house or the next neighbor's house, and it's just the thought. I just really scares me. We did pack up some of our stuff in case we had to leave, but we haven't left yet, so they haven't told us to evacuate. So that's a good thing. We started thinking about
I
had to evacuate because there was some pretty big fires on the other end as well, and it's scary. I didn't know where to go, and then it started getting closer, and I'm like, I can't do this. If they tell us to evacuate, I'll evacuate because nothing's worth anything except your life.
and it was a little smoky, and it was like a little not unbelievable. I've never experienced anything like this.
Right, and so when we came out last night, a little bit later, we could smell it in the air and really start to see like some of the ashes in the air and everything. I've never seen anything like this
is crazy.
Anywhere.
And
Yeah.
we just.
Yeah. Some people taking this in different ways. Seems to be a lot of people not recognizing the danger so much, but you know, South Carolina doesn't have as many wildfires as places like California or places in Canada like BC or Alberta, or and so this sort of thing, especially in March, happening at a time when there should be plenty of moisture, not only unusual, but seemingly causing people a great deal of confusion on what they're supposed to do. But like I said, you should at least be getting prepared to leave if you can see smoke from your house. Not leaving. You should be just keeping an eye on the alerts and packing bags, whatever you can, to get out. There's like a multi-step process to all of this, right? We talk about them so much. Oh god, doing public service announcements now. Okay. Here we go. Last one. This is from 6 hours ago. Fox 7 Austin, covering these fires in the Carolinas. And now apparently Georgia? Okay.
South Carolina declared a state of emergency yesterday as wildfires in the Carolinas and Georgia scorched thousands of acres and forced people to leave their homes. Fox's Jonathan Seri has the latest from Horry County, South Carolina.
We're seeing some stuff that really we hadn't seen in a while.
There are at least 10 active wildfires burning in the Carolinas and Georgia as crews work to get containment and save homes. The rare East Coast wildfires erupted over the weekend. South Carolina was the hardest hit, more than 175 fires reported on Sunday. The largest is near Myrtle Beach in the Carolina forest area. More than 1,600 acres burned so far, forcing some residents to evacuate.
I had my brother call me and tell me to look out the back window, and I no more hung up from him when I've got a police officer knocking on my door.
Red Cross shelters are open across the area, including in Polk County, North Carolina, where a wildfire that's burned 500 acres is only 30% contained. First responders are now applying lessons from hurricane relief, giving folks a safe place to ride out the wildfires while they wait to see if their homes will survive.
Oh no, Hamas is in the Carolinas. Help us. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Inappropriate joke.
To ride out the wildfires while they wait to see if their homes will survive.
We offer.
I think I'm just broken inside from having all of these accusations getting floated by people like Israel and now people in our own State Department. Organizations like the Red Cross are somehow, quasi-terrorist arms of like whatever. I can't. Everything's fine. All right, now let's go to this. Because unfortunately, we got to talk about a situation, the non-fire situation, but relating to, like, all right, this is, how do I put it? It's not, the situation is not, like, it's actually a good thing, but it's also bad because of, well, the fact that the United States is not here for this because Donald Trump pulled us out. Let's go to the now COP16 rather than the COP20. There's a historic biodiversity deal reached at the COP16 2 days ago. It's all very exciting.
Oil spills are devastating marine habitats around the world. In California, these sea lions were poisoned by toxic algae, while in the Philippines, a recent oil spill threatened the livelihood of local fishermen and endangered marine species. And with the threat of a...
Oh, wait, I just misspoke. I just realized something. COP 16 is different than the COP 20. I always forget there's multiple of these fucking things. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Decline of biodiversity, there's a new glimmer of hope for species like this.
I see no request for the floor, so is it adopted?
In Rome, negotiators secured a historic agreement this week. It's aimed at halting and reversing the accelerating loss of biodiversity. COP 16 talks wrapped up with countries agreeing to raise $200 billion annually by 2030.
We want to protect 30% of land and sea globally for nature by 2030. Often it's more profitable to exploit our natural resources than it is to protect and restore them.
Yeah.
Scenes like this, at least 120 river dolphins found dead in the Amazon during severe drought and rising temperatures are becoming too common.
I think our mission is clear. We must protect nature.
In the face of growing environmental challenges, including a 73% decline of wildlife populations since 1970, according to the World Wildlife Fund, the focus is on providing the financial foundation needed to protect and restore ecosystems.
In this very polarized, fragmented, divisive, and conflictive geopolitical landscape we have an important responsibility here in Rome.
The talks held against the backdrop of significant geopolitical shifts, including reductions in development aid from the U.S., which didn't answer questions on why it didn't send representatives to the talks.
Yeah. Why didn't we send representatives? Oh, right, because we have drill baby drill president. And they did exclude, I mean, granted, the United States' budget on foreign development is larger by a little bit than the UK's. The UK also has canceled their budget to buy bombs and missiles. Talked about that earlier at the most recent PMQs, where Keir Starmer announced that the old defense budget needed to be increased, and in lieu of other cuts, he decided to just cut all that foreign development aid, which was very unfortunate. All right, let's now go to Africa. Got a couple of different climate-related stories there. Let's go here first to talk about how the climate has been hammering coffee crops, causing prices to skyrocket, among other things. But also to,
I'm on a farm in a remote village in South Sudan in western Equatoria State, where farmers are...
Ma'am, I said pause. Why are you doing this to me? Very rude. I was in the middle of talking.
How rude!
What was I saying? Saying words just now. All right, going to the south of Sudan to talk about where growers are attempting to genetically modify crops, essentially. Not like, I don't think it's with like gene splicing or anything. I'm pretty sure this is just about like, what's it called? Oh god, what is the word? Like selecting, like gene selecting for tougher crops that hold up to heat, right? Although this method only works to a certain degree, right? And if we cross some of these climate tipping points, not gonna matter. But hey, I do like these efforts.
I'm on a farm in a remote village in South Sudan in western Equatoria State, where farmers are planting Excelsa coffee. This is a heat and drought-resistant coffee. It's native to South Sudan, and experts are saying that this could be a game changer on the global stage amid spiking coffee prices, some of the highest in history, and typical coffee-producing countries like Brazil struggling because of climate change. So you can see behind me, this is the tree. Now, it's just rained, but it's usually extremely hot here, 30, 40 degrees Celsius, and the trees can withstand that.
Excelsa can be a game changer in the industry because Excelsa is more adapted to hot and dry weather, and it's not susceptible to pests and disease. So I think Excelsa is the future for coffee.
The government is hoping that they will be able to produce more and get it exported onto the market and make money.
So yeah, I see somebody mentioning GMOs. These are not GMOs, right? This is just, I think, essentially a particular kind of coffee plant that is being sort of arduously, what's the word? I gotta keep saying the word selected. Like, so yeah, like selected of the most hardy and heat-resistant plants, right? And then trying to use their offspring, essentially, replanting the most heat-resistant of this particular varietal of coffee to ensure coffee supply and, and things like that. Something that people say they need, so I hear.
The country, and farmers and locals are hoping that this is going to be a game changer for them as well, that they're going to be able to make more money, send their children to school, put more food on the table.
I'm very happy with my coffee. I like to jump and touch the branch of the trees because of my happiness. Those who haven't planted, be strong and plant like me. And when you plant, look after it properly. Don't let it get burnt from fire. I've looked after my coffee and fire hasn't impacted it.
There are challenges. It's hard to sell the coffee on their own because there's little road network. It's hard to get it out of these villages. And there are also bushfires, often, especially in the dry season, that come and destroy the crops.
Yeah, that's going to be too hot for those coffee plants to survive.
That's hot.
Yeah, fires are hot. You're right. You're right, Paris. When you're right, you're right. Well, America does. Exactly. America runs on Dunkin'. People need their coffee. Jerry saying that she will fight. She will fight me for coffee. You can have it. You can have the coffee. Won't fight you. I prefer my tea, although I do like coffee. I drink more tea than I drink coffee. I do need my caffeine, one way or another. This show's not getting done if I don't have it. Not happening.
That's too much, man!
Shutting it down. Okay, let's go to the coast of Africa now. To La Réunion. Off of Madagascar, which we talked about a couple days ago, where Cyclone Garance has wreaked havoc on the island. Here's France 24 English from 18 hours ago on the story. And if there were no clues, La Réunion is a French territory.
Life is not yet back to normal in La Réunion. After Cyclone Garance struck the French island on Friday, it will have to rebuild. And debris must be cleared from the roads.
We've been on the site since early this morning. My boss sent us here to clear all the mud here on the road.
La Réunion's agricultural sector was also hit hard. This farmer said the hurricane was exceptionally destructive.
Ça fait bientôt 17 ans que j'habite ici.
I've been living here for almost 17 years and I've never seen my garden like this after a cyclone.
Now all the fruit trees, all the dog kennels, everything has been taken away. I have never seen anything like it.
Jamais vu ça en fait.
The island's prefect said Garance was more disastrous than a cyclone in January 2024, Cyclone Bilal, which killed 4 people and caused an estimated 100 million euros of damage. On Saturday, the island's international airport reopened, and France's interior minister said 103 firefighters and 5 tons of supplies would be sent from the archipelago of Mayotte. Another firefighters and 50 soldiers left mainland France on Sunday to help manage the cyclone's aftermath.
Okay. Now, let's go further east.
In India, at least 4 people have...
Yes, like she was saying, India. It's another story that we talked about earlier. This is an update to that story that we watched a couple of days ago regarding the avalanche in the Uttarakhand area, where workers, still unspecified what kind of workers were here. I keep saying I'm assuming they're miners, but it's just not, still not clear to me. But they were all trapped due to this avalanche that had happened. At least half of them were trapped. Now, we got an update here. Sorry, I just lost my freaking place. Who is this from? Global News. From 2 days ago. And apparently some of those people who were trapped have now been pronounced dead.
In India, at least 4 people have died after an avalanche swept away a large construction crew. The incident took place in the northern state of Uttarakhand on Friday. Officials say 55 workers were initially trapped under the snow. 50 of them were rescued, but 4 later died. Authorities say most of the workers were migrant laborers working on a highway construction project.
यहाँ पर काफ़ी ज़्यादा बर्फबारी है और सभी मार्ग पूरी तरह से बंद हैं, कहीं 10 फुट 12 फुट से भी ज़्यादा बर्फबारी हो रही है.
More than 10 to 12 feet of snow have accumulated in these areas.
लगातार हमारा
Our efforts to rescue the remaining survivors will continue.
उनको भी जल्दी से जल्दी बाहर निकाला जाए.
A total of 57 workers were working there, of which 2 were on leave.
2 लोग पहले ही छुट्टी पर गए हुए हैं, तो 55 लोग वहाँ पर थे.
Thus, 55 workers were actually there. Okay.
इलाज के लिए सारा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है और
So all arrangements are being made for their treatment. Search operations are ongoing for the remaining workers. So yeah, they had rescued dozens of people as we had last checked. But since then, 4 people have been pronounced dead. In the Uttarakhand region of India where this avalanche occurred. Hopefully the rest of them are rescued. Alright, now let's go to... oh shit, is it Vietnam? God damn it, I think Hanoi's in Vietnam, right? Am I losing my mind? Yes, thank you. Is the capital, dummy. Okay, let's go to Hanoi. Where, like in many other places in Southeastern Asia, toxic fumes are repressing the people.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Let's go here to South China Morning Post from 21 hours ago. Heavy smog frequently blurs the skyline of the Vietnamese capital of Hanoi. For about 3 months, the city has regularly topped the list of the world's most polluted cities. This air pollution has a huge impact. Many weaker people immediately get sick with coughing and the flu. There was a flu outbreak recently. It's really scary. In general, it's too polluted. Yeah, no kidding. That shot is wild. The WHO has warned of multiple health issues linked to prolonged exposure to toxic air. Related health problems include strokes, heart disease, lung cancer, and respiratory illness. 70,000 is the estimated number of deaths from air pollution-related diseases in Vietnam each year. And experts say that the air pollution problem has both environmental and economic costs.
A lot of tourists, they realize that Hanoi is polluted during certain times of the year, they may not come, and then that means a reduction in tourism revenue. Because you lose people coming here because of air pollution. And also for children going to school, this could have long-term consequences on their mental health. So I think, so from that perspective, the situation is urgent to deal with.
The estimated cost of social and economic losses caused by air pollution in Vietnam every year is $13 billion. Some analysts say efforts to counter the problem have failed because of weak enforcement.
The Hanoi city is concerned about the issue. They came up with an action plan, air quality action plan last year. They have an investment plan to increase number of monitoring stations. They want to introduce this low emission zones in Hanoi. They put a ban on open burning, which needs to be enforced. So there is a recognition of this issue at the highest level in the country. Now that's the question of enforcement.
Vietnamese authorities banned crop burning in 2022, but plastic is constantly burning in many Hanoi districts. Good God. Officials also do not close schools or issue work-from-home orders on high pollution days. It's impossible to avoid. My job is just outside, like this. I just hope the authorities can handle it so people can live in a clean environment, so they can feel safe. Vietnam has pledged to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. But government statistics show that the nation's coal imports rose 25% year on year in 2024. Come on. That's not how you reduce emissions. Okay. Okay, now let's go on to a different place in Asia that's experiencing an air problem, but that air problem isn't due to pollution. This one is due to a wildfire, which is ripping through Japan as thousands flee the burning villages in their wake. This is horrifying. It's winter time for Japan too, right now. And yet they're also having wildfires. That's good. That's a good vibe. Let's go here. They've been going on for a few days now. Thousands of panicked residents were forced to evacuate after wildfire in northeastern Japan. Firefighting teams are actively battling a rapidly spreading wildfire in Ofanatu City, Iwate Prefecture, Japan. The fire damaged buildings and prompted the mobilization of military helicopters to douse the raging blaze. Wow, that's a lot. Oh my God. The fire has so far burned at least 84 buildings and forced 2,000 residents to evacuate. Yeah, it's like that really pretty village at the bottom of that frickin' valley right there. That's kind of depressing. Looks quite old. There has been at least one casualty reported so far, after rescuers found a burned body in the area. Yoshi Fujigami, the mayor of Ofanatu, described the fire as large-scale, saying strong winds... Whoopsies, what was that? My bad. Strong winds... Oh, strong winds from the west helped it spread. Yeah. The world is on fire, everyone.
So hot right now.
So this was from 4 days ago, and since then it has only gotten worse, from my understanding of the situation. Let's go now here to Wyon, from a day ago, showing some of the live footage yesterday.
Actually,
I just realized we've seen some of this, and I know there's no translations in this one. Oh shit. Okay, now let's go on, because I think they repeat the footage now from this. Can't remember. Maybe not. Actually, there is some stuff in here we definitely didn't see here. Now, and my understanding is that this is the biggest fire that Japan, all of Japan, has seen in decades. The whole country. Worst fire in, I think it's like 30, 40 years or something like that. You can see people who are evacuated now sleeping in what appears to be some sort of government building, maybe a school. But there's no way. There's no way to know because there's no translations or narration here from Wyon. But at least we got the footage. All right, let's now go here. This is BBC from 16 hours ago. All right, we'll go straight at this one. This is global news now from 8 hours ago.
A large wildfire continues to burn in northeastern Japan, prompting the local government to expand evacuation orders for nearly 4,600 people. Aerial footage shot by Japan's self-defense force captured strong flames burning multiple houses and trees in one coastal city. Over 2,000 hectares of land has been burnt so far. The wildfire broke out last week, but the local police and fire departments have been struggling to contain it since then. So far, only one death has been reported, according to the local authorities.
避難してくる時にはもう我が家にも火の手が迫ってたので、多分もう燃えてなくなっちゃってるだろうなと思って。
Sorry, I wasn't prepared to do translations. Let's try that again. When we were evacuating, the fire was approaching our house. So I think our home is probably burning down and will be gone. Okay. What is going on in chat here right now? Okay. Oh god, Decipher daring Soul Life to abuse his mod powers? He doesn't need to be dared. This is from 8 hours ago. No, wait. What? Which one is this? Oh yeah, this is from 3 hours ago. Sorry, this is most recent footage I've got. Alright, well there's the fire in Japan. Fire in South Carolina, and Georgia. Yep, it's not even fire season yet. How good. It's a good start. It was a good start to the year. Now, we're not done talking environmental news, as it would appear there is significant concern over this cyclone headed towards the east coast of Australia, Cyclone Alfred, as it has been named. Here's ABC News from Australia from 10 hours ago.
Wow, some developments overnight. Can you tell us what's the latest with Alfred as it stands right now?
So the latest with Tropical Cyclone Alfred, on that latest tropical cyclone advice that was issued less than an hour ago, has the system as a Category 2 system over 500 kilometres to the east of Brisbane. Now today is the critical point where we're going to see the direction of the system moving, that track that it's taking. Previously it was moving southeast, parallel to the Queensland coast, but through today we are expecting to see the system start moving westwards, making that turn towards the Queensland coast. The rest of our expectations haven't changed that much, so that is still for a coastal crossing, somewhere between the Sunshine Coast and Brisbane, likely late on Thursday night or early Friday morning. Now, in the lead up to that coastal crossing, we're going to see the wind and rain increasing, but even bigger than that, the coastal hazards will be increasing. The hazardous surf, coastal inundation and high tides are all already having their impact on that stretch of southeast Queensland coast. As the system crosses, that's when we'll see the biggest impacts, but many of those impacts, including the rain and flooding risk, will continue after that crossing has taken place.
All right, so surf, the major focus now. How big are the waves that we're seeing, and what sort of impact is that having on the coast?
We're already seeing waves in excess of 4 metres. We're likely to see them pushing up to 5, 6, 7 metres over the coming days. Around the time of crossing, those wave heights may push towards 8 or 9.
8 or 9? That's like 30 feet. Jesus Christ.
Metres. So incredibly large waves that are having this hazardous impact for any activities close to the coast. So it's definitely not a week to be heading for the beach. In addition to that, we are seeing extremely high and dangerous swells pushing in from far out over the ocean, and that is already having a coastal erosion impact on some areas, including around Gari. We're also seeing high tides through today. They should ease back a little bit over tomorrow and the next day before returning later in the week, which means we're likely to see those tide heights getting significantly above the highest astronomical tide. So really dangerous conditions out along the marine areas.
Yeah, and a shout out as well to our friends on Lord Howe Island, who are also under warnings for these huge waves developing, especially later today. Okay, take me through the latest thinking rainfall-wise, totals. What's kind of the two ends of the spectrum? What's the best case and the worst case scenario?
So I guess the general case scenario, first of all, is that we are likely to see, several hundred millimetres a day. Now, that's most likely to the south of the system. So if we have a crossing between the Sunshine Coast and Brisbane, that means Brisbane, the Gold Coast and those northern rivers of New South Wales are likely to see the heaviest rainfall totals, increasing through today and tomorrow, peaking around that Thursday, Friday, going into Saturday period. Now, across the period, we could easily see those rainfall totals reaching 200 to 400 millimetres, with locally higher falls of 600 or 700 millimetres accumulating over that multiple day period.
Yeah, it's a lot of rain. Afraid it looks like Australia is going to be seeing some floods, most likely here over the coming days, as this storm makes landfall. Hopefully everyone stays safe in the area. Let's just go here. See the latest update from ABC News Australia. This is from 8 hours ago.
Tropical Cyclone Alfred has been upgraded to a Category 2 system and is now forecast to make landfall in Brisbane's northern suburbs on Thursday night or Friday morning. Now, if it crosses the coast there, it'll be the first tropical cyclone to directly hit the region in more than 50 years. Gale force winds and rainfall totals of up to 400 millimetres are forecast. Authorities say there is a chance Alfred's coastal crossing could coincide with a high tide, making storm surges a significant concern.
We're already seeing waves in excess of 4 metres. We're likely to see them pushing up to 5, 6, 7 metres over the coming days. Around the time of crossing, those wave heights may push towards 8 or 9 metres. So incredibly large waves that are having this hazardous impact for any activities close to the coast.
In Queensland, the islands off Moreton Bay, Brisbane's Bayside communities and coastal towns from Noosa to the Gold Coast have been named as immediate priorities. Queensland Premier David Crisafulli is urging residents to be prepared.
I want Queenslanders to know we've done our bit for our preparations. We've pre-positioned generators and health staff onto some of those vulnerable island communities, for example. We're making sure that all the logistics are in place. We want Queenslanders to do the same. And this is an unusual event. It's not unprecedented, but it is unusual to have a cyclone of this severity crossing the coast. But I've seen the way that Southeast Queenslanders have handled flooding in the past. This just has an added layer of complexity.
In northeast New South Wales, extra flood rescue teams and emergency helicopters have been deployed. Premier Chris Minns says the government has learnt from previous natural disasters in the region.
We've got 40 flood rescue teams that have been trained up and have the resources ready to help in the event of a disaster in the Northern Rivers. Obviously, we've got high clearance vehicles and the latest communication devices from the SES and New South Wales Police. But even with all of those resources and the extra funding from the New South Wales government, we still rely on the public to act early, be prepared, to listen to information so that we can limit the amount of exposure to human, potentially people losing their lives.
Okay. Well, there we go. There's the latest on this storm that is heading for Australia's east coast. Like I said, hopefully everybody can manage to stay safe amidst all of this. Narwhal by nature showing up in the chat with a super chat. Oh nar, that sounds wild. Australian chatters, happy Mardi Gras. Everyone, don't forget to earn those beads. Legally speaking. Yes, earn the beads.
Illegal.
Okay. I appreciate you, Narwhal. Hope your night's going good. Alrighty. How are we doing on time right now? Oh, we're approaching second break. Looks like we're going to head into other news, though. Start off with some space news stuff. This is technically over, but I figured we'd get a scientific explanation of the planetary alignment, which just ended at the beginning of this month. Let's go here to AP Archive, talk about the rare planetary alignment that happened in February. It is lovely, taking in the stars. Now this is at the National Space Center in England.
So a planetary parade people might often think of as planets lining up in the sky, or more so in space. So when we see pictures from NASA or in textbooks, they're often drawn side by side. When we talk about a planetary parade as something you can see in the sky, it's that the planets appear in a roughly line-like position across the sky. Saturn, and then then finally you've got Uranus.
She's got a little model here.
And Neptune. So we have the Sun at the centre of our solar system, and then we know that planets orbit around it. And here's our Earth, and from the Earth, when we look towards the more western part of the sky, after sunset, probably around 6-7 o'clock, we'll see planets like Venus, Saturn, and even Neptune that may be visible. But if we look towards the other part of the sky at roughly the same time too, we'll see Jupiter and Uranus, and then Mars even further over to the east.
You know, when you do it like that, it doesn't seem as cool. Am I right? Like, or it just doesn't seem, you know, when you put it on a flat plane, you can clearly see that they're only lined up from our perspective, from being on the Earth and looking out to the sky, but really, they're all over the place. There's not really a line, but they show up as a line in our sky. So strange. Wait, did she have more? Oh, she did have more. Hold on, I forgot.
So what's awesome about trying to look for planets in the sky is that actually quite a few of them are visible to the naked eye. So you don't need any tools, no binoculars or telescopes. So if you want to look for the naked eye planets, as we call them, then Venus and Saturn over in the western part of the sky, they'll be visible to the eye. And then you should be able to spot Jupiter and Mars further over to the east. Venus and Jupiter typically are the brightest ones.
There we go. Planets. We gotta bring you space news every day, okay? It's my promise to you. We're gonna do it. However I have to. But today we have two pieces of space news. And unfortunately, it's just a continuation of the thing that I continue to try and fight against, that being the privatization, the billionaire takeover of the galaxy. Certainly of our solar system, and of space, near to Earth. Let's go here to Europe, who's also decided to privatize space. How good. How good. Ariane 6. Set for its first commercial blast-off. Here's France 24 English, 24 hours ago on the story.
Europe is continuing its fight to keep up in the global space race with the launch of Ariane 6 on Monday. Following a successful test in July, the European launcher will take off from French Guiana, carrying a French military intelligence satellite. Due to the sensitive nature of this mission, France's army is securing the Kourou Space Centre. Fighter jets are on patrol to protect against unknown drones and aircraft.
There may be threats, such as individuals attempting to disrupt the launch for various protest-related reasons. Additionally, foreign competitors could seek to interfere with the rocket launch for geopolitical reasons.
This first commercial mission of the Ariane 6 rocket is viewed as an important step to ensuring European sovereignty in outer space. First scheduled in December, the launch was pushed back due to logistical problems getting the CSO-3 satellite to the base. This will complete a network of 3 French military satellites in orbit, the first 2 launched in 2018 and 2020 by Russian spacecraft. However, France stopped all space cooperation with Moscow after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022.
This launch is a key event for France and Europe's autonomy in accessing space. It's at the core of the French Air and Space Force's mission in this operation, to ensure that no threat disrupts or hinders the launch and, consequently, European and French access to space.
Okay. Well, there you go. Europe also getting in the privatized space race. What do I do here? Got 10 minutes until... You know what? We're just going to take an early break. We're going to take an early break so we can get to the Earth news faster. I know that doesn't make sense. Just hear me out. I need to stretch my limbs. All right. Galactic intermission incoming. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon too, so that you can get all the latest Galactic notifications. While you're doing all that, do consider also contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways to do that. We got YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, which are now being gifted, properly to people, and I'm also receiving the funds for them. We have figured out that mix-up now, so we can continue adding members and get ourselves closer to more Galactic emotes for our YouTube viewers. We got Twitch, bits and subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you'd like to forego having YouTube or Twitch take that money, just give it directly to me. Why not? But if you'd like to donate in a place where you get the most galactic benefits possible for your Earth dollars, then I would recommend going on to Patreon and becoming a Galactic patron. Just $3 US a month. You can get a myriad of sweet, sweet space benefits. Like an avatar here at the pool or by the bar. Maybe even in the galactic streets. It's all up to you here in the galactic universe. Shoutouts every stream, so many benefits on Patreon. I'm just going to recommend to you to go onto our website, sign up there, where you can see all of the benefits laid out in all of their glory. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. chat. You know what that sound means? It's time for us to get back to the galactic content. Alright, and we got a lot of Earth news to get through here today, so we better get right to it. Oh, this is what I haven't put up. That's what I need to do. Carnival decorations. I'm out of control. I'm out of control with the goddamn holidays. But I refuse to not celebrate them with you. Because everything else sucks right now. So let's go to Rio. See how those celebrations have been going. Carnival time. Engaged. Rio de Janeiro. Locked and loaded. Where did I get the impression that you wanted me to leave? Where did you get the impression that I wanted you... Or where did you get the impression that I have the impression that you wanted me to leave? Because I feel like I'm missing something. I said your name? Did I? When? I don't think I did. Not intentionally. I think I must have said something that sounded like my dog's. But was actually something else. I have no idea what that would have been. But I'm glad to see you. It's nice to see you out of the lurk. And in the chat. Always a welcome contributor to these galactic chats. Those spinning puka shells? How do they spin? It's magic. Or are they coffee beans? It's impossible to say. There's no way to know. How do they spin? It's magic. Wait, is SL... Is SL meant to be for someone else? Who is SL? Who in the hell is SL? And why am I in top chat? This is all wrong. Everything is wrong. It's all wrong. $80 likes. My God, that's a lot of likes. Nope, we have that. Nope, we have that too. We don't have that. Okay. Cisco! Captain Cisco, where are ya? All right. Now, we watched parts of these yesterday, but actually this is a different day of these celebrations. They seem to go on and on. Anybody know how long Carnival goes for? You know what? I'm going to look it up, but feel free to tell me in chat if I don't figure it out. All right. Let's go on to some more of this celebration. I'm gonna switch vids though. Actually, was there more? I mean, honestly, it's pretty awesome to watch. I don't know if anybody else enjoys this as much as I do. All the festivities and the costumes and the music and the dancing. I mean, I feel like you can't go wrong. Well, I'm just going to keep scrolling through these live streams because they're like multiple hours long. So we can catch all the good bits. Look at these hats. My God. I wonder how many days it takes to sew all these costumes. It ends at midnight tonight. Oh, I never got the decorations up. God damn it. I'll make decorations next year. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. I don't feel like I've completely let everyone down. It's totally fine. A lot of beautiful people. A lot of beautiful people here. Let's keep it classy in chat. Let's keep it classy. Are there people in the... Are they on stilts or something? Are there actual people in there? What am I looking at? Or is it like multiple people underneath the dress pushing it? I can't tell. No, I think it's gotta be people in the dress walking it, not stilts. There's no way. There's no way. They're way too stable. Alright, gonna keep going through all this stuff. Oh my god, look at these. What in the hell am I looking at? What are these? Multiple spinning vases with axes and clubs on them? Surrounded by what appears to be like a pineapple, at least some sort of a kind of like a tiki vibe going on here. Oh, it's on oh my god, it's on the back of moving sea turtles, dude. These sculptures are insane. These floats, like I said before, I thought New York, I thought we were serious about our floats. It's bullshit. Brazil clearly takes the float game to another level, unseen in the entire galaxy. This is next level float. Holy shit, dude. Fully automated, house-sized floats. Twin turtles. Am I not turtle enough for the Turtle Club? No, you're definitely turtly enough. Definitely turtly enough for the Turtle Club. What's behind the turtles? Oh god, the anticipation is killing me. Oh my god. What is this? Wow, a lot of turtle themes going on right now. Is there a big turtle thing in Carnival that I'm unaware of? Or is there a best float competition? Well, that much actually feels very, very obvious when you look at it. It's like, yeah, there's somebody's competing for a prize here. Whatever that prize may be, glory, the big bucks, Medal of Honor. This is incredible. The amount of artistry that went into creating this thing is insane. Look at the lighting on this thing. Oh my god, and a giant hummingbird is rising from inside of it with people on top of it. Oh my god. What the fuck? Uh-oh, somebody's got the fireworks back there. Popping off on the bridge. This is wild. I'm glad we get to do this together. This shit is... This is a good one. What else we got here? Gonna keep looking through all these parades. Look at these outfits. I feel like this one's religious themed. That's the vibe I'm getting right now. She seems she seems to be having zero fun right now. Excuse me, miss. You're on camera. Yes, over here. Hi. Yeah, you look miserable. This is supposed to be a festive occasion, and you look like you're ready to kill someone. What's going on? Were you coerced into wearing this outfit? She looks fucking miserable, dude. Oh my god. her alone. She's the one who's not having any fun at Carnival. Something that looks incredibly fun. Dancing, the music, I assume a great deal of food and drinking, fireworks, lighting, family and friends. What is there? What is there to be upset about? Oh my god, that's not what I'm doing. That is not what I'm doing, chat. If she were giving us a news presentation or telling us about the state of the economy or any number of things, a book report, medical advice, I would be fine with that look. But at this incredibly festive parade, I need festivity, okay? And men and women alike. This is not what you're suggesting, some sort of a sexist tirade on my part. No. No, I'm suddenly very into this whole carnival thing, all right? And I need everybody to be having fun right now. It's a galactic decree. Oh god. I just realized what I'm looking at. I'm looking at...
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Anybody else see it? This is... what's her name? Oh god, I can't think of her name now. Vergonia lady. Somebody help me. I know people in this chat know who I'm talking about right now. Oh, why is my brain not working? Oh, it's her favorite thing. This is the flag she wanted. This has got to be her float. Somebody help me. Oh my god. Fine, I'll search it. I'll search for this. I have to know before we go any further. Emma? No, not Emma. I know who Emma is. No, this is Supreme Court Justice Alito's. Not wait, whatever. What's not Alito? The other one. What's her name? Oh, Martha Ann. Is it Alito? God damn it! My brain just broke. It is Alito. Martha Ann Alito. Okay, I got there. Yes, Alito's wife. Thank you. Yup. Yup. Just in time for me to have already figured it out. Well, there we go. Yeah, Scarlet Vergonias. She wanted her shame flag. She wanted the Vergonia flag with the Sacred Heart of whatever on it. That float was just bedazzled in Sacred Hearts. Yeah, she was upset that there were pride flags in her neighborhood. Remember that? But Brazil is a very religious country. They got that old Jesus, that big old Jesus statue and all that. Samba schools are the districts of Rio? Is that what it's called? So it's like from each neighborhood, each neighborhood's got their own Samba school. And it's like Oh my god, why can't I think of the name of that movie? God damn it. But it's like a Sharks in the Jets type of situation. You have to know the clave to play Latin music. Latin music. Yes, that's very true. You do need the clave. If you don't know how to clave, you're in trouble. There are multiple ways to clave, but you gotta know how to do it. People are gonna look at you weird. You'll be like, what are you doing? It's not what we want right now. You stop that. Alright. Now, let's move across the pond. All the way to the UK, where mayors are calling for Keir Starmer to visit not a place in the UK, but a place in France. Calais. Let's talk about Calais and the current immigration crisis affecting both France and the United Kingdom. Here's BBC News from 18 hours ago.
Now, staying in Europe, because mayors in the French region of Calais are calling on the UK Prime Minister to visit and see for himself what they call a humanitarian crisis, with hundreds of migrants living in squalid conditions waiting to cross the Channel. Around 2,000 people have made the crossing in small boats so far this year. But as Simon Jones reports from France, multiple fatalities since have not stopped the desire of people reaching Britain.
Calais' newest tented city, where people wait before they attempt to cross the Channel. Charities describe the conditions as inhumane. The camp is squalid, there are no working toilets, no proper washing facilities. But the one thing people do have here is hope. Hope of a new life. Zinke showed us the tent in which he has spent the last 2 months. He says he fled persecution in his home country and now dreams of England.
The Sudanese people, they prefer England to other countries. I think because the language maybe, and some people have relatives over there, so there is many reasons.
He's seen friends lose their lives getting from Sudan as far as here.
Yeah, you see your brother die in the sea, and also you trying to cross, so everyone has own destiny.
This hangar is now home to hundreds of people, but it's impossible to say exactly how many because the population is constantly changing.
Oh,
some
no,
here managed to reach the UK.
Oh.
In neighbouring Dunkirk, the UK government's talk of smashing the gangs or previously stopping the boats has not stopped the steady stream of people arriving, wanting a swift departure across the Channel and away from conditions like these. Akam from Iran told me he'd been on a dinghy that sank.
It's really, dangerous. We thought we will die.
You thought you would die?
Yes. But after the French big boat come help us.
But you'll try again?
I don't know. I'm really scared.
What's good about the UK?
What's good about the UK? I can get a new life, bro.
New life?
Yep. I can start a new life from there.
I want to go there, to live there, to get a comfortable life there. Sudan is not good as well as you see from the news. That is why I want to go to England, UK.
Yeah. You know what would solve some of these atrocities we're talking about? People drowning in the Channel. Sensible and humanistic migration policy, both in France and the UK. But then I guess we'll just be subjected to these videos, and the people in these videos will be subjected even to much, much worse. Ay. Okay. That's it for the UK today. Well, kind of-ish. We'll be talking about... We'll be going back to talking about the UK in a second. Well, not a second, but in a little while. once we get to Ukraine. But we must go west to east, as we always do. So, let's go to Italy. More specifically, Rome, where Pope Francis's health has been, well, it's been in the balance. Purgatory, if you will. See what I did there? I made a Catholic joke. But yeah, the health of the Pope, or as we call him around here, the woke Pope, my favorite Pope, Pope Francis, his health has been very much in flux. And it's been good. There's been all sorts of news, and we haven't been covering it too much because it's not the most important thing that we cover around here. But I figured since it's Monday, I'd try and slip in some extra sort of stuff like this, like the festivities in Rio. Kind of even out the shitty. It's definitely going to be coming this week. By the way, I did get breaking news earlier. This is completely unrelated to any of this. Those tariffs are in place now, as of midnight, like I was saying earlier. So enjoy that extra cost on your next Canadian-made whatever, Mexico-made whatever, China, all of that stuff now more expensive. So yeah, enjoy that. And also expect that the Canadian tariffs will take place probably later today.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh right, and Mexico said they were going to tariff us too if we did this. So yeah, let's remember that news. A little breaking news for you there. Let's now go here to the Associated Press, the view outside of Pope Francis's papal suite at a Roman hospital. Or American-made weather if you happen to be in Canada or Mexico. Yes. Yeah, these trade wars only hurt people. They do not help anyone. And we should stop it. We should stop doing it. This is not helping things. Especially the things that Donald Trump thinks it's helping. Fuck me. I gotta do this now. I'm gonna forget somehow. So yeah, this wasn't very exciting, as you can see. No large crowds, just people hanging out outside of this hospital. Now let's go on here to 6 ABC Philadelphia on the story. As of 19 hours ago, Pope Francis well rested overnight, according to the Vatican. Let's see what else 6 ABC Philadelphia has to say on the subject. That's right, no more avocado toast. It's over.
I knew this morning Pope Francis.
Why is this so quiet?
I knew this morning Pope Francis had a good night's rest and appears to have overcome a setback in his recovery from pneumonia. The Pope is in stable condition, off mechanical ventilation, and showing no signs of a new infection. This after he suffered a respiratory crisis late last week. The Vatican says Francis rested well all night at Gemelli Hospital, where he's been under medical care since February 14th. Doctors say the 88-year-old pontiff spent all day Sunday without using a non-invasive mechanical ventilation mask to pump oxygen into his lungs. Instead, he still receives supplemental oxygen through a nasal tube.
There you go. Vatican saying 19 hours ago that his health was doing better. Although there may be some more news on that. But first, let's go here to the AP archive to discuss the current feelings on the street about Pope Francis.
No, a dire il vero.
No, I must say the sale.
No, a dire il vero.
The sale of Pope Francis items continues normally. We did not have an increase. The items that we sell the most are the Jubilees items. I have no idea what that means. Branded with the Jubilee logo, souvenirs, rosaries, and other items related to the Jubilee. Among the small postcard I bought, some of them had Pope Francis's portrait and the Jubilee logo on the other side. But according to the AP's title here, they believe that this normal amount of... Oh, hey, what are you doing? What is this? This is very rude. I'm talking. What the hell was I saying? Oh, the AP was suggesting, at least with their title, that this low, or rather normal amount of sales in Pope-related items reflected the faithful's hope for his recovery. Perhaps they're right. Perhaps people will just have faith that Pope Francis will be saved by God. Why is this news? Hey, the Pope is the Pope. I mean, he is important because he's the Pope. And he runs one of the world's biggest religions. And a ton of people listen to what he has to say and take it as the word of God. You know, I don't take it as the word of God, but it is, in fact, for all devout Catholics, the supposed word of God. And so, you know, it's news. And the fact is, Woke Pope has at least done some good things relating to recognizing people and things that perhaps previous popes had not, which I have always appreciated, although there's certainly plenty of problems in the Catholic Church we could get into. But unfortunately for Woke Pope, the Vatican is now saying, according to the AP from 4 hours ago, that the Pope has now suffered new breathing crisis and is back on ventilation.
The Vatican is reporting another setback in Pope Francis's recovery from pneumonia. Doctors say he suffered 2 more respiratory crises today, and they had to put him back on the non-invasive mechanical ventilation. They also had to perform what's called a bronchoscopy, where they snaked a tube down into his airways, guided by a camera, to suction out the mucus and secretions that he's not been able to cough out on his own. They speak of these episodes as in the past tense, meaning they are over, but they are still saying that his prognosis is guarded, meaning he is not out of danger.
Like I said, Pope's health is in flux right now. And
Scenes of chaos in central Mannheim as this car drove...
I have to turn off autoplay. Why do I keep leaving autoplay on? He's fucked. Yeah, I mean, he's an old dude. He's in his 80s. And yeah, having these sorts of bouts of pneumonia right now would seem to be something of a sign here on his health. I mean, you don't get more healthy as you get older. Unfortunately for all of us who seemingly cannot stop the hands of time from continuing to turn. Now let's go to a horrifying situation which happened earlier this week. More details coming out, something which we didn't manage to cover somehow. I don't know how I didn't talk about this. Let's go to Germany, talk about the most recent car ramming, which happened in Mannheim. And according to this France 24 report from 3 hours ago, the attacker may have had indications of severe mental illness.
Scenes of chaos in central Mannheim as this car drove directly into a crowd, killing and injuring pedestrians. Those who witnessed the incident were left shaken.
There were a lot of people crying afterwards. There were people screaming for help. There were people who called the police, but it was chaos.
The street was cordoned off and a 40-year-old German man was arrested. On the basis that the suspect acted alone, police added that there was no longer any danger to the population. According to authorities, he shot himself in the mouth following the incident, but his condition was stable after treatment. Investigators say they have evidence that the suspect had mental health problems and that he did not seem to be politically or religiously motivated.
We have concrete indications of a mental illness of the part of the perpetrator. That is why the investigations are concentrating on this aspect.
The country has seen a series of car rammings in recent months.
Seriously. A series. What is it, 4 now? It is insane how many of these incidents have happened in 1, 2, 3, in 4 months. I think the first one I covered was in November. Then there was one around Christmas. There might have been 2 around Christmas, actually. I can't remember now. And then there was one last month, and then this one from like a week ago. Oh my God, Germany. What is going on over there? Maybe we should do something about the radicalization in that country. All right, let's go somewhere not far away. To Ukraine, where in the last day a number of things have happened. Since that fateful meeting in the White House, Europe has scrambled to make up for the deficit created by the apparent overturning of decades of U.S. foreign policy, of aid now in relation to this ongoing conflict, and pretty much everything else. Tone, vibes, whatever it might be. Let's go here now to Guardian News from a day ago, where in a recent meeting, I think this was back in Ukraine, although I might be wrong about that. Don't take me on that, where this meeting happened. I could be wrong about that one. But Zelensky said that he is still ready to sign a minerals deal in relation to the United States, even though, he didn't sign one when he was in the United States recently, due to the abrupt ending of that horrifying White House debacle, I guess you might call it.
Так ми не робимо ніяких кроків назад.
Shit.
Це наша політика.
Wait. I need to do translations. Take 2. All right. Here's the Guardian. And Vladimir Zelensky. We are not making any steps back. This is our policy, to be consistent, regardless of what happened before. We are constructive. If we agreed that the minerals deal with the United States will be signed, from our side, we are ready to sign. I honestly think the United States will be ready as well. Maybe they need time to analyze things. I think our relations will continue. But this is more than relations during a certain moment. We must be open. Whoops. Ukraine is not the biggest country in the world, but everyone can see how it fights for its independence and freedom. We count on assistance from the United States of America, without a doubt. I think stopping such assistance will only help Vladimir Putin. And because of that, I think that the United States and representatives of the civilized world Leaders of this world definitely won't help Putin. If the President of the United States of America will invite me for a constructive dialogue, I represent the interests of a country that heavily depends on support from partners. So, of course, if I am invited for a constructive dialogue, for solving problems, real problems, for serious questions and real resolute actions and answers, I'll be there, out of respect for America. Yeah, although many doctors making a good point in chat, that is breaking news. I saw the BBC, I got a notification from BBC saying that, yeah, that the United States has completely stopped, officially, all aid going to Ukraine. Yes, as of 8 minutes ago. I think it was actually a little bit longer. I got the notification. Could be wrong. Either way, it was very recently. It was around the same time as that tariff was announced to have also started. Yeah, and even in the wake of that horrifying meeting, Zelensky had this to say as well. An expression of gratitude for the United States. Dear Ukrainians, we are returning home. As a result of these days, even greater unity, even stronger readiness for cooperation. Everyone is united on the main point. For peace to be real, real security guarantees are needed. And this is the position of all of our Europe, of the entire continent. The United Kingdom, the European Union, Norway, Turkey. Today, we coordinated our positions. There will be many meetings and joint efforts in the coming days and weeks. There will be diplomacy for peace. And for the sake of all of us standing together, Ukraine, the whole of Europe, and necessarily America. Of course, we understand the importance of America. And we are grateful for all of the support that we have received from the United States. There hasn't been a single day when we haven't felt grateful. Because this is gratitude for the preservation of our independence. Our resilience in Ukraine is built upon what our partners do for us and for their own security. We need peace, not endless war. Well, there you go. I think this was, if anything, sort of a dig at J.D. Vance and Donald Trump themselves. You know, pointing out that he just got done with all these sweet, sweet meetings with European leaders. And that while he really appreciated everything that the U.S. has done, if you're going to act like a douche, well, Ukraine is grateful for everything you've done. But is going to work with some, maybe some other people on some stuff. And continue to fight for their independence. Seems reasonable. Now, the Canadian Prince Trudeau, Mr. Blackface, showed his support for Zelensky recently in the midst of that horrifying Oval Office meeting. Here's Associated Press from a day ago with that quote.
Obviously, I spent a lot of time with Volodymyr Zelensky over the past years. We had a great sit down just last week when I was, a few days ago, when I was in Kyiv to talk exactly about how much Canada stands with Ukraine unequivocally and always, and how much we stand and support him personally as a president, as a leader, as someone who has devoted himself to protecting Ukrainians and indeed protecting the principles and rules that underpin all of our democracies. I continued to emphasize to him that Canada will always stand with Ukraine. On Friday in the Oval Office, President Zelensky pointed out in so many words that Vladimir Putin is a liar and a criminal and cannot be trusted to keep his word in any way, shape, or form, because he has demonstrated time and time again that he will break any agreements. I stand with Vladimir Zelensky, and I stand with the people of Ukraine.
There you go, Prime Minister Trudeau reiterating Canada's support for Ukraine shortly after the meeting that was, excuse me, madam, I am talking. I need to turn off autoplay. I should just do it right now. No, it's too much. It's too much. I don't even know where to go. What was I saying? Ah, yes. Justin. Oh no, did I have the volume low? I did. Why have I forsaken you, chat? Volume low. It's because it's Earth half, and now we're into the subtitles portion of this, and I need to be more vigilant with the volume. So sorry, people. I'll just reiterate what Justin Trudeau had to say, rather than watching that whole clip again, but basically saying that Canada supports Ukraine, and that Donald Trump said a bunch of false things in the White House earlier, and that Zelensky was right to stand up for himself and for his country, and will continue to show its support for the Ukrainian people. Mitty heard everything? That's good. I'm glad. Yeah, and that was shortly after the meeting which took place in London, where the European leaders met. Let's talk more about that coalition of the willing. Here's France 24 English from 21 hours ago.
On his visit to the United Kingdom, President Zelensky has come to seek support from his European allies, but also try to mend ties with the United States.
Regardless of what happened before, regardless of that, we are constructive. We thought the minerals agreement would have been signed. For our part, we are ready to sign. I honestly believe that the United States will be too.
President Zelensky had travelled to Washington to sign a deal for the joint exploitation of Ukraine's vast mineral resources. But after a heated clash with Donald Trump, the agreement was left unsigned. The deal was to give the United States a share of critical raw materials, with Donald Trump saying it was a way to compensate Washington for billions of dollars in aid to Ukraine. Keir is seeking US security guarantees from the deal and to use it as a first step towards a broader agreement. At the London summit on Sunday with Ukraine's European allies, France and the United Kingdom took the lead, saying they were ready to form what they called a coalition of the willing to ensure Ukraine's security.
Europe must do the heavy lifting. But to support peace in our continent and to succeed, this effort must have strong US backing.
The president of the European Commission called to reinforce Europe's defence capabilities.
We urgently have to rearm Europe. And for that, I will present a comprehensive plan how to rearm Europe on the 6th of March, when we have our European Council to the leaders.
A move already underway in several European countries. The United Kingdom, France, Denmark and others are working on a plan to increase their military spending.
Okay, let's keep talking about this.
After a day in which European leaders...
Let's now go to CNN. See what he said when he was asked if he could salvage his relationship with the United States. This is CNN from 19 hours ago. So much stuff is happening right now. It's pretty crazy. You know, this last month and... It's almost been a month and a half now, to the day, since Donald Trump took office. And it feels like it's been a year and a half.
After a day in which European leaders gave urgently needed solidarity and support on the world stage to President Volodymyr Zelensky after his extraordinary meeting in the Oval Office on Friday, he gave a wide-ranging press conference. His first public remarks really addressing what happened in the White House on Friday when he met President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. At first, he was asked if he thought he could salvage the relationship with the United States. Here's what he said.
As regards salvaging the relationship that you asked about, I think that our relationship will continue because this is more than relationships in one moment. We need to be open. Ukraine is not the largest country in the world. However, everyone can see how Ukraine is fighting for its independence and freedom. And we are grateful to the people of the United States.
He was then asked to react to some of the suggestions from Trump's inner circle that perhaps he needs to step aside if he can't fix his relationship with the US president. Here's how he tackled the question of his resignation.
If I am to be changed, and I'll hear, how can I put it, with what's happening with the support to change me, it will not be easy, because it is not enough to simply hold elections. You would need to prevent me from participating in the elections, and it will be a bit more difficult. So they'll have to negotiate with me, and I said that I'm exchanging it for NATO membership, and then it means that I fulfilled my mission.
He also said he was willing to sign the rare earth minerals deal, even though we've heard from US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent that it is at present not on the table. And also, too, he struck a tone which was frankly conciliatory for most of it. Asked, though, directly by a reporter if he would apologise to President Trump, he didn't take that opportunity and instead gave an answer about Ukraine's dead. And
how rude. No apology for Trumpy. Very rude. Very rude, nasty man. Unwilling to apologize for his terrible, despicable behavior in the White House. But of course, it was Donald Trump and J.D. Vance who acted like a couple of spoiled brats, screaming at a foreign leader in the middle of a press conference, belittling him about his outfit, whatever else. Really not the sort of behavior you would think is becoming of president and vice president. But hey, that's the Trump administration for you. And if you didn't quite pick up on what Zelensky said on the idea of him stepping down or, you know, changing presidents in Ukraine, or perhaps mending his relationship, he's open to all of it. But that if he wanted to run in another election, he probably will wind up being president again, because he actually has a pretty similar. Actually, his approval rating is higher than Donald Trump's now, as Donald Trump's has been plummeting. All right, now let's move on to Euro news from 18 hours ago to discuss how trade between the European Union and Ukraine is evolving. By the way, I did see, I think it was Mitty who pointed out that the idea of there being a lot of rare earth minerals there is potentially a pipe dream, which is totally true. I mean, there's not a ton of, there's been some, what's it called, like exploratory efforts into looking into these, and there's been some minerals found, but not any humongous deposits that would be $500 billion worth of exports. But they do have a lot of aluminum there. I know that much, and I don't know. With the United States tariffing everybody on aluminum, I feel like that's really, if anything, what Donald Trump is hoping is that we would just get American companies that he'd give them a loophole to bring in aluminum from Ukraine, I guess. That's really what I think this is all about. So I think both, I mean, maybe Trump doesn't know. I'm pretty sure Scott Bessent probably knows these things. And certainly Zelensky knows these things. But yeah, no, it certainly does not amount to that $500 billion number that we've been hearing about. Certainly not what's been discovered at this point. All right, let's go here.
How is the trade between the EU and Ukraine evolving? How is the trade between the EU and Ukraine evolving? In the last 3 months of 2024, EU exports to Ukraine increased by 9.3% compared to the previous quarter, while imports from Ukraine saw a slight decline of 1.8%. This resulted in a trade surplus of 5.8 billion euros for the EU. However, if we compare the same quarter of 2023, imports and exports...
It seems like Ukraine's buying a lot of stuff from the EU.
Increased by 9.2% and 16.7% respectively. Since early 2021, the EU has enjoyed a trade surplus with Ukraine, except in the first quarter of 2022 during the Russia's invasion. The EU adopted a regulation allowing for temporary removal of all trade barriers in the beginning of June 2022. This change resulted in a sharp increase in EU imports from Ukraine for several agriculture products. The comparison between 2023 and 2024 shows that imports from Ukraine of colza seeds, soybean oil, maize, sunflower oil, iron and steel increased, while the total for wood decreased. Ukraine is the second largest supplier of wood to the EU, behind China at 21%. The main product groups that the EU exports to Ukraine are arms and ammunition, along with explosives.
There you go. Ukraine giving the European Union, EU countries, a lot of raw materials and foodstuffs, while receiving ton of bombs. Well, not bombs, but not that many bombs, actually. But mostly, yeah, ammunition and other military supplies, explosives. What next? Oh, this. Yeah, this happened basically right after the stream from last night. Or morning, really. We ended pretty late. So I started very late. But the Russian bombardment in Ukraine has been continuing. In fact, Russia has been stepping up a lot of airstrike activity since all this started devolving. Let's go here. Back to BBC News from 17 hours ago, where President Zelensky told Russia, would you please stop attacking Ukraine? Let's see how this went.
Hello, welcome. After a tumultuous few days which saw a meltdown in relations between Ukraine and the US, President Zelensky has again called for effective security guarantees from its allies in order to stop Russian attacks. Posting on social media in just the past hour, he said that the targeting of his country with thousands of attack drones, aerial bombs and missiles over the past week alone shows that the Kremlin does not want to end the war. Now, it follows Sunday's summit in London, where European leaders discussed the best strategy to bring about a ceasefire. Host Prime Minister Keir Starmer said that any future deal must respect Ukrainian sovereignty, as he unveiled a 4-point plan for peace. Well, after the meeting, President Zelensky sat down with journalists before returning to Kyiv. Our political correspondent Joe Pike reports.
The visit to Sandringham went better than Washington.
Last night, Volodymyr Zelensky visited King Charles at the end of a bruising week. Before returning to Kyiv, he sat down with journalists.
I traveled in.
Before we get too far, I just want to go back to this. I wonder if this picture made Donald Trump upset. You gotta figure he must have seen it.
Visited King Charles.
You think this is upsetting Donald Trump right now? The Zelensky, the guy who just quote unquote disrespected the White House by wearing this exact same outfit that he's meeting the King of England in. Do you think this is upsetting to them? I'm just trying to think. Like, you just got this invitation to meet King Charles to go to Windsor for the second time as president, which, was historic, and he was beaming when he got that invitation, that signed letter from King Charles. But now King Charles betraying him by shaking the hand of a t-shirted man.
Illegal.
At the end of a bruising week. Before returning to Kyiv, he sat down with journalists.
I traveled in the train for 12 hours, then for 11 hours I flew because the President of the United States invited me.
But how can he restore relations with the White House?
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
This weekend, he avoided apologising or explaining exactly what happened after that Oval Office encounter.
I think we'll leave this for history.
President Zelensky said it was too early to talk concessions. He implied Ukraine could survive without US support. And had he heard of a reported French plan for a one-month truce in the air and at sea?
I'm aware of everything.
Earlier, Keir Starmer hosted European leaders in London to form a coalition of the willing, nations prepared to guarantee Ukraine security if a peace deal is struck.
We are at a crossroads in history today. This is not a moment for more talk. It's time to act. Those willing will intensify planning now with real urgency. The UK is prepared to back this with boots on the ground and planes in the air. Together with others, Europe must do the heavy lifting. But to support peace in our continent and to succeed, this effort must have strong US backing.
European countries did commit, we don't know which ones or what they promised, but the EU plans to rearm as a matter of urgency.
It's basically turning Ukraine into a steeled porcupine that is indigestible for potential invaders.
These leaders want to play a part in a Ukrainian peace deal. It's still clear if President Trump will let them.
Is Donald Trump, does he dictate European foreign policy now? Well, Donald Trump's let them. Wow, BBC. Being quite obsequious to Donald Trump. He'd love that. Okay. Let's go here now to CNN. Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure this is a Dana Bash jump scare, if I'm not mistaken. If I recall correctly, when I watched this video first earlier today. This is from 17 hours ago. Oh shit, what is this guy's name? I know this man. Why can't I think of his name? Oh my god. Chuck Todd? No, it's not Chuck Todd. Why do I think it's Chuck Todd? It's not. What is this goddamn man's name? Why am I stupid? Chris Murphy. Chuck Todd. Jesus Christ, they don't look anything alike. Alright, let's go to Chris Murphy on CNN. Discussing the performance of our new Secretary of State, Little Marco.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
My next guest is trying to light a fire under the Democratic Party as they look to counter President Trump. Here with me now is Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. Thank you so much for being here.
Sure.
What's your reaction to what you just heard from the president's national security advisor? Do you think there's hope of salvaging this relationship with Ukraine?
So it is absolutely shameful what is happening right now. The White House has become an arm of the Kremlin. Every single day you hear from the national security advisor, from the president of the United States, from his entire national security team, Kremlin talking points. For the last week, the White House has been pretending as if Ukraine started this war.
I don't
That's
want reality.
Essentially saying that Poland invaded Germany at the beginning of World War II. There are still facts in this world. And the fact is this: Vladimir Putin is a brutal dictator.
It's
Russia
science.
started this war. And the entire pretext for that meeting yesterday was an attempt to rewrite history in order to sign a deal with Putin that hands Putin Ukraine. That is disastrous for U.S. national security. That means that China will be on the march. Putin may not stop.
China.
America may be at war with a nuclear power. And for what? For what? It appears as if America is trying to align itself with dictators, that Donald Trump wants us to have our closest relationships with despots all around the world, because that makes it easier for him to transition America into a kleptocratic oligarchy where Elon Musk and Donald Trump rule and steal from the American people. If we were allied with democracies, that would be harder. But if the United States' closest partner is Russia, then it makes it a lot easier for Donald Trump, Elon, and their billionaire pals to steal from the American people, to steal our data, to steal our Medicare, to steal our Medicaid in order.
There you go, Chris Murphy saying that the display in the White House was shameful.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Yeah, it was shameful. He was right. So was Emma. Very shameful. My broken brain. Yes, my broken brain. It is broken. Always forgetting things. Probably because I'm just always trying to jam so much information into it. It can only hold on to some I don't even know what portion of it for some whatever period of time. It's always evading me, these facts and figures. Okay. Alright, let's go here now. To this unfortunate statement. If it's true. Although it does feel further away than it did a month and a half ago when we were being promised it would be over day one. Anybody remember that? I do. I remember that. It was supposed to be done day one. Trump presidency. It's now day 45? 44? No, 43. Something like that. I'm trying to think. How many months? It's like 43. But now it feels like it's more away than it ever has been, perhaps. Or certainly in some sort of a strange purgatory, at the very least. Where it's continuing, regardless of promises made. And here's Volodymyr Zelensky speaking to that idea 14 hours ago. We're talking about a contingent. And he, UK Prime Minister Starmer, said that the contingent should include presence of the United States of America in one way or another. Probably in different formats. We can talk about air defense, we could talk about intelligence, reconnaissance, etc. Security in the sky in different formats. I think the United States has a lot of experience here. We've seen it in the Middle East. Oh, we have seen it. I believe that Ukraine has a strong enough partnership with the United States of America. From the very beginning of a full-scale invasion, they were probably the strongest partner. Because before that, there was probably no such level of support from the United States. Before the start of the full-scale invasion. And as for saving the relationship, as you said, I think our relationship with the U.S. will continue. Because it's more than a relationship of one moment or another. Is it, though? An agreement to end the war is still very, very far away. And no one has started all these steps yet. The peace that we foresee in the future must be just, honest, and most importantly, sustainable. That is the reality. I am concerned. But it does feel like the Trump administration is just sort of making this situation more complicated. Not less. And, you know, I would like to think that it's not very, very far away. A peace. An end to this conflict, which has been going on for 3+ years now. But I am losing my optimism on that front. Let's go here. The most recent PMQs, I think. Keir Starmer was in Parliament to say some stuff about that that mineral deal of Donald Trump's. Whether or not he thought it was enough of a security guarantee for Ukraine.
Thank you.
Oh, right. Nige.
The Remainer Prime Minister used Brexit freedoms as effectively as he did yesterday. Indeed, as numbers
Jesus Christ.
we are now in a unique position compared to the rest of Europe, and yesterday was a triumph. I also applaud him making such positive words about President Trump and our relationship with America, even if nobody behind him agrees. But here's the key. President Zelensky has now accepted to sign the minerals agreement with America. And America's going to put in $100 billion or whatever it is, and thousands of Americans will be in Ukraine. Is that of itself enough of a security guarantee? No. Or does it mean that we need to send British troops? And if we do, given the size of our army, how many?
The mineral deal is not enough on its own. But can I just remind him, Russia is the aggressor. Zelensky is a war leader whose country has been invaded. And we should all be supporting him and not fawning over Putin.
I love that Nigel Farage had to get that Brexit comment in there. The Prime Minister using his Brexit privileges, however he put it. All right, let's move on from Parliament and go to a different Parliament. Actually, this one's called the Assembly. Might be figuring out quicker and quicker where we're headed to. Let's go to France. See the new PM's comments about Trump and this humiliating, shameful meeting with Zelensky. On Friday night, in the Oval Office of the White House. Whoops. A staggering scene unfolded before the lenses of the entire world. Marked by brutality, a desire to humiliate, with the goal of making Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky fold through threats so that he gives in to the demands of his aggressors. To summarize it in one sentence, as it was in front of cameras and the whole world, either you reach a deal with Putin, or we give up on you. We will let Ukraine fall, as it may. Yeah, that was the vibe in that room. It's really, keep saying it, but really a horrifying scene. How are we doing on time? Doing okay. I'm getting through this. We're getting through these 96 videos somehow. Let's go here. Now, this was Donald Trump. 6 hours ago, right before the stream started. Pressing Zelensky from the White House here. The White House presidential press briefing room thing. Because I think he was upset. He was seeing the news. He saw that Zelensky was hanging out with all of the Europeans. I guess he didn't think that he would go anywhere else but the United States. He thought that he held all the cards, but as it turns out, there are other countries on the planet. So he was upset. Let's go here.
We're going to make deals.
We're going to make deals. Just you wait.
We're going to make deals with everybody to get this war, including Europe and European nations.
U.S. President Donald Trump said on Monday that he is committed to reaching a deal to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. He would just like to receive more thanks from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky for the role the U.S. continues to play in the conflict.
Well, I just think he should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with them.
It almost sounds like he's regretting what happened. Donald Trump is realizing this deal just went south, right? He's out of the deal. Oh no. Oh no. It's a rug pull. It's a rug pull. We didn't have all the cards. There was more cards in the deck. It's hard to count cards when you can't do math.
It's science.
Oh boy, Zelensky, we just want more thanks. We're gonna help you. Come on, buddy. Come on back. It's fine. Don't hang out with Europe. Putin's telling me that he does not like you hanging out with Europe.
Much more than Europe, and Europe should have given more than us, because as you know...
And they're doing it right now.
Earlier, Britain said several proposals had been made for a truce in fighting after France floated a plan for a one-month pause leading to peace talks. European countries are rallying around Zelensky and trying to hatch a peace plan that includes Ukraine after last week's Oval Office rupture between Zelensky and Trump.
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you
all the cards.
The two sides had been expected to sign a deal to give the U.S. access to Ukrainian minerals, but Zelensky left without signing it. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer told Parliament the prospective minerals deal is not enough to act as a security guarantee that would ensure Russia sticks to the terms on any peace deal.
The mineral deal is not enough. Zelensky is a war leader whose country has been invaded. And we should all be supporting him and not fawning over Putin.
On social media, Zelensky said his country had to engage in substantive diplomacy to bring to a rapid end the 3-year war with Russia, and he hoped to be able to rely on U.S. support in securing peace. Friedrich Merz, the conservative due to become Germany's chancellor after winning the largest share of the vote in an election a week ago, suggested Friday's Oval Office argument in which Zelensky was pressed to commit publicly to a diplomatic solution had been a pre-planned trap.
It was not a spontaneous reaction to interventions by Zelensky, but obviously a manufactured escalation.
Russia has not concealed its delight, praising Trump for changing U.S. policy and denouncing Zelensky for challenging him.
All right. Let's wrap up this conversation about Ukraine.
Democracy depends
With this, and we're going to go to another video with no commentary as the last discussion of this before we move on to other things that have been going on. Not just Ukraine, there's more world out there, as it turns out. Volume low. God damn it, I did it again. Did it again. Jerry, thank you for telling me. It's only 2 minutes. We're going back. You deserve all the content, not just some of it. All of those Galactic donations today entitles you all to all of the content. And I am not
well, we're going to make
one
deals
to keep
with
it
everybody to get this war, including Europe and European nations.
God damn it.
U.S. President Donald Trump said on Monday that he is committed to reaching a deal to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. He would just like to receive more thanks from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky for the role the U.S. continues to play in the conflict.
Well, I just think he should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with them through thick and thin. We've given them much more than Europe, and Europe should have given more than us, because as you know, that's right there. That's
why would you go to Europe?
Earlier,
We've been
Britain
so
said
good to
several
you.
proposals had
You're
been
being very
made for a
rude.
truce in fighting after France floated a plan for a one-month pause leading to peace talks. European countries are rallying around Zelensky and trying to hatch a peace plan that includes Ukraine after last week's Oval Office rupture between Zelensky and Trump.
You don't have the cards right now.
No cards.
With us, you start having cards. But right now, you don't.
We're not playing cards.
The two sides had been expected to sign a deal to give the U.S. access to Ukrainian minerals, but Zelensky left without signing it. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer told Parliament the prospective minerals deal is not enough to act as a security guarantee that would ensure Russia sticks to the terms on any peace deal.
The mineral deal is not enough. Zelensky is a war leader whose country has been invaded. And we should all be supporting him and not fawning over Putin.
On social media, Zelensky said his country had to engage in substantive diplomacy to bring to a rapid end the 3-year war with Russia, and he hoped to be able to rely on U.S. support in securing peace. Friedrich Merz, the conservative due to become Germany's chancellor after winning the largest share of the vote in an election a week ago, suggested Friday's Oval Office argument in which Zelensky was pressed to commit publicly to a diplomatic solution had been a pre-planned trap.
It was not a spontaneous reaction to interventions by Zelensky, but obviously a manufactured escalation.
Russia has not concealed its delight, praising Trump for changing U.S. policy and denouncing.
Okay. There we go. We got it all. We got it in there. Okay. Okay. Now let's go on to Democracy Now! From 15 hours ago to discuss this or wrap this one up.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says Europe is at crossroads in history as leaders across Europe held an emergency summit in London Sunday, 2 days after an unprecedented Oval Office public clash in the White House between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and both President Trump and Vice President Vance. After the disastrous meeting, Vice President Vance was met by hundreds of protesters in Waitsfield, Vermont, where he went for a family ski trip. And emergency rallies for a fair peace in Ukraine were held in New York and Los Angeles. Zelensky had traveled to the White House to sign a deal giving the United States partial control over Ukraine's raw earth minerals. But the deal imploded following this dramatic televised press conference where President Trump accused Zelensky of gambling with World War III after Zelensky insisted Ukraine could only back a Russia peace deal if it included security guarantees from the United States. The meeting ended with Trump and Vance openly criticizing Zelensky. We begin today's show with an extended portion of the clash.
For 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden, of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
I love how.
Yeah.
Oh,
So he killed.
I still am blown away that Donald Trump, the president of the United States, tried to incorrectly correct a man about when his own country was invaded. It is so obtuse. It is such an obtuse decision for a president to do such a thing. And to be as dumb as to get it wrong, too. Like, like it's beyond America-splaining. It's like, oh my god, it just, oh, wow. Come on.
Yeah, but,
That's exactly
but
right.
yes, but
pay
during
attention that
2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people are been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him. Me, like a new president in 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are
Mr.
not
President,
strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring...
You know, I mean, one thing that JD seems to be completely ignoring in this moment is the fact that Russia has been doing exactly what he's accusing Ukraine of doing. Right? Like, we all know that thousands and thousands of North Korean troops went to the front line. Donald Trump even mentioned it recently. And, like, that's like somehow just being completely just left by the wayside, while JD is like, oh, you don't have anybody left to fight. Well, if Russia has people left to fight, why are they bringing North Koreans to the front lines, huh?
The front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to...
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems? Bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know
bless.
that.
You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to
You will
solve
feel
a
whatever
problem.
you want to
Don't
feel.
tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on
position
this
to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly
this.
what
I'm not
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
You will
good.
feel influenced.
He's not dictating. This is an opinion, idiot. Oh my god. These guys have such fragile egos.
You're going to feel very good and very
You
strong.
will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war,
You're not
Mr.
in a good
Brown,
position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not
cards.
playing cards.
Right now, you
I'm
don't.
very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what are you
You're
speaking
gambling
about?
with
What are you
World
speaking
War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
With all respect to your
far
country.
more than a lot of people said they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once?
Oh,
A lot
God.
of times.
No.
Even today.
You said thank you.
Even today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please. You think
This is just one of the most shameful. I mean, granted, it's hard to actually quantify right now with everything going on in Gaza. But god damn it, is this one of the most shameful public displays of the United States in recent memory. Just wild. I can't remember, does it? Oh, God.
I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing.
An extended excerpt of Friday's public clash with news reporters looking on, a White House meeting in the Oval Office between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and both President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. AP and Reuters were excluded from the press pool while a reporter with Russia's state-owned news agency TASS was there. The White House later said they didn't know how he'd been allowed in, that he was removed as soon as they were notified of his presence. Shortly after this exchange, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz asked Zelensky to leave the White House without signing any deal. Democracy Now! Is funded by...
Yeah, fascinating. Russian state-owned media allowed in while the Associated Press and Reuters kept out because they refused to call the Gulf of America what it is. Oh my god, what a stupid timeline we're living in right now. Just the worst. Now let's go to Kyiv. Here's this. I don't know if this is live anymore, but this was a live feed of Kyiv after Trump paused U.S. military aid to Ukraine. So it's happening. Oh, this is still live right now. This is happening right now. This is literally happening right now. Taking the vibes. That's why I stuck this in here. I saw this feed going during the stream and decided to throw it in. Give you all as much content as I could possibly give you. Just felt like a good moment to sort of consider what Ukrainians are thinking right now. I notice you can see there's a ton of Ukrainian flags. Other flags over here. I see a Czechoslovakian flag, I think. All the American flags seem to be down. I don't see any American flags. I think that's a Polish flag in the front. Is that an Austrian flag in the back? Republicans have turned the American flag into a symbol of hate. Kinda has been, in a way. Certainly more so than it might have been in the past. Over recent years. one on the far left looks American. Where? Over here? I don't think that's America. Maybe I'm not looking far enough left. Is it over here, behind them? I don't think that's an American flag. I could be wrong. It just doesn't look right. Alright, let's see what else was on this live stream. I'm not going to sit here and just watch traffic pass. This was an hour and a half ago. Oh, there's an American flag way over there. Way over there. I think there's images of fallen soldiers. Now that they zoomed in, you can see the images of fallen soldiers, I think, on all of these flags. On many of these Ukrainian flags here. And you can also see all these, they appear to be lanterns waiting for the night. I didn't see this Canadian flag here. I just realized I said Czechoslovakia. It's the Czech Republic now. I just thought it'd be a good idea for us to just take a moment and think about what it's like to be a Ukrainian right now in the midst of all of this. You know, take a moment and sort of take in what it's like on the ground here in the capital of Kyiv, where I'm sure a lot of concerns are running through the mind of its citizens and residents. Just gonna keep going through these videos, see if there's anything to see. I honestly didn't get to watch any of this one in particular. Just like I said, I threw it in during the stream as sort of bonus content. After we had finished the goal, I was like, alright, I'm going to throw in another video here. I wonder what this guy's thinking right now. You know, like, this is the reason why I clicked this video. Just to, like, take that moment and be like, alright, here's a guy getting off the bus, getting ready to smoke a cigarette. Just trying to live his life. Just trying to live his life. And now trapped, not only in this bus, but in this fucking situation that's going on. Some people visiting what I assume is some sort of a memorial here for fallen soldiers, if I'm not mistaken. The vibes certainly say it, although I have no way of proving or disproving it right now. Alright, here, I'll click live one last time. Ooh, Range Rover. Alrighty, that's gonna be it for Ukraine for today. Let's go to Africa. Talk about what's been going on in the, the Democratic Republic of the Congo as Rwanda-backed rebels, the M23, have continued their onslaught in the east of the country. This is global news from yesterday.
Thursday's deadly attack in the Congolese city of Bukavu. the latest horrific incident in the recent weeks of violence. Both sides in the conflict blamed each other. On one side, government forces of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, or DRC, and its allied groups. On the other, the allegedly Rwandan-backed M23 rebel forces, which recently took control of Bukavu and the major city of Goma. Rwanda denies it's supporting rebels. During the fall of Goma, hundreds of female prisoners were raped and burned alive during a mass jailbreak. The Congolese Prime Minister says 7,000 people have died in the violence since January. The UN says hundreds of thousands have been displaced and has demanded Rwanda remove its troops from the DRC. UN peacekeepers have been killed in clashes this year. Rwanda claims its actions are purely to protect ethnic Tutsis in DRC, the group targeted in Rwanda's 1994 genocide.
The abuses which are currently being politicized by the DRC government with the support of countries and organizations holding vested interests in the region.
The vested interests of many parties are eastern DRC's resource riches, including gold and coltan, a mineral used in our smartphones. Rwanda denies accusations it's looting those riches and bringing them across the border. The European Union says it is reviewing mineral deals with Rwanda, and the United States has sanctioned one of the country's prominent politicians. The International Criminal Court's prosecutor recently visited the DRC.
You are as precious as the people of Ukraine.
Words that the Congolese will welcome, but they fear theirs is a war all but ignored. Redmond Channel News.
It's true. And we've been trying to cover it as much as we can here. But there's honestly a lot less coverage of this fucking conflict, just in general, for us to like utilize to have these discussions about it, because seemingly the media has not been as focused on what's happening here as a like a comparison to, say, Gaza or Ukraine or the fucking whirlwind that's happening in the White House.
Cyclone Cheeto.
The news on the DRC is much more sparse. Further in between than with many other world events. And it's frustrating that that sort of, not entirely, but does dictate what we talk about here. I try and, go to as many different sources as possible. Like I've said before, I feel like I'm subscribed to every news outlet on the planet, although it's not true. It feels like it's close many days, and even then I still feel like, geez, there's just not much. Wait, why are we talking about the Czech Republic again? What video was in the Czech Republic? Huh? I just mentioned the Czech Republic because I could have sworn one of those flags was Czech Republic flag, but I accidentally called it Czechoslovakia. But of course, Czech Republic and Slovakia separated from one another. How many years ago was it now? 20 something? It's like 20 years ago now, I think. All right, now let's go north to Egypt, because it's still Ramadan. Let's talk about how people in Egypt are celebrating Ramadan, getting themselves prepared for all of the festivities. Let's go to Cairo.
Hello.
Looks like some yummy food around here. Not sure what the red stuff is. I wonder what that is. Is that date? Is that like date jam or something? Kinda looks like it would be that. Ooh, free date samples? A lot of stalls out here to sell all sorts of goods in Egypt. People preparing themselves for Ramadan parties, late night. Was that honey and dates? Those glasses, though.
احنا داخلين على شهر رمضان ان شاء الله فاضل 5 ايام فطبعا لازم دي حاجه مهمه جدا ان احنا كعارضين لازم كلنا نكون متواجدين في وقت زي ده لان التمر عامه والحاجات اليميش دي حاجات موسميه يعني هي طبعا موجوده طول السنه بس هي عامه بيبقى عليها اقبال كبير قوي قبل شهر رمضان على طول بس هي دي الفكره فطبعا لا لازم نكون متواجدين اللي بيتميز كمان فكره الاسعار ان هي مثلا ممكن تكون مختلفه عن بره
I don't speak Arabic, so I'm gonna move past her here. Yeah. Back to this. What are those? Oh my god, what are these? These look delicious. What are these, dates covered in honey and like sesame seeds? It's kind of what it looks like. It could be crushed pistachio. Hard to tell. Man, those look good. Give me... Yeah, those gotta be sesame seeds. Ooh, a whole box of them. These are for you, buddy. These are good. Thumbs up. More free date samples? What's in the bag, buddy?
دي ثالث سنة على التوالي باجي المعرض هنا. صراحة العارضين كلهم كويسين، شركات ممتازة، مفيهاش أي مشاكل. حاجاتها حلوة جدا، أسعارها رخيصة جدا، تمام. وكمان المعرض يعني بيوفر حاجات إحنا لازم نسافر عشان نجيبها.
Fortunately, I don't have translations for any of that. More dried fruits and things I'm seeing. I think I saw some... I've seen some dried bananas in there. What are those? Individually wrapped. Those look fancy. This is making me very hungry. I don't know about you. But staring at all of these delicious Ramadan treats. Making me want to break my galactic fast, which I'm definitely sticking to. No, I'm not actually fasting. Karem.
عرض التمور من مكان في مكان واحد من كذا شركة أو من كذا مكان.
Fancy tote bags back here.
بحيث اللي يقدر
Looks fun. Just looks like a fun festival for everybody. That's quite the outfit. By the way, I don't know if you all noticed, but I have been adding even more Galactic Ramadan decorations here as I find the time to do it. I don't know if you noticed the camel, the dancing camel. That's not a new Patreon avatar. That's me adding to the festivities. Okay, we're not taking a break. Just want to brag about my Ramadan decorations, like this lamp here to the left of me. Or, I guess, to the right of you. You can't tell me that that camel doesn't look like he's having a great time. By the way, I want to mention to people here, to anybody who might have recently become a Galactic patron, to check the app or the website and your Patreon mail, the direct messages. I use the direct messages between me and you to be able to ask you important questions, especially at the beginning of all of this, like what name you would like to have used in your Galactic patron shoutout, or what you would like your avatar to be on the set. Important stuff. Otherwise, your benefits will go unused. You won't get the shout out. Because I don't want to unintentionally dox people, give out their information, whatever else it might be. I don't know. I just try to be as thoughtful about how I do that. And I also want your benefits to go used. Unused Patreon benefits make me sad. This is how I feel inside. Come on. Get in there. Okay, now let's go here to the Associated Press from 23 hours ago. We're going to go to the Middle East. See what Benjamin Netanyahu had to say 23 hours ago. He said that he's cut off all aid to Gaza, even though the ceasefire deal that he accepted like a month ago specifically said that he wasn't allowed to do that. Forgetting what the ICJ said months and months ago about cutting off aid to Gaza. Remember that?
Illegal.
Yeah, I do too. But he has got reasons for why he's cutting off aid. Humanitarian reasons? Let's find out what reasons. Here we go to yesterday.
Israel has accepted President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff's plan to extend the temporary ceasefire by 50 days. During that time, we can discuss the conditions for a permanent ceasefire that will end the war in Gaza. In Witkoff's plan, half of the hostages would be released right away, and the remaining half would be released if we reach an agreement on a permanent ceasefire. Again,
so, now, he's being very sneaky right now. Very sort of, what's the word? Obfuscatory in his words right now, because really he's sort of hiding the fact that he's talking about amending the current ceasefire deal that was already accepted. It was already accepted, but instead, the United States has thrown a fucking bomb. Not a real one, a metaphorical one, into this fucking situation. By essentially working with Israel to completely upend the already existing ceasefire arrangement. Oh, we have such a great government right now, doing such good stuff. Ruining ceasefires across the world.
Israel has accepted this plan. I accepted this plan. But so far, Hamas has rejected it. Hamas has also put forward positions for a permanent ceasefire.
Oh, how rude. How dare Hamas reject a new ceasefire arrangement that circumvents the existing one.
How rude.
That is,
That's too much, man.
Oh, God, Hamas.
Illegal.
Oh, bad Hamas. Not accepting new deals on top of already existing deals. That's,
that are totally unacceptable.
Yes.
Israel has decided to stop letting goods and supplies into Gaza. Something we've done for the past 42 days. We've done that because Hamas steals the supplies and prevents the people of Gaza from getting...
There we go. So not only are they stopping the supplies because of the deal, it's twofold reason. It's because, first of all, Hamas hasn't accepted this new fucking deal. And it's because they steal all the supplies. Okay. So that helps the hostages stay alive, I suppose, right? All those hostages that are living in the same conditions as Palestinians, perhaps better, but there's still a finite amount of food in the Gaza Strip. So ending aid to the Gaza Strip would, in fact, endanger the very hostages we're talking about. Or, well, he's not talking about. He doesn't give a shit about the hostages. I care about the hostages more than Benjamin Netanyahu does. I feel like a great deal, actually. I want the hostages to go back home. And for Benjamin Netanyahu to just make a fucking deal already. Permanent ceasefire, stop the occupation, end the genocide, and just do a full hostage exchange. Palestinian prisoners and Israeli prisoners, whatever they're called. It's the same thing. He's speaking in English with propaganda. That's true. Anything he doesn't want Americans to hear is said in Hebrew. You can count on that from old Benny. Benny and the Jets. All right, we're going to take a break now. We're just doing early breaks today. I don't know why. Partially because I don't want to get too far into these new topics, and they keep lining up with like 10 minutes before the breaks. So, break time before we get too deep into this Israel, well, more Middle East discussion. It's not just Israel, not just Gaza. We got Syria and other places to talk about today. Break music, where is it? Ah, there you are. Well, another Galactic intermission incoming. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. We're still trying to get to 1,000 subs. You can be important contributor to that by clicking that subscribe button. I'd also recommend hitting the little bell icon so you don't miss any of the latest Galactic notifications and live streams. And while I'm pleading with you to like and subscribe, I would also recommend considering a potential Galactic donation, showing your support for this stream that you are currently watching right now. So many great ways for you to do just that. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patreon member. Only $3 a month to get the most benefits in the entire Milky Way galaxy. So go on to the website, find out what those benefits entail, and enjoy this short space break. the galactic content. Better get in those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you'll be left behind. All right, back to Israel and Gaza. This aid cut is going to cause people a great deal of suffering. There's no other way to put it. It's just the facts on the ground. People are already suffering. They have no housing. There was limited aid for 15 months, if any, on a monthly basis. And this complete breaking of the deal that Israel seems to be being empowered to do by the United States, and Steve Witkoff, the UN Special Envoy to the Middle East, seems like that it's going to be a real struggle to fix this situation. But before we get talking more about the aid, let's go here. This was also from about a day ago. Let's talk about those West Bank, this West Bank invasion being done by Israel in the midst of everything going on. In my opinion, this is a complete... I know that this had to do with Gaza and Hamas this whole time, but they're always, what's the word? I cannot think of what I was trying to say just now. What was I doing? Oh, right. We're talking about the fucking invasion of the West Bank. And, this is a situation which should never have started, but Israel used an explosion that occurred, leading to no injuries or casualties in Israel, to justify its invasion of the West Bank, a place that was already being occupied by settlers and IDF military. They decided to up that up to the furthest extent. Send in tanks, bulldozers, something that hadn't been seen in 2 decades in the West Bank, now ongoing for the last week.
Killings, forced displacement, and total destruction.
Shit.
Palestinians in the northern occupied West Bank are suffering as they weather Israel's longest military assault in more than 2 decades. Just like her parents, who were forced out of Haifa by Zionist militias in 1948, Nihaya al-Jund was driven out of her home by Israel in the Nur Shams refugee camp in Tulkarem in mid-February.
The D9 bulldozer destroyed the outer walls of my yard and remained in my house for 22 hours while we were inside without electricity, without internet. We were cut off from the world.
Despite attempting to stand her ground, soldiers forced Nihaya and her family out at gunpoint.
I left my home with tears streaming down my face. I was very upset about my home and the massive destruction I found around me. The forced journey on foot to the main road was extremely painful.
While some Palestinians like Nihaya al-Jund are suffering from expulsion and destruction, other residents of the northern occupied West Bank are reeling from the killing of their loved ones. In the Far'a refugee camp in Tubas, Israeli soldiers shot dead 16-year-old Majid Abu Zaineh in the street and desecrated his body with a bulldozer. After killing the boy, soldiers drew offensive figures on personal photos of Majid hung up in the family's home.
They shot him directly in his neck. The boy was martyred. After that, they desecrated his body. The bulldozer kept smashing his body into the wall. He had broken bones and he was mutilated. We have a medical report.
Israel has said its soldiers will remain in these areas for the coming year in what is the largest operation of forced displacement since 1967. Residents say their fates have never been more uncertain. Zaina Tahan, TRT World, Tul Karim, Occupied West Bank.
That is a horrifying account. This is a horrifying account. I do not know how anybody can stand for this, how the United States can stand for this, how any of Israel's allies can stand for this. They are invading the West Bank and killing children, destroying infrastructure. And everybody's just standing by. I mean, the United States is like, more than I've ever seen before in my entire life, just thrilled about what Israel's doing. Just like openly, like Elise Stefanik loves this. Like she has been incredibly clear about how she feels about the West Bank. And these sort of brazen support for every war crime now is a disturbing shift from what was at least an attempt. It's a bare attempt. A very ill attempt. But you remember the Biden administration? Do you remember Anthony Blinken trying to explain to us about how the United States was trying not to, do war crimes or anything like that? Remember us pretending like it mattered? Well, that's over now. I honestly never thought I would miss those days of until it all came upon me. I was like, oh God, Marco Rubio is now going to replace Anthony Blinken. Oh, it's going to get worse. Somehow. I don't know how. But that's where we're at right now. Elise Stefanik, the UN ambassador, loves the idea of the West Bank being taken. She doesn't even believe in the West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria to her. Okay? Donald Trump wants to do a hotel in Gaza. A gold-plated hotel with Donald Trump statues all over the place. Marco Rubio, is all about showering Israel with money. He did it in the Senate. Right? He was a senator, right? And he's been doing it, and he's all about it now. We just gave him even more money. $8 billion was approved, I think it was like 3 days ago. We just never had a story on it. Probably because the Western media did not want to remind us of that. It was just a post I think I saw somewhere. Might have been a BBC post. I'm always screenshotting those things and then never sending them to my computer, so we never look at them. And I need to be better. Maybe one day I will have the mental bandwidth to be able to do that, but lately, as up till now, finance has been tight, and that's one thing that's been sort of occupying my brain more than I'd like it to, among other things. All right, let's go back to Gaza. 21 hours ago, also TRT World, EU says Israel's Gaza aid block risks humanitarian consequences.
Illegal.
I don't want reality.
No kidding. Humanitarian consequences, you say? Let's talk about it.
42 days of progress appears to be unravelling with a familiar tactic. Israel blocking all humanitarian aid from entering the Strip unless Hamas agrees to extending the current expired truce. And the move has drawn widespread criticism.
The use of aid as a weapon of collective punishment and starvation must not, cannot, or should not be allowed or accepted. This is completely unacceptable and represents a flagrant and explicit violation of international humanitarian law.
The UN humanitarian chief says Israel's decision to halt aid into Gaza is alarming and that the international humanitarian law is clear. We must be allowed access. Key mediator Qatar, along with Jordan and Saudi Arabia, have also condemned Israel's actions. The Saudi foreign minister is calling it a flagrant violation and a direct assault of the law amid an ongoing humanitarian crisis.
Since the morning, we haven't seen any trucks entering, and this has caused a crisis for us. As soon as the merchants heard about the closing of the crossing, they raised the prices.
The trucks are standing still. The people in Gaza have no food or drink. The priority should be for the trucks to enter above anything else. We have been here since February 17 and not a single truck has entered yet.
Hamas says Israel is breaking the ceasefire timetable.
February 17th, that would suggest that this blockade started sooner than we were being told. 17th? Is that right? Or is that a mistranslation? Because that's like 2 weeks ago. It can't be right. If it's true, I mean, it's a violation of the first fucking first step in the ceasefire arrangement.
It wants to move to the second phase, which would see the withdrawal of Israeli troops from the territory.
We will take further steps if Hamas continues to hold our hostages. And throughout this, Israel knows that America and President Trump have our back. Thank you again, President Trump.
But thousands of protesters are not happy. They gathered outside Netanyahu's home demanding that
1,000 subs is a priority. How far behind are you right now, Minnie? Who here hasn't clicked live recently? 1,000 subs has to happen to GNN is great. Yeah, no, I have faith. I have faith in Gary. You know, our Lord and Savior Gary will deliver us to the promised land.
Is reached and all remaining hostages are returned.
There is no other solution. Bibi Netanyahu doesn't want peace.
The US Middle East.
Bibi Netanyahu doesn't want peace. Oh, look, it's Steve Witkoff. Oh, Steve. How did you get this job? Oh, you were good buddies with Donald Trump, business-wise? Fun. That's fun. And you also donated a bunch of money to Donald Trump, too? Oh, what a generous guy. Okay. The situation is pretty fucking horrifying. Cannot believe that Israel is being, you know, given entitlement by the United States to blockade. You would think, I would expect Marco Rubio to come out and say, this is unacceptable, Israel has to, even if just in a monotone bullshit-ass way. Where is that statement? Oh, it's not here. I don't have it in my list. This story happened a day ago, and I got bupkis. I got this. I've got nothing. I've got no statements from the United States saying, hey, Israel, stop that war crime. Stop that. You're supposed to give the people of Gaza the ability to survive. You're supposed to not allow humanitarian atrocities to happen. You're supposed to be the most, precise military in the world. But you're even though you're not. Unless you count, the intent to kill civilians. But, oh, wow. Like, yeah, it's like suddenly we don't even have that part of it. And it's honestly disturbing to me because it just feels like all, like any resistance has been removed to the war crimes. The 2,000-pound bombs have been reintroduced. I mean, what? Oh, God. What happened to those fake red lines? Let's go back to that. Actually, let's go to France 24 English from 21 hours ago. Talk more about this blockade.
It's a move by Israel that Gazans have been fearing, a total blockade on the entry of all goods and supplies into the enclave. The Kerem Shalom crossing, which has seen hundreds of aid trucks enter Gaza daily since the January ceasefire began, was deserted Sunday. And its closure for even just a day means skyrocketing prices of food.
Where will food come from? Through the crossings.
Our situation is so bad that we can't eat or drink except through the aid that comes to us through the crossings.
Suffering will increase after the occupation's decision to close the crossings. Frankly, since the beginning of the war, they've been trying to starve us, and we fear the people will starve due to the lack of aid.
Israel wants to pressure Hamas to accept a new ceasefire proposal, while Hamas is accusing Israel of trying to derail the fragile agreement in place. These residents in Jerusalem say additional pressure on Hamas is welcome.
The Israeli government should have stopped the humanitarian aid a long time ago, because it's not possible that we just give and don't receive anything in return. But to bring back the hostages as quickly as possible, I would give up everything. People's lives.
Wow, part of that statement was kind of horrifying. The other part, sensible. That was weird.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Also, want to mention thank you to Nadia for making sure to use those Galactic benefits. Celebrating 2 months as a Galactic contributor, which is the max number of months anybody can have. So, point that out, galactically speaking. You've been showing as much Galactic support on YouTube as anyone can. And I appreciate you for that. Okie dokie. At least I think it's the most, right? I'm pretty sure. I haven't seen any 3-month celebrations yet, so I'm fairly certain it's only 2 months. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Talking more about this war crime that's going on right now.
Well, we can speak now to Shaina Lowe of the Norwegian Refugee Council. Ms. Lowe, thanks so much for joining us and giving us your time. All aid stopped once again from entering Gaza. Can you tell us, what that exactly means for the people there? Hearing from some of them, the exorbitant prices rising already at the markets.
Well, it's going to be catastrophic for Palestinians in Gaza. We know that despite the fact that there was an increase of aid entering since the start of the ceasefire on January 19th, it's nowhere near enough to meet the tremendous needs after more than 15 months of bombardment and the destruction of most of Gaza's housing and a significant portion of its infrastructure. We know that hospitals will start to shut down, that there will be fuel shortages. We know that people will go hungry. We know that people will go without medical treatment, without food, without clean water. This is going to be devastating.
Can you give us an idea of where people have been left with? It's 6 weeks now since we had that truce fire come into effect. We saw people walk back to basically cities of rubble, Can you give us an idea of what the actual situation is today?
Yes, hundreds of thousands of people who were displaced from northern Gaza, from the cities in North Gaza Governorate and Gaza City, had fled to the south during the hostilities, and hundreds of thousands of them returned home to find rubble where their homes once stood. And so many people, despite the fact that the UN and partners of the UN have distributed 100,000 tents, it's nowhere near enough to meet the housing crisis. It's still winter here in the Middle East. We've seen in the last several weeks around 6 babies who have died due to exposure and hypothermia. A lack of aid is going to perpetuate this suffering when people have so little and are basically starting from scratch.
Indeed, as you say, the buildings have been destroyed, so have the businesses, the schools. How do people pick up? What can they do in today's day?
People are just trying to get their basic needs from aid agencies, from their neighbors. This is food, shelter materials, trying to get medicine and really their basic needs. No one is at the point of thinking about reconstruction at this point. They're still in an emergency mode.
Indeed, so much reconstruction that needs to be done, because as well as not having the supplies, even clean water is lacking, if I understand correctly, in the region.
It's very difficult. The water in Gaza is largely contaminated, either with sewage or with salt water. And so desalination plants need to be running. We at the Norwegian Refugee Council have been providing daily clean drinking water to tens of thousands of displaced Palestinians or returnees over the last several months. But we know that if fuel is not entering Gaza, that we're not going to be able to provide that.
This is a literal humanitarian crisis, and being facilitated by the United States and all of Israel's allies right now. The latest Second Thought video was on point. I don't think I've seen the latest Second Thought video. Most of Second Thought's videos are on point, in my estimation. We've certainly watched a number of them on this channel. Okay. Let's keep talking about this freaking aid situation. But let's go to a place we're all very familiar with. A place that, just like the Galactic News Network, is funded by viewers like you. That's right. Let's go to Amy Goodman over at Democracy Now! This was Democracy Now!'s video with author Ken Roth 15 hours ago on Israel's strategy of starvation.
Illegal. Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United Nations, as well as many Arab nations, have condemned Israel for cutting off all food and humanitarian aid into Gaza. Egypt and Qatar accused Israel of using starvation as a weapon of war. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced the blockade in an attempt to pressure Hamas to agree to a new proposal by the United States that would force Hamas to release all remaining hostages without Israeli soldiers fully withdrawing from Gaza. Hamas has accused Israel of trying to derail the original ceasefire agreement. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke Sunday.
Hamas currently controls all of the supplies and goods that are being sent to the Gaza Strip. It is abusing the Gaza population that is trying to receive the aid. It is shooting at them and is turning the humanitarian aid into a budget for terrorism directed against us. To this, we will not agree in any way.
Wow, really? Hamas is the one shooting at Palestinians, not Israel's drones or snipers? Wow. Fucking amazing. What a great guy. Listen to this.
Over the past 2 days, Israeli troops have killed at least 9 Palestinians in Gaza. Palestinians there have denounced the new Israeli blockade.
Suffering will increase after the occupation's decision to close the crossings. Frankly, since the beginning of the war, they have been trying to starve us, and we fear the people will starve due to the lack of aid and food supplies. Additionally, people are afraid of the return of war and facing death again. Isn't it enough that the occupation has killed 50 or 60,000 murdered so far?
We continue our conversation with Ken Roth, visiting professor at Princeton School of Public and International Affairs, served for almost 30 years as executive director of Human Rights Watch. He has a new book out. It's called Righting Wrongs: 3 Decades on the Front Lines Battling Abusive Governments. So Israel has just blocked all humanitarian aid from going into Gaza.
Immediately, if not sooner. Well, first, this is a continuation of the starvation strategy that Israel has been pursuing against Palestinian civilians in Gaza, which is a war crime, which was the reason that Netanyahu and the former defense minister Gallant were charged by the International Criminal Court with war crimes. Second, the fact that Israel is turning on and off the spigot is actually evidence of the deliberateness of the starvation strategy, because during the war, Israel kept saying, oh, what do you mean we're letting in the food? It's just, it's Hamas's fault. When it's absolutely clear that Israel just shuts the door sometimes, even when, during the bulk of the war, Palestinians were facing, near famine and certainly starvation. So, this is in a sense further evidence against Netanyahu. Now, what he's trying to do, as you just alluded to, is change the terms of the ceasefire negotiations, because the temporary ceasefire, the initial 6 weeks, have now come to an end. And stage 2 was supposed to be Israeli forces fully pulling out of Gaza, an end to the war, and then further exchanges of hostages and Israeli Palestinians who were held as prisoners by Israel. And Netanyahu's saying, no, just give us the hostages, but we're not going to do the other part. And we're going to starve you until you agree. So that's the context in which this is happening.
You know, it's interesting. We just spent our last segment talking about Ukraine and President Trump trying to pressure Zelensky, basically saying you would be no one if it weren't for the United States giving you weapons. What about his very dear ally and close friend, Netanyahu? The amount of what these 2,000-pound bombs mean, what the amount from Biden through Trump, the military arming of Israel to facilitate what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank.
Well, I think we have to understand that the U.S. was aiding and abetting massive war crimes, indeed arguably genocide. And Biden continued the arms sales, continued the military aid, despite abundant evidence that these war crimes were taking place. The one thing Biden did that was good is that he withheld the 2,000-pound bombs. He suspended their delivery because these were being used to devastate Palestinian communities in Gaza. A 2,000-pound bomb can basically kill anybody within the radius of 2 football fields. These are utterly inappropriate to be used in heavily populated areas. This is indiscriminate warfare, a war crime. And Trump just renewed them. Here, take them, do whatever you want. So if the fighting resumes, Trump also could be accused of aiding and abetting war crimes. I think, though, the real risk for Trump is that he has now imposed sanctions on the International Criminal Court prosecutor, Keir. And that is a blatant violation of Article 70 of the Rome Statute, the ICC's guiding treaty, which criminalizes obstruction of justice, intimidating or threatening a court official for their official duties. And, will Keir charge Trump? I don't know. He didn't do that. The prior prosecutor didn't do that when Trump imposed sanctions on her. But, Keir Khan's a different guy. And if Trump continues to play this incredibly obstructive role, it wouldn't surprise me if he suddenly faces criminal charges too. And people can say, well, who would arrest Trump? But what it would mean is that the 125 member states of the ICC suddenly would be obliged to arrest him if he showed up. So they would tell him, don't show up. And his world would suddenly be a lot smaller, similar to what Putin now faces when, for example, he couldn't go to the BRICS summit in South Africa for fear of arrest.
So you have a chapter in your book, Righting Wrongs, 3 Decades on the Front Lines Battling Abusive Governments on War Crimes. Can you talk about what has happened to the whole issue of international law? You're fiercely critical, you were of Biden and now of President Trump, when, as we look right now, you're looking at Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. The complete shutting down or disregard for international criminal law, whether we're talking about the International Court of Justice or the International Criminal Court or human rights law since World War II and why it was established.
Well, first, I think it's important to stress that international humanitarian law, or the laws of war, it was not written by human rights groups. It's this kind of pie-in-the-sky standard. This was written by the world's militaries. They decided that this is the best way to fight war, to try to spare civilians, not to replicate the mass atrocities of the Second World War. So Human Rights Watch and our allies tries to uphold that law. Clearly it is flouted by Israel, by the Sudanese fighters, by Putin in Ukraine, by the Myanmar junta. So there are, examples of systematic war crimes. But most governments still formally uphold these standards.
Yeah, even if we don't always do it equally, there's always this, at least, thin veneer of rules. Nadia Yvette Chambers, thank you for the super chat. Not sure what this is in reference to. It was on how tech to oppress Palestine gets exported, including to the USA. Mostly covering the USA re-importing from its colony. Yeah, I just don't know what this is in reference to, but it sounds...
Militaries abide by them.
Interesting.
And this is where something like the International Criminal Court is very important because, yes, you
like
always have crimes, but to have a court come in and say, you're going to be prosecuted for these crimes helps to resurrect the standards. So this is a battle, and that's one of the things I really stress in the book, that the defense of human rights requires persistent pressure. governments are always tempted to violate human rights. And our job in the human rights community is to push back, to change the cost-benefit calculus of repression. And, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but there are repeated cases in the book where we win, where the pressure worked.
There's an amazing moment now. The Office of Government Efficiency, if you're really looking at huge sums of money. Guantanamo, 15 men
it was
are
on
being
the second
held there,
thought
many
vid.
of them without
I
charge,
see.
And it's cost half.
It was a response to the second thought vid. Is that what the video was on? I feel like I check in with Second Thought less often. Like, I still check in with that channel. Like, I have a huge fucking list of subscriptions that I just try to go through on a daily basis. But channels like Second Thought I usually go to a few times a month, I want to say, because he just doesn't make as much content as, say, the Associated Press or whatever else.
$1 billion to keep it open on this extrajudicial area that the U.S. controls in Cuba. And now, in order to keep it open, they're talking about sending migrants there, immigrants who've come into this country.
Yeah, I go into Guantanamo at length in the book. And in many ways, I view that as a success of the human rights movement, because we really did stop the Bush-era torture. We got legislation that adopted, that shut down the various loopholes that Bush was using. Guantanamo gradually has been depopulated. No one has been added to it in a criminal sense. These migrants who are being put there are being put in a different part of the island and are not really changing the extreme cost.
Tens of thousands of them could be put there if the Trump administration has their way.
Yeah, and I don't think the courts are going to allow it, because I think there really are legislative obstacles to, taking immigrants in the United States and just putting them in this extraterritorial area. So, but, I think that the fact that Guantanamo was so stigmatized, that this idea of endless detention without trial for so-called enemy combatants was a legal theory that, just didn't hold, was in an odd way a success of the human rights movement. And even though we haven't completely shut it down, we made huge progress in making it, unusable for criminal purposes.
I wanted to go back to Gaza and then to your own life experience, your family. There was a history made last night. You had a Palestinian filmmaker and an Israeli filmmaker winning the Best Documentary category. It's the first time a Palestinian has won. As they held their Oscars, Yuval Abraham and Bazeladra, this incredible moment, and you hear the applause. The change of public opinion in the United States. There's a global audience, but we heard the audience in that room. If you can talk about the power of the U.S. and also your own life experience, where you come from. You are, we'll talk about your life and your parents.
Okay, well, Amy, I really got into the defense of human rights because of the experience of my father. He grew up in Nazi Germany and fled Frankfurt as a 12-year-old boy in July 1938 for New York. And so I grew up with Hitler stories. I grew up with what it was like to be a young boy living under the Nazis, and became very aware of the evil that governments could do, and was determined to try to prevent a recurrence of that kind of evil. Now, I don't compare other situations to the Nazis. They were pretty sui generis. But Yuval Abraham, what he's talking about today is that there really, traditionally have been three options on the table for resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. One is recognition that the settlement project is so advanced that a Palestinian state is impossible, and therefore you have a so-called one-state reality between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River, and there everybody should have equal rights. But of course the Israeli government doesn't want that, because they're roughly the same number of Jews and Arabs, and they would lose their Jewish majority.
And if anyone talks about from the river to the sea, they're accused of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, although that's silly, because it depends what you add to that. If you say, from the river to the sea there should be no Israel, then fine, that's anti-Semitism. If you say from the river to the sea there should be equal rights for everybody, or two states, living side by side, that's perfectly fine. So it's silly to say river to the sea is a problem. It depends what you add on to it. But the second option, which is what the Israeli government wants, is to have the endless occupation, the status quo. But that is now broadly recognized as apartheid and unsustainable. Illegal. So the third option, which I think is the best option, is from the river to the sea to have two states, Israel and Palestine living side by side. But Netanyahu says, over my dead body. The fourth option that was always sitting on the side, was never really considered legitimate, but Trump just tried to legitimize, was to solve the Palestinian problem by getting rid of the Palestinians.
Yeah.
Start with Gaza, get rid of 2 million there, and then what no other land shows is the beginning.
Yeah, that's definitely what Trump is doing. All right, now I want to go back to talking about that documentary which won the Oscar for Best Documentary at the Academy Awards yesterday. Let's watch the official trailer here. Yes, and I mean, I know there's plenty of reasons to object to the existence of Israel. Should be a completely new state there. I don't know what to call it. I still think that right now, I know that he was being real optimistic about the situation in some forms or fashions, but the fact is the current state of Palestine is just so fucked up, right? The amount of time it's going to take to rebuild, you know, it's going to be horrifying. And the fact is the other things are going to continue until someone stops Israel from doing the apartheid, right? And the fact is it's gone beyond apartheid. They're just seizing the West Bank at this point. It's beyond the settlements. I mean, they've moved in frickin' tanks right now. You know, and this just is devolving into just a, you know, a horrifying dystopic fucking situation.
Thousand Palestinians face one of the single biggest expulsion decisions since the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories began.
This is a story about power. My name is Basel. I grew up in a small community called Masafir Yatta. I started to film when we started to end. They have bulldozers. Basel, I'm filming you. I need air. Oh my god. Don't worry. I don't want them to take our home. I feel like me reading the subtitles is making it harder. We have to raise our voices, not being silent, as if no human beings live here. The army is here.
This is what's happening in my village now. Soldiers are everywhere.
Why do you think you're filming, you son of a... Be so nice with stability one day. Then you'll come visit me. Not always me visiting you. Right? Maybe. If you were in my place, what would you do? Yep. And that film won the Oscar. Let's go back to Democracy Now! And watch this speech. I just want to celebrate this victory of this documentary.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. And the Oscars were held Sunday evening. History was made in the Best Documentary category.
And the Oscar goes to No Other Land.
The Palestinian-Israeli film No Other Land won for Best Documentary to stay on their land amidst violent attacks by Israeli settlers aimed at expelling them. The film was made by a team of Palestinian-Israeli filmmakers, including the Palestinian journalist Bassel Adra, who lives in Masafer Yatta, and the Israeli journalist Yuval Abraham. They both spoke at the ceremony, beginning with Bassel Adra, who became the first Palestinian filmmaker to win an Oscar.
Yeah, I did notice that there was a number of celebrities who just didn't clap for the winners of the Best Documentary Oscar. Seems a little rude.
How rude.
Abraham and Palestinian filmmaker Bassel Adra co-direct No Other Land, which just...
Okay, there we go. Just wanted to go back to talking about that now that we're on Gaza. And end it with this here. The Associated Press from 3 hours ago. Palestinians cheering the Oscar win of documentary No Other Land. Here it is, Masafer Yatta, occupied West Bank. We really were up all night. We did not sleep. The surprise was joyful and huge that a movie like this could reach this level and get an Oscar. The surprise was huge and joyful. Oh, I just realized I'm rereading it. Of course, this is a victory. This is a victory from over 20 years to embody the reality of life here in Masafer Yatta since 2000. To reach 2025 and this film to win an Oscar, this film has really done something. And it has reached this level because of the efforts of the people that live here in Masafer Yatta. This is not just a win for Bassel Adra, Yuval Abraham, or the other directors, or just our family. This film is a win for all of Palestine, especially for everyone living in Masafer Yatta. And you notice if you come and take a closer look at the Masafer Yatta area, you see the settlers' violence that is increasing dramatically every day. The goal of this violence, first of all, is to target the land in which people live. It targets the people who have been on this land for hundreds of years. It targets their property. The goal of this program, Violence by the Settlers, is to expel people from the Masafer Yatta area. We know that our conflict in this area is not an ideological conflict, as much as it is a conflict that someone is usurping your right to live on this land and expelling you from it. There you go. Palestinians in the West Bank. Joyous as they can be in this moment, as this documentary wins the Oscar for Best Documentary. Okay, now let's go on to Syria, since we're so close by. Don't want to pass over this. Al-Shara, the leader of HTS, who is now the transitional president of Syria, went to Jordan. This was earlier this week, actually. Or I think this was actually over the weekend. Yeah, let's just go here. AP archive from 21 hours ago. Although, it's the archive, so it's usually posted days after it was taken. Write that down. There's the king of Jordan. There is Al-Shara. King of Jordan is super short. He's like the shortest person out there on this runway. Shorter than that kid with the camera. As you can see, Syria is looking to work with Jordan on something. Not sure what was discussed between the two of them, but with the change in government, it is good to see the leader of Syria looking to have a diplomatic effort going on with other countries. And, you know, the fact is things are getting interesting here. Before we get to some of the other sort of Syrian news, like the current stuff, I figured we'd go and talk about this thing that existed under Bashar al-Assad, that being Syria's illicit drug manufacturing business. A drug called Captagon. Here's Al Jazeera from earlier on Monday.
It's 2020. We're in the ancient seaside town of Salerno, just below Naples, on the west coast of Italy. This is one of Italy's major domestic ports. Huge cargo ships dock next to even bigger tourist cruisers, looming over the tiny fishing boats below. It's July, and 3 cargo ships are pulling into the port. They're carrying vast amounts of machinery and paper cylinders for industrial use. It's stopping in Salerno briefly before going onwards to Athens, then on to the Middle East. Slowly, the ships dock. The Italian police are waiting for them. They swarm on board. They empty out the paper cylinders and open up the machinery. They find 84 million tiny white pills inside, worth $1.1 billion. Over the next 2 years, raids like these will take place across the globe. In March 2021, 94 million pills, worth between $1 and $2 billion, will be found on a cargo ship that's leaving Malaysia for Saudi Arabia. 6 months after that, 9 million pills will be pulled out of fake oranges on a boat that docks in Beirut, Lebanon. In 2021, Saudi Arabian officials found 5.3 million pills hidden in pomegranates. The following year, 46 million pills are pulled out of packets transporting flour into Saudi. These ships, they're all carrying the same thing. It's a small white pill called Captagon, a synthetic drug that's wreaking havoc across the Middle East. Production is ramping up, and most of it is coming from one country, Syria. This is a story about how a little-known drug came to line the pockets of Syria's former regime, led by Bashar al-Assad. It's a tale that's broadly unknown outside of the region. It's produced in the Middle East, it's sold in the Middle East, and it's used in the Middle East. Was the Syrian regime the world's biggest drug dealer? And what questions remain about this lucrative business now that the Assad regime has collapsed?
All right, well, there was Al Jazeera from Monday talking about an illicit drug market called Captagon. Now, supposedly Captagon is like a kind of amphetamine. It's like basically used a lot with soldiers. I hear it's gone all the way to Sudan and some Mediterranean countries where people use it to stay awake for long periods of time. But a lot of soldiers were apparently have been using it to stay awake for incredible periods of time and to, I guess, improve focus and things like that. I'm not suggesting you take it for focus. I'm just saying that was the one of the supposed effects. There's plenty of better ways to get focused. Maybe a coffee. How's that sound? Now let's talk about this development on the Syrian-Turkish border. because apparently a formal ceasefire has been declared between Kurdish forces, the PKK specifically, and Turkey have signed a ceasefire agreement set to end a 40-year conflict.
In a week of peril is a glimmer of promise. Under the flag of their imprisoned leader, the proscribed Kurdish Workers' Party known as the PKK announced a ceasefire with Turkey after a 40-year campaign of armed insurgency. This is the picture of their leader calling on his movement to hand over their guns. Turkey has held Abdullah Öcalan for over a quarter of a century, but the organization he established to secure a Kurdish state and political autonomy continued to mount fatal attacks in a conflict Turkey say has cost the lives of 40,000 people.
There is an opportunity to take a historic step toward tearing down the wall of terror that is stood between Turkish and Kurdish people. 1,000-year-old brotherhood.
This was the most recent PKK attack last October on Turkey's state-owned arms company. For years, Turkish forces have hunted the PKK at home and abroad in the Kurdish regions of Iraq and Syria. The PKK are part of a wider Kurdish movement to establish a homeland and ethnic recognition in Turkey. Today's ceasefire arrives 10 years after the last agreement failed.
There's a lot of work to do. I think this obviously and cannot be a short process, but I think some of the possible pitfalls are the lack of willingness by some sections. But I also think it's very important to be cautious but also hopeful. Sometimes too much skepticism is also a block in itself in the process.
At the heart of that process is Syria, where the rise of the Islamic State group had made the PKK a useful line of defense. US forces fought alongside Kurdish groups like the YPG that included fighters from the PKK, despite the group being outlawed in the US and the UK. Both the US and the
Yeah, how dare Kurdish people want their own state? They've only wanted it for basically most of modern history. But unfortunately for the Kurds, they have been denied that state at every turn. Perhaps this will bring Kurdish people closer to having their own state. I do not know whether or not they will receive recognition or whatever else, but this is at least a step in the right direction, in my opinion. An end to the fighting. Something that is desperately needed in so many places. All right. Let's go here now to Saudi Arabia. In Mecca, as it is still Ramadan. It's going to be all month, and I figured we're going to keep trying to celebrate Ramadan like we do with all the other holidays. Galactic Unitarian Church I just don't know if this is true or not. I've never heard of this before. This is certainly interesting. I guess I could see how maybe it would be helpful. I just, honestly, I'm unfamiliar with this entirely. And I don't want to, cross any lines here on medical information. Well, there you go. A little bit of Ramadan prayer chants, a view of Mecca, and all of the pilgrims there. All right. Now let's go to Iraq, in Baghdad, where more people have been getting ready for Ramadan late night treats and things like that here at local markets. You were literally prescribed them for long COVID? I believe you. I believe you. What is that? Anybody know what that is? Is that tea? I think that might be tea. Kind of looked like, but what did he just put on top of it, though? What in the fuck is that? For a second, I thought it was like black tea or like oolong or something. Maybe it's spices? Is it cardamom, maybe? Look at all this colorful looking stuff. Grains and things, it looks like. Make me very hungry, all these Ramadan videos. For a holiday all about fasting. A lot of food in these videos, making me super hungry. Alright. Unfortunately, I don't. For these AP archive videos, I just don't have translations for any of the people talking. Which is annoying. But they don't post these on the regular channel where they actually type in the freaking subtitles. It's very lazy and rude.
How rude.
Come on, AP. Alright. Let's go to the AP's regular channel. This is from 23 hours ago. China legislature to hold its annual meeting in Beijing with thousands of delegates. And that meeting happened like an hour ago, and I managed to throw in that video too after this. So let's go here first. Another sweet super chat from Nadia. Also narcolepsy and use for
China's legislature is
long
holding its
COVID
annual
rests.
meeting in Beijing in early March. It's a big meeting with thousands of delegates, and also largely a ceremonial one. How big is it? Nearly 3,000 delegates from around the country attend the National People's Congress.
There's a lot of people.
And that's not all. The event is known as the Two Sessions because an advisory body with about 2,000 members will also meet. So in all, more than 5,000 delegates will descend on the nation's capital. How is it ceremonial? The votes by the Congress are nearly unanimous and rubber-stamped decisions made earlier by the Communist Party. In China, real power lies in the leadership of the party. So why does it matter? The party uses the week-long meeting to telegraph its plans and policies for the rest of the year. The premier, considered the number 2 official after party leader Xi Jinping, delivers an annual government work report to the Congress. The report includes the government's target for annual economic growth. The closely watched figure reflects both the government's ambition and expectations in what are challenging economic times. The government also announces how much defense spending will rise this year and outlines its foreign policy views in a news conference by the foreign minister. For these and other reasons, China watchers, companies and investors look to the meeting for hints and other indications of the government's plans for 2025.
Well, CCP trying to get ready for 2025 here in full, as it's only just started, technically. Since the Lunar New Year only got done like, what was it, like 3 weeks ago? So yeah, everybody showing out in full. You heard the music, let's get to it. Your South China Morning Post from an hour ago. China's top political advisory body convenes annual session in Beijing. That's a lot of people. I now declare the opening of the third session of the 14th National Committee of Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Please rise for the national anthem. The clap, though. No, seriously, I too was like, wow, not a lot of energy being put into this clap. Doesn't seem like everybody's into it. But, gotta clap. Holy fuck, look how many people are in here. This is wild. Well, there you go. There was the opening of the, what was it again? The PPCCI? I forget what it was. I forget what it was. Whatever the big annual meeting in Beijing. It is quite a theater, though. Truly impressive. Alrighty. Let's talk about China a little bit more. Let's talk about Chinese business and what some Chinese businesses are doing in order to avoid all of those U.S. tariffs. Your CBS Evening News from 8 hours ago.
Well, China has already found a way around U.S. tariffs on imports.
Anna Corrin reports China is exporting its factories.
A 2-hour drive outside the Cambodian capital Phnom Penh, a convoy of semi-trailers passed by.
Let's drive straight through.
Moments later, an enormous arch greeted us with signage in 2 languages, the local language Khmer and beneath Chinese. But it's very clear who is in charge of this special economic zone rising from the dirt.
China. Hello, sir. Hello?
The manager of this furniture factory invited us in.
Okay, thank you.
They moved here from China a month ago to produce ottomans to export to the United States.
Most of the companies coming here are Chinese.
Yes. And their driving incentive to avoid US tariffs. The US-China trade war is the main reason for this explosion of Chinese investment in Cambodia. In 2016, before President Trump took office, Cambodian exports to the US were roughly $3 billion. Last year, they topped $12 billion, representing nearly 30% of the country's GDP. The Cambodian government says more than half of the factories in Cambodia are Chinese-owned.
To America.
Motorcycle.
While Chinese companies are skirting US tariffs, economists we spoke to say they are playing by the rules. But there are fears Cambodia's economy could become collateral damage.
Are you concerned that President Trump might put tariffs on Cambodia, considering the Chinese investments?
Yes, of course. Chinese garment factory owner Mr. Huang moved to Cambodia 20...
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I don't think Donald Trump knows where Cambodia is. He probably thinks it's part of China. He'll just think, oh, they moved to a different part of China.
Years ago, capitalizing on tax breaks and lower wages while still running factories in China. But when the trade war began in 2018, he moved all operations to Cambodia and now exports 60% of his garments to the US.
And who are your customers?
It's a Walmart, Costco.
And he said those orders have only multiplied
Walmart and
since
Costco.
President Trump announced new tariffs.
And
Walmart and Costco, the main purchasers of that man's goods in Cambodia, running a Chinese factory in a different country to avoid Donald Trump's very, very stupid trade war. Let's go to a very nearby place. Taiwan. Well, we're going to talk about Taiwan. But, it's actually more US news. Because if you missed this tiny snippet from earlier, I'll get a little bit deeper into the Taiwan Semiconductor, TSMC, and its recent announcement of a $100 billion investment, which was made with I think the CEO and Donald Trump in the White House on Monday.
Thank you very much.
Taiwanese computer chip giant TSMC says it will invest $100 billion in the United States. U.S. President Donald Trump hailed the plan as a tremendous move by TSMC.
This $100 billion in new investment will go into building 5 cutting-edge fabrication facilities in the great state that we just discussed, Arizona, and will create thousands of jobs, many thousands of jobs, and high-paying jobs. In total, today's announcement brings Taiwan Semiconductor investments to about $165 billion they've started already, among the largest new foreign direct investments in the United States.
I wonder if they're going to trick Donald Trump into building the factories they were already building for Biden with the CHIPS Act. He's not very smart. Very hard to tell which factory exists, doesn't exist. At the press conference, Trump accused TSMC of taking advantage
We
of
must
America.
be able to build the chips and semiconductors that we need right here in American factories with American skill and American labor. And that's exactly what we're doing. As you know, Taiwan pretty much has a monopoly on that market. And I think pretty much is not a term that's even appropriate. They do have a monopoly. And this is a tremendous move by the most powerful company in the world.
Nasty, nasty TSMC. Taking advantage of the United States. TSMC is the world's largest chip contract maker. Chip making what? That just broke my brain. It is a leading supplier for major U.S. hardware manufacturers. TSMC has been wary about making its most cutting-edge chips outside of Taiwan, but the company already has U.S. investments totaling $65 billion. The first TSMC plant in the U.S. was announced during Trump's first term in 2020. The latest investment could help Trump fulfill his pledge to make the U.S. a global AI player. I forgot that they also did a deal with Trump. So I guess they've been taking advantage of the U.S. because they did a nasty deal I did back in 2017 or 2020, whatever it was. It's very nasty. Taking advantage of us, blah, blah. I don't like it at all. All right, now, oh God, have we gotten there already? Last 2 stories are going to involve New Zealand, but first let's talk about this one that also involves Vietnam. By the way, a little applause for those of you who made it this far. Incredibly impressive stuff out of you, making it to the end of this stream. Let's go to the AP. This was, I think this was over the weekend. Vietnam and New Zealand upgraded their ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership. I wonder if this has anything to do with Donald Trump sort of going against all of the previous U.S. foreign policy decisions. Well, not all of them. Many of them. I could be wrong, but I feel like this might be maybe related to that. Yeah, Vietnam, New Zealand, banding together in military cooperation and strategic partnerships. Why is he looking at the soldiers so hard? He's like really looking him down. Like every single one of these guys he's looking at like, okay, you seem okay. All right. He's like, like personally surveying the army. Well, unfortunately, we can't hear anything they're saying. That's Prime Minister Luxon of New Zealand. And the, is it... God, I can't remember now. What's this guy's name? Oh, God. I think it's Long Kong. Meeting with diplomats in tow, discussing this deal. I think there's a spot in here where something is discussed more in detail. I'm trying to remember. Here? There's an unveiling. Vietnam and New Zealand. What does that say? Celebrates 50 years of diplomatic relations. Literally can't hear anything that's being said. Great mic work, AP. Ceremony for the exchange of cooperation.
My government has prioritised re-energising the relationship with Vietnam, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here in person to celebrate this historic occasion. The comprehensive strategic partnership reflects the increasing strength of our relationship, its depth and also its breadth, and our interest in working more closely together. For New Zealand, this also demonstrates our greater engagement in the region. We are part of the Indo-Pacific, and our future security and our future prosperity depends on what happens in this region. It also means growing stronger connections and closer engagement and all of the increased opportunities that this brings.
There we go. And the two leaders embracing. Do all the sweet, sweet photo ops. Wow, that's quite the... What is that? It's like a bouquet, isn't it? Oh my god. It almost looks like a lotus. But it's really just like... I think it looks almost like it looks like roses and palm fronds. It's really weird. That is throwing me off. That is super cool. Okay. Alright, to New Zealand. Place that we don't go to enough, I would say. But we try. We try our best to hit up all the countries on this planet. Let's go here. Talk more about Prime Minister Luxon, or however you say that. who's being grilled over some insensitive takes on hungry children. Here's One News, New Zealand, from 4 hours ago.
Well, still at Parliament, and the ongoing issues with school lunches are now eating away at the coalition. Education Minister Erica Stanford has asked her Associate Minister David Seymour to explain how he plans to fix problems. Also adding fuel to the debate, Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, who said parents not happy with the new lunch program should make a Marmite sandwich and put an apple in the bag.
Wow.
Senior political reporter Benedict Collins has
That's rude.
developments.
How rude. It was a good day at Avalon Intermediate.
We had butter chicken and chips.
That sounds tasty.
Were they good? Yeah. Restaurant chain Pita Pit was brought in to help out as David Seymour's lunch program struggles with logistics. But good days are few and far between.
We send baskets out for every classroom, and
Biscuits.
on the worst days, most baskets have come back almost completely full with the food inside. So it's just really unappealing for the kids.
Not a huge fan. The portions are smaller, almost half, and the food quality is not the best, so kids are still hungry.
Across the country, food safety concerns and quality issues have also been raised. This morning, the Education Minister told the press she wanted answers.
I've asked David Seymour for a meeting this morning to go through some of the issues on the school lunch program to make sure that they are being cleared up.
Do you have confidence that he can do this though?
Well, that's why I'm meeting with him today to find out what the plan is moving forward to make sure that the right child is receiving the right meal at the right time.
But guess who didn't show up?
Well, the meetings was organised on the basis that we both had to go to caucus. Caucus, you can't really control the timing. If it goes over, we couldn't meet, and that's what happened.
I was in my office just after 11:30 for the meeting.
The minister getting stood up by her associate.
Any further questions around the school lunch program and David Seymour probably need to be directed to him.
The minister had a guts full of questions about school lunches.
She wants some answers.
Now, unfortunately for New Zealand, the government here has taken quite a rightward shift in recent years. And so stuff like this, austerity policies and not so great ideas are taking the front and center, if you will, on priority, I guess.
From you about what's going wrong with the school lunch program and what you're going to do to fix it.
Well, frankly, I'm working through this with the Prime Minister. I've briefed a number of ministers about it. There's some complaints about some of the quality of the food. We're working to overcome that. I'm actually pleased with the way it's going.
Others not so pleased.
Seymour's in the back making the meals himself.
A dismal failure.
It's a debacle.
A major union is calling for Erica Stanford to be put in charge.
The Associate Minister has really failed our children and failed to provide good, healthy, wholesome lunches.
Chris Hipkins giving the House a lowlights reel.
If it hasn't taken feeding children melted plastic, failing to deliver lunches at all, serving up the same food 13 days in a row, or serving pork to halal students, what will it take for him to finally step in and sort out the mess that his government has made of the school lunches program?
Yes.
Wow, feeding pork to halal students. That seems like a problem.
I don't want reality. Some of the food is not up to scratch, but the minister is working his way through the issues, and I have every confidence he will resolve it. And I just say to parents that may be listening to this, feel free to prepare a Marmite sandwich and an apple for lunch.
Back at Avalon, they say that's a good idea, in theory.
We have kids that don't have lunch, that haven't had breakfast, and we want them to actually feel valued and have some nice, nutritious food to eat.
And debate rages over whether David Seymour can deliver that.
Benedict, Labour saying it now has fears for the future of the school lunch program. Why is that?
Yeah, well, multiple Labour MPs told us this morning that what we're seeing here with the school lunch program is an absolute train wreck. But they believe that David Seymour is deliberately running this program into the ground so that eventually funding will be cut for it. And Chris Hipkins told us that when he hears the Prime Minister, telling parents that they should pack a Marmite sandwich and apple for their kids if they don't like it, he's revealing his true agenda, that he would prefer for there not to be a school lunch program in the first place. Now, Christopher...
Yeah, why don't you lazy parents just make your kids some food? Just wow.
And he says that that's not the case. He realises there will be some parents who can't provide a school lunch for their kids. There does need to be a program there, but he does clearly think some parents could step up a little bit more there. But it was interesting today when the finance minister...
Yeah, why can't we just give the kids food? What's so wrong with kids having lunches regardless of where they come from? Just destigmatize. I mean, like, it should be just accepted that kids deserve to eat while they're in school, and it should just be the responsibility of the government. It's not so crazy. It's really not. Totally acceptable and normal. Should be the normal. But yeah, this is the American way. New Zealand trying to take after the current sort of vibes in America. Republicans trying to cut school lunches. Alright, chat. That's gonna be it for us tonight. Well, looks like we got through another stream, chat. It was quite long, and took a lot of sharp turns. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. You didn't think I'd forget this, did you? These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanob, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. Oh, but wait, there is more. Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, and McGoggles. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. I owe you a support character for next time. Okay, I'll write that down. Nadia Yvette Chambers at the end with this super chat. Eliminating public school, period, is the agenda. Why are you doing this? Alright, super secret late night after hours Galactic chill stream engaged. Enjoy the chill, Space Fams. I'll be right back. Yeah, I see a chat going on right now about us not lacking people, and I agree. I mean, the thing is, all the concerns over birth rates has to do with GDP, right? I mean, that's one of the main issues that's brought up every time, is that what about growth? What about, you know, like, how are we supposed to continue on this road of constant growth if we don't also grow as a population? Well, there's some other concerns out there I've heard, but the fact is we got a lot of people, and yet we seem to not be able to even feed them all properly, even though I know we have enough food to do it. So I feel like, at least me personally, I'd rather we focus on doing that before we worry too much about how many people are on the planet.